A Miracle in Stone, or, The Great Pyramid of Egypt. By Joseph A. Seiss. Preface. This book is meant to give a succinct comprehensive account of the oldest and greatest existing monument of intellectual man, particularly of the recent discoveries and claims with regard to it. If the half that learned and scientific investigators allege respecting the Great Pyramid of Gizeh be true, it is one of the most interesting objects on earth, and ought to command universal attention. It has been unhesitatingly pronounced, and perhaps it is, the most important discovery made in our day and generation. Simply as an architectural achievement, this mysterious pillar, from the time of Alexander the Great, has held its place at the head of the list of the 7 wonders of the world. But, under the researches and studies of mathematicians, astronomers, Egyptologists, and divines, it has of late been made to assume a character vastly more remarkable. Facts and coincidences so numerous and extraordinary have been evolved, that some of the most sober and philosophic minds have been startled by them. It would verily seem as if it were about to prove itself a sort of key to the universe, a symbol of the profoundest truths of science, of religion, and of all the past and future history of man. So at least many competent persons have been led to regard it, after the most thorough sifting which the appliances of modern science and intelligence have been able to give it. Particularly in Scotland, England, and France has the subject elicited much earnest interest. Quite a number of works and treatises, most of them voluminous, costly, and learned, have been devoted to it, and not without a marked and serious impression. St. John Vincent Day, Fellow of the Royal Scottish Society of Arts, member of sundry institutions of engineers, and Honourable Librarian of the Philosophical Society of Glasgow, says. A former published work on the subject. Besides 1 or 2 papers in the Transactions of a Scientific Society, have of necessity brought me into contact with every shade of opinion as to the various theories respecting the pyramid, and the facts belonging to it. I have thus been enabled, both by verbal and written discussions and arguments, to ascertain the weight of evidence on which theories, assertions, contradictions, and alleged facts have been supported. And I can only state that in those cases where the pyramid subject has been examined into with a diligent spirit of inquiry, that is with the aim of not merely strengthening preconceived notions or prejudices, but to evolve absolute realities. I have not yet met any one but who is more or less convinced by the modern theory. Preface to Papers on the Great Pyramid, 1870. In this country, the publications on the subject have been very circumscribed. A few tracts, short papers, review articles, or incidental discussions in connection with other subjects, is about all that has thus far appeared from the American press. And as the European books are mostly large, expensive, and not readily accessible, comparatively few among us have had the opportunity of learning what has developed in this interesting field. A just resume of the matter, of moderate length and price, in plain and easy form, would seem to be needed and specially in place. In the absence of anything of the sort, and with a view to what might in measure supply the want, the preparation of the following lectures was undertaken. How far the effort has succeeded, the candid reader will determine. It has at least been honest. Persuaded of the varied worth of the subject, the author has endeavored to be accurate in his presentations, and as thorough as the space would allow. For his data concerning the pyramid he has been obliged to rely on the original works of explorers, to which due reference is given. Though in Egypt in the latter part of 1864, with a view to some personal examinations, a severe sickness, contracted in Syria and Palestine, prevented him from accomplishing the purpose for which he visited the land of the Pharaohs. But his interest did not therefore abate. In 1869 he gave out a small publication on the Great Pyramid, and having tried to master and digest what has thus far been adduced by others, he now ventures a larger exhibition of the case as it presents itself to him. The intricacies of mathematics and astronomy, so deeply involved in these pyramid investigations, he has intentionally avoided, seeking rather to explain for the many than to demonstrate for the few. He has confined himself mostly to descriptions and statements of results, which he has sought to give in a way which all readers of average intelligence can readily follow and understand. If what he has thus produced is so far favored as to promote a more general and deeper inquiry and study into this surprising and most perfect monument of primeval man, the chief object of the author will have been attained. The interest awakened by the lectures at their oral delivery during the past winter, and the numerous applications to procure them in print, also encouraged the belief that, with the notes and amplifications since added, they may perchance be acceptable and serve a good purpose. With the hope, therefore, of thus contributing something towards the furtherance of correct science, true philosophy, and a proper Christianity, the author herewith commits these sheets to the press, and to an appreciative and indulgent public. Philadelphia, June 25, 1877. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Quote: Every student who enters upon a scientific pursuit, especially if at a somewhat advanced period of life, will find not only that he has much to learn, but much also to unlearn. As a first preparation, therefore, for the course he is about to commence, he must loosen his hold on all crude and hastily adopted notions, and must strengthen himself, by something of an effort and a resolve. For the unprejudiced admission of any conclusion which shall appear to be supported by careful observation and logical argument, even should it prove of a nature adverse to notions he may have previously formed for himself, or taken up, without examination, on the credit of others. Such an effort is, in fact, a commencement of that intellectual discipline which forms one of the most important ends of all science. Sir John Herschel. The fair question is, does the newly proposed view remove more difficulties, require fewer assumptions, and present more consistency with observed facts, than that which it seeks to supersede? If so, the philosopher will adopt it, and the world will follow the philosopher. Grove's Address to the British Association for the Advancement of Science. Plate: The Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid. Detail of the Great Pyramid. Indications on the diagram. A. Corner sockets of the pyramid's base. B. Pyramid cut in half, viewed from the east. C. Entrance passage. D. First ascending passage. E. The well. F. The subterranean chamber. G. Native rock, left standing. H. Horizontal passage to Queen's chamber. I. Sabbatic or Queen's chamber. J. Grand niche in Queen's chamber. K. Ventilating tubes to Queen's chamber. L. Grand gallery. M. Ramp stones, incisions, and vertical settings along the sides of Grand Gallery's base. N. Great step at south end of Grand Gallery. O. Granite leaf in anteroom to King's chamber. P. Anteroom to King's chamber. Q. King's chamber. R. Grand coffer in King's chamber. S. Chambers of construction. T. Ventilating tubes to King's chamber. U. Supposed undiscovered chamber. V. Cartouches of the two kings, Shufu and Nemshufu, otherwise called Cheops or Suphis, and Sensuphis or Nosufis, under whose co-regency the Great Pyramid was built. W. Sections of next two pyramids, showing their interior openings. X. Al-Mamun's forced passage. Y. Time marks of the building of the pyramid. Z. Casing stones, now gone. The shading in crossed lines indicates what parts of the pyramid are red granite, the other portions, as far as known, are of limestone, of a color approaching yellowish white. By the use of a magnifier the lettering and indications on the diagram will be brought out in ample distinctness, where not sufficiently clear to the naked eye. The print is reduced photographically from a drawing of large size. Lecture first. General facts and scientific features. As wards, who long suppose all that they spend to be their guardian's liberality, not what inheritance bestows. Their thanks to others ignorantly pay for that which they at last perceive to be their own, to their rich ancestors obliged alone. So we vainly thought ourselves to Greece much bound for arts which we have found to be from higher ages brought by there as well as our forefathers taught. Gales, Court of the Gentiles. One of the ablest of England's Egyptological writers has said that Egypt is the anomaly of the Earth's present surface. The very adaptations and adjustments of the air and solar distances, by which vegetable life is sustained in other countries, here give place to another code, framed expressly for the Nile. The same may be said of it with regard to its place in history. It has always been somewhat aside from the general current of affairs, having its own unique constitution and life, and yet closely related to all civilized humanity. Through whatever path, sacred or profane, we propose to go back to the beginnings, Egypt is never entirely out of view. Closely secluded from all the rest of the world, the Japan of the ages, it still lies at the gateway of the traditions of Judea, Greece and Rome. Intermingles with all the divine administrations, and connects, in one way or another, with some of the most famous names and events in the annals of time. It is a land which has been reclaimed and created by the Nile, that high priest of streams, whose waves have cast more riches round them, as the current rolled through many climes its solitary flood, than if they surged with gold. Paragraph continues, the shoreline, around the several mouths of this mysterious river, describes a large semicircle, to which the emptying streams run out like the ribs of a spread fan, or like so many spokes of a wheel. The center of this arc is the first rocky elevation on the south, about 10 miles west of Cairo. And, strange to say, that center is artificially and indelibly marked by a massive stone structure, of almost solid cyclopean masonry, of a form found in no other country. And at once the largest and oldest building now standing on the face of the earth. This hoary monumental pile is the Great Pyramid of Gizeh, of which it is my purpose to present some account. The chart. In order to aid the mind by means of the eye, I have caused a diagram of the Great Pyramid to be prepared, which, if first carefully examined, will materially contribute to a clear understanding of what is to be said. A few explanations may be necessary, and hence are here given. The large square, marked by heavy black lines, indicates the base of the edifice, which covers about 13 acres of ground, equal to about 4 ordinary blocks of our city, including their streets. The darkened triangular mass represents the body of the pyramid, showing the slopes of the sides as they rise to a point at the summit. The lines on the outside mark the original size, as covered with polished casing stones, all of which have been quarried off by the Moslems, to build and ornament the mosques and houses of Cairo, or to be burnt for lime. About 30 feet of the original edifice has also disappeared from the top, leaving perhaps 24 feet square of level space, from which the strongest man cannot throw a stone, or shoot an arrow, far enough to fall clear of the base. Even with so much of the summit gone, it is still more than double the height of the highest steeple or tower in Philadelphia, and higher than the highest known steeple or tower in the world. The elevation shows the pyramid cut in half, from north to south, in order to give a view of the interior. As here seen, the spectator is looking from east to west. There are no known openings but those which appear in these open and unshaded spaces. The dark square toward the top, U, indicates an imaginary room which is believed to exist, but not yet discovered. The only entrance into the edifice, as left by the builders, is that low and narrow square tube, which begins high up on the north side, and runs obliquely down to an unfinished room in the solid rock. About 100 feet below the leveled surface on which the pyramid stands. The size of this entrance passage is not quite 4 feet high, and a little over 3 feet 5 inches wide. A man needs to stoop considerably to pass through it, and to take heed to his steps on account of the steep incline, originally finished as smooth as a slate, from top to bottom. The first upward passage is directly over the entrance tube, and is of the same general size and character. It follows the same direction from north to south, and conducts to a high, long and beautifully finished opening, whose floor line is continuous with the passage of ascent to it. This is the Grand Gallery, 28 feet high, each of whose sides is built of 7 courses of overlapping stones. It is covered by 36 large stones stretching across the top. It is a little over 1,882 inches long, and suddenly terminates against an end wall, which leans inward. The further opening is low and small again, leading into a sort of narrow anteroom, in which a double and heavy granite block hangs from grooves in the side walls. Then follows another low entrance leading into what is called the King's Chamber, the highest and largest known room in the edifice. In this chamber stands the only article of furniture in the pyramid, the celebrated granite coffer. Above this room are shown what are called the chambers of construction, indicating how the builders arranged to keep the weight of the superincumbent mass from crushing in the ceiling of the King's Chamber. Which ceiling consists of 9 powerful blocks of granite, stretching from one side to the other. The dark or crossed shadings about this chamber indicate the stones to be granite, all the rest of the building not so marked is of light limestone. This room is an oblong square, 412 inches long, 206 broad and 230 high. It is ventilated by 2 tubes, running from it to the outer surface. Directly under the Grand Gallery, and running in the same direction from north to south, is a horizontal passage, which starts on a level with the entrance into the Grand Gallery, and leads to what is called the Queen's Chamber. The floor of this room, if floor it may be called, measures 205 by 226 inches, and stands on the 25th course of masonry, as the King's Chamber stands on the 50th course. It has a pointed arch ceiling. Though excellently finished, this room has neither ornament nor furniture. There is a line marked evenly around its sides at the height of the passage of entrance, and a remarkable niche in its east wall, the top of which is 25 inches across and 25 inches south from the vertical center of the wall into which it is cut. This room also has 2 tubes leading from it, only recently discovered, which the builders left concealed by a thin scale over each. They are cut regularly, and approach inward through the walls to within 1 inch of the inner surface, which was left as though no such openings existed back of it. Whether these tubes extend to the outer surface has not been ascertained. Nearly 3 feet from the beginning of the Grand Gallery, on the west side, is a torn and ragged opening, in which is the gaping mouth of a strange well, running irregularly and somewhat tortuously down through the masonry and original rock, till it strikes the main entrance a short way above the subterranean chamber. Nearly half the way down it expands into a rough grotto or wide bulge in the opening, making a large irregular subterranean bowl. Below the entrance passage, and a little to the west of it, the dark and rugged opening shown represents the hole made by one of the Mohammedan caliphs, about A.D. 825, who thus cut into the pyramid in search of treasures, not knowing that there was an open passage not far above. The small black squares represented at the corners of the base indicate the peculiar sockets, cut 8 inches into the living rock, into which the foundation cornerstones were set. These are characteristics of the Great Pyramid, in which it differs from all others, and are of special value, in the present ruinous condition of the edifice, in ascertaining the exact original corners and the precise lengths of the sides. The encompassing circle, drawn to the radius of the pyramid's height, indicates the mathematical idea to which the whole building is constructed. The length of the 4 sides of the square base being the same as the circumference described by a sphere, of which the vertical height is the radius. It shows the edifice in that remarkable feature, to wit, a practical squaring of the circle. The smaller pyramids below represent the next in size and age to the Great Pyramid. They are introduced for no other purpose than to show the difference of interior between them and it. On which difference an argument is founded to prove them mere ignorant imitations of the Great Pyramid, and not at all to be classed with it in intellectuality and design. The hieroglyphics are reproductions of the cartouches of the 2 kings, Shufu and Nemshufu, who occupied the throne at the time the Great Pyramid was built. They were discovered by Colonel Howard Weiss, in 1837, roughly painted on the undressed sides of the stones in the upper chambers of construction, which were never opened until he forced a way up to them. The history. There is no known time within our historic periods when this pyramid was not famous. Herodotus, the so-called father of history, as early as 445 BC, made a personal examination of it, and devoted some most interesting paragraphs to it. It was then already considered very ancient. Traditional accounts of its erection he gathered through an interpreter from an Egyptian priest, and these he has recorded with much particularity. His own appreciation of the structure, and of the causeway over which the materials were conveyed, was that of wonder and admiration. 1. Homer does not seem to make any allusion to it, perhaps for the reason that it had no connection with mythology, or with any of his heroes. Eratosthenes, 236 BC, Diodorus Siculus, 60 BC. And Strabo and Pliny, about the beginning of our era, all wrote of it. The latter, in referring to the pyramids, also says, the authors who have written upon them are Herodotus, Euhemerus, Durius Samius, Aristagoras, Dionysius, Artemidorus, Alexander, Polyhistor, Butyrides, Autisthenes, Demetrius, Demoteles, and Apion. 2. But though the Great Pyramid has been standing in its place for 4,000 years, it is only within a very recent period that there has been any rational appreciation of it. For 3,000 years of its existence, up to the time of the medieval Caliph al-Ma'mun, no mortal man, perhaps, ever penetrated into its upper passages and main openings. Certainly, for many centuries before him, it was completely closed up, no entrance to it being known any more to any human being. This son of Harun al-Rashid of the Arabian Nights, flattered and almost worshipped as a god, was so wrought upon by the romancers and fabulists of his court that he was led to believe the Great Pyramid crowded full of precious treasures. All the dazzling riches, jewels, medicines, charms, and sciences of Sheddad ben Ad, the Mussulman's great antediluvian king of the earth, were made to glitter before the avaricious fancy of al-Ma'mun. He therefore set his hosts at work to quarry out an opening into the wonderful treasure house, full of astonishing riches indeed, but not of the sort of which he was dreaming. With the crude instruments and poor knowledge which his hordes possessed, it proved no easy task to cut through that grand masonry. Again and again the thing was pronounced impossible. But Mohammedan fanaticism and tyranny proved equal to the undertaking, not, however, without straining everything to the very utmost, and al-Ma'mun's own power to the point of revolution. The excavation was driven in full 100 feet, with everything solid up to that point. Having expended all this labor to no effect, all further effort was about to be abandoned, when a singular, perhaps providential, occurrence served to reanimate exertion. The sound of a falling stone in some open space not far beyond them was heard, which incited them to dig and bore on, till presently they broke through into the regular passageway. They struck this tube just where the first ascending passage forks off from the descending one. The stone which had fallen was one which hung in the top of the entrance passage, quite concealing the fact of another and upward way. But the newly uncovered passage they found stopped by a heavy stone portcullis, fitted into it from above as tight as a cork in the mouth of a bottle. It was impossible to remove it. It remains there still. Al-Ma'mun caused his men to dig and blast around it. But even beyond the portcullis, the whole passage was filled up with great stones from top to bottom. Removing one, the next slid down in its place. And so another and another, each of which was removed, till at length the entire upward avenue was freed from obstructions. Up went the bearded crew, shouting the name of Allah, in full confidence that the promised treasures were now within their grasp. Up, as Prof. Smith describes it, up no less than 110 feet of the steep incline, crouched hands and knees and chin together, through a passage of royally polished limestone, but only 47 inches high and 41 broad. They had painfully to crawl, with their torches burning low. Thence they emerged into the grand gallery, long and tall, 7 times as high as the passage through which they came, empty, however, and darker than night. Still the way was narrow and steep, only 6 feet wide at any point, and contracted to 3 at the floor, though too high for the power of their smoky lights to illuminate. Up and up the smooth and long ascending floor line the marauders pushed their slippery and doubtful way, till near the end of the grand gallery. Then they clambered over a 3-foot step. Then bowed their heads beneath a low doorway, bounded on all sides with awful blocks of frowning red granite, and then leaped without further hindrance into the grand chamber, the first to enter since the Great Pyramid was built. 3. A noble chamber did these maddened Moslems also find it, clean and garnished, every surface of polished red granite, and everything indicative of master builders. But the coveted gold and treasures were not there. Nothing was there but black and solemn emptiness. There stood a solitary stone chest, indeed, fashioned out of a single block, polished within and without, and sonorous as a bell, but open, lidless, and empty as the space around it. The Caliph was astounded. His courtiers muttered their anathemas over their deception into such enormous, unrequited, and fruitless labors. Nor could al-Ma'mun quiet the outbreaking indignation toward him and his courtiers, except by one of those saintly frauds in which Mohammedanism is so facile. He commanded the discontents to go dig at a spot which he indicated, where they soon came upon a sum of gold, exactly equal to the wages claimed for their work, which gold he had himself secretly deposited at the place. When it was found, he could not repress his astonishment that those mighty kings before the flood were so full of inspiration as to be able to count so truly what it would cost in Arab labor to break open their pyramid. But the great mysterious structure was now open. Henceforward any one with interest and courage enough to attempt it might enter, examine, study, and find out what he could. For centuries the Arabians went in and out betimes, when able to overcome their superstitious fears. Some of their marvelous tales of small miracles and vulgar wonders have been put on record. But apart from the mere fact of the forcible entrance by al-Ma'mun, it is agreed that scarcely a shred of their testimony is at all credible. 4. We must therefore depend on the explorations and accounts of the more observant, appreciative, and philosophic European mind for our knowledge of the Great Pyramid. In some instances, however, the case is not much improved. Sir John Mandeville, perhaps the greatest English traveller of the Middle Ages, who spent 33 years in wanderings through the East, visited Egypt and the pyramids about A.D. 1350, and has left us a theory concerning them, but confesses that he was afraid to enter them, because they were reputed to be full of serpents. 5. The earliest writer of modern times from whom we have any scientific data with regard to the Great Pyramid is Mr. John Greaves, Savilian Professor of Astronomy in the University of Oxford. At his own private expense he left London in the spring of 1637 for the special purpose of thoroughly exploring these ancient edifices, and in 1646 published his Pyramidographia, giving the results of his laborious observations and measurements, which are of particular worth in obtaining an accurate knowledge of this subject. But he was soon followed by other explorers, French, English, Dutch, Germans, and Italians. 6. Special additions were made to the stock of pyramid information by Nathaniel Davison, British consul at Algiers, 1763, who resided 3 years in Egypt, frequently visited the Great Pyramid, discovered the first of those chambers of construction above the so-called King's Chamber, drew a profile of the original casing stones, and made the first diagram of the supposed appearance of this pillar when it stood complete. 7. When Napoleon was engaged with his military operations in Egypt, 1799, the French savants who accompanied his expedition also did important service in furnishing a knowledge of the Great Pyramid. They surveyed the ground. They determined the value of the location in trigonometrical relations. They found 2 of the encastements or incisions in the rock, meant to serve as sockets for the original cornerstones of the foundation. Their observations and mostly very accurate measurements, with cuts, engravings, and descriptions of the Great Pyramid, were subsequently published, in large and elegant form. 8. Very splendid contributions to our knowledge of the subject were made by Colonel, afterwards General, Howard Vyse in his 3 large Royal Octavo volumes, containing the results of 7 months' labor, with 100 or more assistants, in exploring and measuring the pyramids, in 1837. It is he especially who, at the expense of a large fortune, laid the foundations for some of the most brilliant and important developments to be found in all the scientific world of our century. He reopened the ragged hole driven into the stupendous edifice by the semi-savages of Al-Mamun, and made some others himself, part of which were equally fruitless. He uncovered again the 2 indented sockets of the north base corners. He discovered and reopened the remarkable ventilating tubes of the king's chamber. He cut a way through the masonry above that chamber, and found 4 other openings besides the one discovered by Davison. He found in those recesses various quarry marks in red paint, proving that writing was known and practiced in the 4th Egyptian dynasty. Among these marks were the cartouches of the co-sovereign brothers who reigned at the time the Great Pyramid was built. He also found some of the original casing stones still fast in their places, as well as portions of a splendid pavement which once surrounded the edifice. In addition to these new discoveries, he fully confirmed what had been ascertained before, and served to bring this marvelous structure within the sphere of modern scientific investigation. Through him, Sir John Herschel espoused the belief that the Great Pyramid possesses a truly astronomical character, and that its narrow tubic entrance pointed to some polar star, from which the date of the building is determinable. At Weiss' instance, this astronomer made the calculation, and found the pointing to indicate the same period of time which, on other and independent data, had been concluded as the period of the Great Pyramid's building. And thus was laid the basis from which a new theory of this marvelous pillar has sprung. The modern scientific theory. Taking what had thus been produced with regard to the Great Pyramid, John Taylor, one of the firm of Taylor and Hesse, publishers of the London Magazine, and subsequently of the firm of Taylor and Wallace, publishers to the University of London, undertook to wrestle with the questions: why was this pyramid built? And who built it? Canvassing the whole problem in the light of history, religion, and science, he came to some very surprising conclusions, involving an altogether new departure in pyramid investigations, and enunciating a number of facts with regard to the mathematical features of the Great Pyramid, which once were ridiculed, but are now generally admitted as demonstrably true. In 1859 he published a small volume, in which he proposed to recover a lost leaf in the world's history, and gave his processes and the results. Without having seen the Great Pyramid, but on the basis of the facts recorded by others, he gave it as his theory and conviction that the real architects of this edifice were not Egyptians, but men of quite another faith and branch of the human family, who, by an impulse and commission from heaven, and by the special aid of the Most High, induced and superintended the erection of that mighty structure, as a memorial for long after times, to serve as a witness of inspiration, and of the truth and purposes of God, over against the falsities and corruptions of a degenerate and ever-degenerating world. In other words, he claimed to find, in the shape, arrangements, measures, and various indications of the Great Pyramid, an intellectuality in numerical knowledge of grand cosmical phenomena of earth and heavens, which neither Egypt nor any of the nations possessed, or could even understand, from 1,000 years ago, back to the origin of nations. This was a bold, striking, and far-reaching presentation, and one well worthy of the attention of the thinkers of our age, both religious and philosophical. Very few, however, paid much attention to his vigorous little book. Yet the grounds on which he proceeded and the processes employed, were so purely within the domain of science, and hence so easy of decisive refutation if not true, that scientists could hardly be fair to their profession without some investigation of the matter. Sir John Herschel was certainly much impressed with some of the results and conclusions brought out by Mr. Taylor, and also very powerfully used them in his papers on the standard of British measures, over against the falsely founded system of meters, originated by the French infidels and communists. A few years after the appearance of Mr. Taylor's book, it arrested the attention and enlisted the interest of Professor C. Piazzi Smith, of Edinburgh, Astronomer Royal for Scotland. Having investigated the subject to some extent, he presented a paper to the Royal Society of Edinburgh, in 1864, giving the results of his researches and calculations to test the truth of some of Mr. Taylor's startling presentations, and setting forth his acquiescence in many of the details, though on somewhat different grounds. These investigations and conclusions of Prof. Smith were published the same year, in his book, Our Inheritance in the Great Pyramid, a new, revised, and enlarged edition of which was published in 1874. This book, in its revised form, is perhaps the best from which to get a full impression, within a limited space, of the nature and grounds of the modern scientific theory on the subject. The better to satisfy himself. And in order to clear up some matters of uncertainty in the case, Prof. Smith, at his own expense, went to Egypt, and spent the winter and spring of 1865, devoting the time to the work of testing, by the best modern scientific appliances, what others had recorded concerning this pyramid. To facilitate his operations, he and his brave wife took up their abode in some of the tombs in the vicinity, where they lived and worked from the 1st of January to the end of April. The results of these self-denying labors were given to the public in 3 brilliant volumes, in 1867, entitled, Life and Work at the Great Pyramid, with a sequel in the year following, on the Antiquity of Intellectual Man. From the publication of these very valuable books, various discussions in learned societies and the public prints followed, new investigators entered upon the subject, and many converts to the new theory were made. A number of able papers appeared, confirming and enlarging what had previously been deduced, and fully supporting the scientifically grounded and growing belief that this venerable pillar has about it something more than a mere tomb for some rich and ambitious old pharaoh, and something infinitely more than was ever in the power of the Egyptians to originate, or even to understand. In other words, that it was designed and erected under the special guidance and direction of God, and bears a somewhat similar relation to the physical universe which the Bible bears to the spiritual. Upon first blush such a theory would seem to be the very height of fanaticism and nonsense. And so a few, in their offended conceit and prejudice, rather than from any solid scientific reasons, have regarded it. As commonly, in all such cases, the power of coarse ridicule has been brought to bear against it, but thus far no candid and thorough attempt has been made to overcome the many solid and outstanding evidences on which it rests. Goodsir, in his volume on Ethnic Inspiration, has justly said, the scientific symbolism of that world's wonder now stands nearly disclosed to view, resting on its own independent basis of proof, which is not only vouched for, but defended by advocates undeniably competent to their work, and as yet occupying inexpugnably their ground. Every attack upon it thus far has resulted in such signal failure as the more to confirm it. It is of course impossible here to go into all the particulars, processes, and scientific inductions on which this theory rests. These are given, in all their surprising force, in the able original works to which I have referred, and to which I direct all who wish to sift the matter thoroughly or inform themselves fully. Mathematicians and scientists will find enough there to call all their knowledge into play, and to occupy their inquiries and skill for as much time as they may have to give. My office is of a much simpler and easier sort. A brief resume of the principal facts, to enable those who hear me to form some fair opinion of the matter, is all that I propose, feeling that if I can succeed in this, I shall have done something of worth in making known the wonders of wisdom so long ago treasured up in the Great Pyramid of Gizeh. The various pyramids. There are numerous pyramids in Egypt. Including all sizes and forms, perhaps 36 may still be found. They belong to different ages, from BC 2170 down to BC 1800. Externally, they all are more or less of the same general form. A few are not much inferior in dimensions, materials, and outward finish to the Great Pyramid itself. But there is one, the northernmost of the line, which has ever held the preeminence, and which has always been regarded with the greatest interest. The sacred books of the Hindus speak of 3 pyramids in Egypt, and they describe this as the Golden Mountain, and the other 2 as mountains of silver and less valuable material. By a sort of intuition, all nations and tongues unite in recognizing this one as the Great Pyramid. It covers the most space. It occupies the most commanding position. It is built with most skill and perfection of workmanship. And its summit rises higher heavenward than that of any other. This greatest of the pyramids is also the oldest of them. Lepsius says, the builders of the Great Pyramid seem to assert their right to form the commencement of monumental history. To the Pyramid of Cheops, the first link of our whole monumental history is fastened immovably, not for Egyptian, but for universal history. Prof. Smith holds that, the world has no material and contemporary record of intellectual man earlier than the Great Pyramid. Beckett-Denison agrees that this is, the earliest and largest of all the pyramids. Hales in his analysis, Sharp in his History of Egypt, Bunsen in his Egypt's Place in History, and the best authors in general, make the same representations. There is no evidence on earth, known to man, that ever a true pyramid was built before the erection of the Great Pyramid of Gizeh. Here, then, is a fact to start with which utterly confounds the ordinary laws in human affairs. The arts of man left to himself, never attain perfection at once. At all times and in all countries, there is invariably a series of crude attempts and imperfect beginnings first, and thence a gradual advance from a less perfect to a more complete. Styles of architecture do not spring into existence like Minerva from the brain of Jupiter, full-grown and perfect from the start. But here all ordinary laws are reversed, and the classic dream finds reality. As with the beginning of our race, so with the pyramids, the most perfect is first and what comes after is deteriorate. The Great Pyramid comes upon the scene and maintains its grand superiority forever, without any preceding type of its class whence the idea was evolved. Renan says, it has no archaic epoch. Osborne says, it bursts upon us at once in the flower of its highest perfection. It suddenly takes its place in the world in all its matchless magnificence, without father, without mother, and as clean apart from all evolution as if it had dropped down from the unknown heavens. We can no more account for its appearance in this fashion on ordinary principles than we can account for the being of Adam without a special divine intervention. This pyramid once in existence, it is not difficult to account for all the rest. Having been taught how to build it, and with the grand model ever before them, men could easily build more. But how to get the original with its transcendent superiority to all others is the trouble. The theory of Mr. Taylor and Prof. Smith would admirably solve the riddle, but apart from that, there is no knowledge of man by which it can be solved. People may guess and suppose, but they can tell us nothing. The evidences also are, that the whole family of Egyptian pyramids, and there are no others, is made up of mere blind and bungling imitations of the Great Pyramid. They take its general form, but they every one miss its intellectuality and take on none of their own. None of them has any upper openings or chambers. And the reason is furnished in what Al-Mamun on making his forced entrance found in the Great Pyramid, to wit, the fact that its upward passageway was stopped by its builders, filled up, hidden, and then for the first time discovered. These upper openings, though the main features of the Great Pyramid's interior, were wholly unknown to the copyists, and hence were not copied. The downward passage and the subterranean chamber were known, and could be inspected. Hence these features appear in all the pyramids. It would be difficult to conceive more conclusive internal evidences of mere imitation, or of the certainty that the Great Pyramid is the real original of all pyramids. All the rest are but vulgar and unmeaning piles of stones in comparison with it. Form and proportions. A building having a square base and its four sides equally sloped inwards to a single point at the top is a pyramid. There may be other and various pyramidal forms, but they are not true pyramids. In stone architecture such a figure requires the edifice to be solid, or mainly so, and can furnish very little internal space for any practical use. It is therefore a style of building which is itself something peculiar and quite unfitted to any of the ordinary purposes for which man erects edifices. But not all pyramids have the same relative proportions or degree of slope in their sides. In this respect the Great Pyramid stands alone among all other pyramids or buildings on earth. Plato says, that God perpetually geometrizes, and this pyramid presents a clear and solid geometric figure with all its proportions conform to each other. Science has frequently alluded to a certain triplicity or triunity of nature, assuming something of the character of a law of creation, and traceable as a sort of pervading analogy of providence. Poets, those close observers and portrayers of nature, have likewise referred to it. The crust of the earth is composed of a grand triplicity of primary, secondary, and tertiary stratifications. Comte beheld the laws of mind as made up of supernatural, metaphysical, and positive stages in mental evolution. Burke thought he saw a parallel between mythology and geology, and classified the former according to the three stages of the Earth's formation. A modern chemist reduces all the properties of matter to attraction, repulsion, and vitality. And a late attempt to give a basic outline of universology comprises all things in unism, duism, and trinism. Without accepting these things as settled truths, they yet serve to show a primary something, which, to the most observant minds, bespeaks an original triplicity, putting itself forth as a rudimental law. And if the Great Pyramid was really intended to symbolize the universe, we would also expect to find in it some recognition of this triplicity or triunity. Accordingly, we do find this to be the fundamental figure of the Great Pyramid, which is at the same time the geometrical skeleton of the earth, if not also of the whole physical and spiritual universe. It was a great achievement of our science to ascertain that the earth is a revolving globe. But this sphericity is the mere clothing of a mathematical figure to which it is formed. As a revolving body, the earth has an axis of rotation, that is, it makes all its revolutions in one and the same unvarying direction, indicating a primary straight line through its center to its poles. Using this as a baseline, which it is in fact, and drawing two equal lines from the surface at the poles to the highest point of surface at the equator. The result is one of the simplest compound figures in geometry, a triangle just what we have in the outline figure of the Great Pyramid, and in each of its four faces. Examining this figure more closely, still other remarkable properties appear. Viewed as a triangle, if we square its baseline, as squared in fact in the Great Pyramid, and add together the lengths of the four sides, we have the exact equal of a circle drawn with the vertical height for a radius. In other words, we have here a figure of the framework of the earth, and that figure possessed of the proportion which is known to mathematicians as the pi proportion. Thus presenting a practical solution of that puzzling problem which has cracked so many medieval and modern brains, to wit, the quadrature of the circle. Hence John Taylor says of the builders of the Great Pyramid, that they imagined the earth to be a sphere, and as they knew that the radius of a circle must bear a certain proportion to its circumference, they built a four-sided pyramid of such a height in proportion to its base, that its perpendicular would be the radius of a sphere equal to the perimeter of the base. The other pyramids have the same general form copied after this, but these mathematical proportions and signs of high intellectuality appear nowhere but in the Great Pyramid. And when Jomard says, the pyramids have preserved to us the certain type of the size of the terrestrial globe, he utters a great truth, but what is not true in any definite measure save of the Great Pyramid. Pyramid numbers. The peculiar figure and shape of the Great Pyramid fixes a certain system of numbers. It has 5 corners, 4 equal corners at the base and 1 unique corner at the summit. Hence it has 5 sides. 4 equal triangular sides and the square underside on which it stands. Here is an emphatic count of 5s doubled into the convenient decimal. This count is so inherent and marked as to be a strong characteristic, calling for the number 5, and multiples, powers and geometrical proportions of it, as loudly as stones can be made to speak. From this also it would seem to have its name. Though different authors have sought to derive this word from the Greek, Arabic, and other sources, the evidence is rather that it came direct from the builders of the edifice, and was meant to describe it in the common language then used in the country. The nearest to that language is the Coptic. And in the ancient Coptic, pyr means division, the same as Perez in Daniel's interpretation of the handwriting on the wall, and met means 10. Chevalier Bunsen, without thought of combining them for the derivation of the word pyramid, gives these words separately and affixes to them these significations. 9 and putting them together, pyr met, we have the name given to this structure. Arid that name, in the language of the ancient Egyptians, means the division of 10. Accordingly a system of fiveness runs through the Great Pyramid and its measure references. Counting 5 times 5 courses of the masonry from the base upwards we are brought to the floor of the so-called Queen's Chamber. The measures of that chamber all answer to a standard of 5 times 5 inches. It is characterized by a deep sunken niche in one of its walls, which niche is 3 times 5 feet high, consisting of 5 strongly marked stories, the topmost 5 times 5 inches across. And its inner edge just 5 times 5 inches from the perpendicular center of the wall into which it is cut. So if we count 5 times 5 courses higher, or 10 times 5 from the base, the last brings us on the floor of the king's chamber. That chamber contains just 10 fives of cubic space and is just 10 times the size of the mysterious granite coffer which stands in it. Each of its walls is finished with 5 horizontal courses of polished granite stones. The number of these stones in all is 4 fives multiplied by 5. Above it are 5 chambers of construction, and the coffer itself has 5 solid external sides. This intense fiveness could not have been accidental, and likewise corresponds with the arrangements of God, both in nature and revelation. Note the fiveness of termination to each limb of the human body, the 5 senses, the 5 books of Moses, the twice 5 precepts of the Decalogue. But this is not all. Science now tells us that the diameter of the earth at the poles is 500 millions of units, about the length of our inches. 5 times 5 of these units or inches is the twice 10 millionth part of the Earth's axis of rotation. 10 times 10 of these units or inches counted for a day, when divided into the united lengths of the Great Pyramid's 4 sides, give the exact number of days in the true year. As near as science has been able to determine the mean density of the Earth, 5 cubic inches of it weighs just the 50 times 50th part of the coffer's contents of water at a temperature of 1/5 of the distance which the mercury rises from the freezing to the boiling point. 9 is another number very specially marked in the Great Pyramid, particularly in its sunward portions and tendencies. Its practical shaping is 9 to 10. For every 10 feet that its corners retreat diagonally inwards in the process of building they rise upward or sunward 9 feet. 10 at high noon the sun shines on all 5 of its corners and 4 of its sides, counting 9 of its most characteristic parts. The grand gallery is roofed with 4 times 9 stones, and the main chamber with exactly 9. And here again we have a nature reference which nations have expended millions to ascertain. The vertical height of the Great Pyramid multiplied by 10 to the 9th power, 109, tells the mean distance of the Sun from the Earth, that is 1,000 million times the pyramid's height, or 91,840,000 miles. The Sun distance used to be put down by astronomy at nearly 96 million miles. Later computations, at the opposition of Mars in 1862, reduced this estimate to between 91 and 93 millions. The results of the observations of the transit of Venus in 1874 have confirmed these lower figures, making the limit of uncertainty to lie between 91 and 92.5 millions. Taking the mean of the estimates as the best that modern science has been able to present, we have a very close agreement with the Great Pyramid symbolizations. And when science has once definitely settled the point, there is now every indication that the figures will agree precisely with what was not only known to the architects of this pyramid, but was by them imperishably memorialized in stone more than 4,000 years ago. All this proves not only intelligent design on the part of these builders, but an acquaintance with nature, and a genius for the expression of nature's truths in the forms and measures of a plain, simple, and enduring structure, which any less attainment than that of our greatest living astronomers and savants could not so much as understand. Size of the Great Pyramid. The opinion was given by Lepsius, and from him has been largely accepted as a law in Egyptian pyramid building, that each king, when he came to the throne, began to excavate a subterranean chamber with an inclined passage, which chamber was meant for his tomb. The first year he covered it with a few squared blocks of stone, the next added more, and so continued till he died, leaving it to his successor to finish and close the edifice. Hence the size of each pyramid would depend upon the accident of the duration of the king's life. Perhaps it was so after pyramids came to be a fashion, though some long-lived kings have only small pyramids. But it is very certain that the Great Pyramid did not grow in this way. Its whole character was calculated and determined beforehand. The drafts of its architects still exist, graven in the rocks, as Job wished that his words might be in order to last forever. There they are in the immediate vicinity of the great building, the projection of whose shape and features, without and within, they still show to every one who wishes to examine them. By them it is proven that the whole structure in its angles and mathematical proportions was contemplated and designed from the start. 11. Besides, the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid which this law would require to be finished first is just that part which never was finished at all. It is only half cut out, a mere pit without a bottom. Herodotus also gathered from the Egyptians themselves that 10 years were spent in building preparatory works, which are hardly less remarkable and elaborate than the pyramid itself, and that everything was organized on an immense scale, keeping 100,000 men continually at work, relaying them every 3 months. Furthermore, all the searchings into this pyramid have failed to reveal any signs of the patching of 1 year's work to that of another, or any arrangements for such a contingency as the possible death of the king before the work was complete. On the contrary, everything argues one continuous and forecalculated job, evenly carried through from beginning to end, just as a farmer would build his barn or a baker his oven. Hence if there is anything in Lepsius's law of pyramid building, the Great Pyramid never came under it, but received its being and dimensions from a foregoing plan of the whole, pursued from commencement to completion without interruption or any thought of it. An immense amount of careful endeavor has been expended by different men at different periods to ascertain the precise measurements of the Great Pyramid's base sides. And since the discovery of the corner sockets it would seem as if there should be no difficulty in arriving at exact data on that point. But the length to be measured is so great, and the mounds of rubbish lying between the points from which the measure is to be taken are so immense and irregular, that absolute certainty has not been reached and cannot be till some rich man, society, or government performs the work of removing the impediments and opens a clear way from corner to corner. The measurements thus far made from these sockets by scientific men give us a mean of 9,140 of our inches as the length of either of the Great Pyramid's 4 sides, that is, a fraction over 761.5 feet, or nearly 1/6 of a mile. 12. With this measure for the base of the sides, and the angle of 51 degrees 51/14 for their slope, the lines intersect in a point of perpendicular altitude 5,819 inches from the level of the pavement discovered by Colonel Weiss. But there are other ways of ascertaining the height. By the barometer, by trigonometry, and by the actual measurement of the heights of the 202 remaining courses of the masonry, the elevation to the present plateau at the top can be taken. And by 8 of the most distinguished measurers who have performed the operation, from Jomard and Cecile to Aiton and Inglis, the mean comes out 5,440 inches. Prof. Smith makes it 5,445. Each side of the present summit area is 400 inches. Adding 100 inches, the thickness of the casing stones, to each side, the square would be 600 inches on each outer line. At the angle of 51 degrees 51/14 this would give a vertical height of 382 inches, yielding 5,440 plus 382 is equal to 5,822 of our inches as the full original height of the Great Pyramid. The same estimate is confirmed on other and independent methods of computation, thus also confirming the estimate of the length of the base sides, the one process yielding within 3 inches of what is reached by the other. Within a narrow margin of uncertainty in which actual measurement always differs from absolute mathematical exactness. We may therefore take it as reasonably settled that the Great Pyramid sides are each 9,140 of our inches long, and slope upward to a point originally 5,820 of the same inches in perpendicular height above the line of the pavement below. This gives us the vastest and highest stone building ever erected by human hands. 13. Osborne says, its long shadow darkens the fields of Gizeh as the day declines, and that, when the spectator can obtain a distinct conception of its vastness no words can describe the overwhelming sense of it which rushes upon his mind. He feels oppressed and staggers beneath a load, to think that such a mountain was piled by the handiwork of man. Standard of linear measure. From these measurements of size result the end proportion which is now admitted to be practically exhibited in this pyramid, whether there by accident or by intention. The width is pi/2 or 11/7 of the height, and each face is almost exactly the square of the height. From such high science we are also led to expect the record of some definite standard of measure, which every one would naturally wish to learn of from such wonderful architects and geometricians. Standards of measure are also just now a subject of special interest. There has come a singular disturbance and doubt on the part of legislators and savants as to what ought to be the ultimate reference or basis for all measures of length. The nations are inquiring, and nobody seems to know on what to rest. The French meters are unfortunately being urged by many as the most scientific known. Nearly 100 years ago the French people, in their first revolution, made an attempt to abolish alike the Christian religion and the hereditary weights and measures of all nations. Seeking to supplant the former by a worship of philosophy and liberty, and the latter by a new scheme of meters. For their unit and standard of length they took the quadrant of the earth's surface at the particular meridian of Paris, divided it into 10 million parts and so obtained the meter of 39.371 inches now so highly eulogized. To say nothing of the origin and motive of such a standard, the science that is claimed for it is of no high character. It has the misfortune of taking a curved line drawn on the earth's surface, and that at a particular meridian no more fitting than any other, instead of some straight line invariable for all the earth. Besides, in estimating for the earth's elliptic meridian at Paris these atheistic savants, as now proven, miscalculated to the extent of 1 part in every 5,300 too little. And so on their own basis their lauded unit of length is not scientifically true. Sir John Herschel rightfully pronounces it the newest and worst measure in the world, and Beckett-Denison justly regards it as an inconvenient, inaccurate, and unstridable measure. What men need is a universal standard afforded by nature, and serving alike for all mankind. For such a standard M. Cowlett, in 1795, in his book on logarithms, suggested the axis of the earth, the even 10 millionth to be taken as the standard with which to compare all distances and lengths. It was a grand thought, far in advance of all modern science on the subject. The axis of the earth has every philosophic and aesthetic reason in its favor as the great terrestrial reference for all our linear measurements. It is a straight line, the only unvarying straight line which terrestrial nature affords, and the same for all localities and all time. It is the base line to which the earth itself is framed. And as remarked by Sir John Herschel, so long as the human mind continues human and retains a power of geometry, such a line will be held of far superior importance to any part or degree of a circumference. And if any axis is to be chosen on which to found a scientific unit, the nature of things gives an absolute and indefeasible preference to the polar axis. Now this is precisely the standard of reference for linear measure which the Great Pyramid places before us. The polar diameter of the earth, according to the best science, is 500,500,000 of our inches, within so small a limit of possible error as to make but little difference in so multitudinous a subdivision. The British Ordnance Survey gives the results of 2 methods of computation, one of which makes it 500,428,296, and the other 500,522,904 of our inches, the former being considered as having the preponderance in weight. The mean of the two would therefore be close about 500,500,000 of our inches, and this is what Beckett-Denison in his astronomy gives as the result of the most reliable modern calculations. Taking the even 500 millionth part of this, we would have 1.001 of our inches. Suppose, then, that we free this even division of the Earth's polar diameter from all fractions, and call the 500 millionth part of that axis 1 inch. We would thus have a low and convenient unit of length, about half a fine hair's breadth longer than our present inch. So complete and even a deduction from the polar axis of the whole Earth would certainly be the grandest, the most rational, and the most natural standard of length to be found in or on our globe. 25 of these inches, that is, 25. 0.25 of our inches, would then serve for a cubit or longer standard, evenly deduced, which, multiplied by 107, would tell the exact distance from the center of the Earth to either pole. It would be the 10 millionth part of the semi-axis of the globe we inhabit. And what is more, it would be the exact sacred cubit which God himself gave to his people of old, and by which he directed all the sacred constructions and their appurtenances to be formed. 14. And these sublime earth-commensurating standards of length are precisely the ones set forth in the Great Pyramid. Whether the practical working measure was in general the Egypto-Babylonian cubit of about 20 to 21 of our inches or any other makes no difference. The evidences are clear that a cubit of 25 of our inches, or one within a very slight fraction of that length, and an inch which is the 500 millionth part of the Earth's polar diameter, were in the minds of the architects, and meant by them to be most significantly emphasized. It is a noble and fitting thought that as the existence of an axis of rotation in the Earth makes the days, the grand standard of length founded on that axis should count them. And so it is in the Great Pyramid. This nature-derived cubit is contained in each side of this edifice just as many times as there are days in a year. This simple fact is of itself an invincible demonstration that these builders had such a length in mind as their greatest and most sacred standard and enumerator of linear measure. But it is also specially singled out and recorded elsewhere in the edifice. It is the top width of the grand niche in the Queen's chamber, and the distance between the highest inner edge of that niche and the vertical center of the chamber. It is thus set before the eye as if to teach all to note its existence and to search for its hidden use and meaning in the symbolizations. As to the inch or the 1/25th of this measure, being an integer of the grand day counter, it, too, is indicated in the right place and in the right way. It is contained separately and independently in the entire perimeter of the Grand Pyramid's base, just 100 times for each day of the year. As the low unit of count in measure, it is also the representative of a year in the reckoning of the passage floor lines as charts of history, as also in the diagonals of the pyramid's base taken as a measure of the precessional cycle. It is likewise specially exhibited in connection with the cubit in the singular boss of the suspended granite leaf in the anteroom to the king's chamber. 15 Besides, when multiplied by 107 plus 4 it serves to tell in round decimals the distance through space which the Earth travels in each complete revolution on its axis, that is 100 billion inches. A standard of length measure is thus exhibited which fits with grand evenness to nature in her great facts, but no less beautifully with what is common and homely. We used to be taught that the inch is made up of so many barleycorns. That reference, I believe, has been expunged from our arithmetic tables, because our mathematicians have lost the knowledge and meaning of our hereditary unit of length. But such is the fact, which any one can test for himself, that if we start with the average length of the grains from which man gets his bread, or with the average breadth of a man's thumb, length of arm, or reach of step in easy walking, everything comes out closely even with these earth-commensurate and divinely approved standards of length, and with these alone. Weight and capacity measure. And as these great old architects measured the earth, so they also weighed it. As nearly as can be computed, their pyramid is the even 1,000 billionth part of the weight of this whole earth ball of land and sea. The gravity of the entire mass of what they built needs only to be multiplied by 105 by 3 to indicate the sum of the gravity of the entire mass of the globe we inhabit. There has been much effort expended by modern science to find out the mean density or specific gravity of the Earth, without exactly settling the problem. The best experiments make it between 5.316 and 565 times the weight of water at the medium temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The Great Pyramid makes it 5.70, which is almost exactly the mean of the best 5 experiments ever made. 16. A further memorial of the same is furnished in the coffer of the king's chamber, in whose structure the same proportions of the pyramid itself reappear in another form. The internal capacity of that coffer by the nicest possible computations is 71,250 cubic pyramid or earth-commensurate inches. The only intelligible reason for that particular capacity is to be found in the combination of a capacity and weight measure standard, having reference to the size and gravity of the Earth, with that gravity computed at 5.7. Even the long unobserved little irregularities of that coffer come in as a necessary modifying element to meet precisely the Earth reference formula. On the pyramid system of fives, 503 Earth commensurate inches multiplied by the Earth's specific gravity and divided by 10, represent with close exactness the coffer's interior space. To the reality of these Earth references at the valuations given, this coffer comes in as a seal, and at the same time furnishes a grand standard of united weight and capacity measure. At the rate of 5.7 for the mean density of the Earth, the coffer's contents of water at 68 degrees Fahrenheit would be equal to 12,500 cubic inches of the body of the Earth. Dividing this into 2,500 equal parts for a small fraction in the dominant pyramid number, we have an even result equal to 5 cubic inches of the Earth's mean density, which would be the pyramid or Earth commensurate pound. Which is, within a small fraction, the same as our common avoirdupois pound, equal in weight to a pint, 5 by 5. 7 cubic inches of water at a temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The coffer and the Ark of the Covenant. The only article of furniture in all the Great Pyramid is this coffer in the king's chamber. Al-Ma'mun found it a lidless, empty box, cut from a solid block of red granite, and polished within and without. In shape it is an oblong rectangular trough, without inscription or ornament, and of such size that it could not possibly have been taken in or out of its place since the pyramid was built. Its proportions are all geometrical. Its sides and bottom are cubically identical with its internal space. The length of its two sides to its height is as a circle to its diameter. Its exterior volume is just twice the dimensions of its bottom, and its whole measure is just the 50th part of the size of the chamber in which it stands. Its internal space is just 4 times the measure of an English quarter of wheat. By its contents measure it also confirms Sir Isaac Newton's determination of the length of the sacred cubit of 25 Earth commensurate inches. The Holy Ark of the Tabernacle and the Temple, according to the Scriptures, was 2.5 cubits long, and 1.5 broad and high. This must be outside measure, as the records speak of height and not of depth. With 25 Earth commensurate inches to a cubit, and allowing 1/8 of these inches for the thickness of the boards, its internal space would be 71,282 of the same cubic inches. Or within 32 of the number of such cubic inches in the capacity measure of the pyramid coffer. Or allowing 1.75 inches for the thickness of the sides and ends and 2 inches for the bottom, the inner cubical contents would be 71,213 inches, or within 37 of the coffer. The mean of these two estimates, which must include all reasonable suppositions for the carpentry of the ark, would be 71,248 cubic inches. Which is within 2 inches of the best computation of the internal dimensions of the pyramid coffer. That they should be thus alike in internal measure, the dimensions of the one having been specially laid down by God Himself, is very remarkable. And that the two should thus mutually sustain each other in the recognition of one and the same Earth commensurate cubit, is both striking and significant. Nay, using this same Earth commensurate cubit as identical with the sacred cubit, the further result appears that the Jewish laver and the Ark of the Tabernacle were the same in capacity measure with the pyramid's coffer. And that Solomon's molten sea was just 50 times the capacity of either of these and exactly equal in interior cubic space with the king's chamber itself. Temperature. As the Great Pyramid stands on the line which equally divides the surface of the northern hemisphere, there is at once a close approach of its climate to the mean temperature of all the Earth's surface. At least of every habitable land and navigable sea. According to the French savants, by observations both in and outside of the Great Pyramid, that temperature is about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. A permanent and unvarying record of this temperature is maintained in the pyramid's granite chamber, which is so buried in masonry as not to be affected by external changes. And furnished with a system of ventilating tubes to keep everything exactly normal within. This degree of temperature is exactly 1/5 of the distance which mercury rises in the tube between the freezing and boiling points of water, and furnishes the basis for a complete nature-adjusted pyramid system of thermal measure. Dividing this 1/5 by the standard of 50, the room in which the index of temperature is arranged being the chamber of 50. We have the even 250 for the degrees between the two notable points of nature marked by the freezing and boiling of common water. Multiplying this by 4, say the pyramid's 4 sides, we are brought to another great natural heat mark, namely, that at which heat begins to give forth light, and iron, the commonest of metals, becomes red. Then multiplying again by 5, say by the number of the pyramid's 5 corners, the result comes out evenly at another grand nature-marked point of thermal measure, namely, that at which heat shows whiteness, and platinum, the densest and most refractory of metals, melts. A metrological monument. Thus the Great Pyramid proves itself abundantly competent to determine on a natural and most scientific basis all measures of length, weight, capacity, and heat. Even the degrees in the circle if arranged on the pyramid numbers, say 1000 degrees instead of the fractional Babylonian 360, some think, would be vastly more natural and easy than it is. This would divide the quadrant into the convenient 250 with even tenths for minutes and seconds, whilst it would at the same time harmoniously commensurate with navigation and itinerary measures of knots and miles, into which it is now so troublesome to translate from the indications of the sextant. There would seem, therefore, to be nothing wanting in this mighty monument of hoar antiquity for the formation of a metrical system the most universal in its scope, the most scientifically founded in its standards, the most happily interrelated, and the most easy in its common use that ever was presented to the contemplation of man or that can be employed for our earth purposes. And it is devoutly to be wished, if the present agitation of the human mind with regard to standards and systems of measure is to result in any changes for the nations, that they should be in the lisle of what Providence has thus set before mankind. Great Britain, the United States, the German Empire, the Scandinavian kingdoms, and other principalities and countries, have this system already almost exact in some departments, descended to them they know not from whence. And the correction of what is faulty would be attended with infinitely less discomfort than the introduction of French meters, conceived in rebellion against the common faith and order of the Christian world. We would then have the high consciousness of possessing a system of metrology the most ancient and the most self-consistent in the world, and one in most profound accord with nature as God made it, if not communicated by the great God of nature by direct inspiration from his eternal wisdom. 17. The Pyramid's astronomy. Nor are we any less impressed with the singular wonderfulness of this ancient pillar, when we come to look more directly at its astronomy. Figuring the framework of the earth as a triangle formed from a line of diameter, and referring to an axis for a basis for this triangle as well as a grand standard of measure, and that triangle being greater in vertical height by duplication than would equal the width of its base. The earth is necessarily contemplated as a spheroid, a globe thicker at the equator than at the poles, just as all correct astronomy now represents it. Modern science ascribes the discovery of this sphericity of the earth to Thales, 600 years before Christ, but here it is more perfectly represented than Thales ever knew, more than 1500 years before Thales was born. A fixed axis would also seem to imply the idea of rotatory motion. And the making of the sides of the pyramid to record an even fraction of the Earth's axis of rotation just as many times as there are days in the year, proves that these builders had an idea of both motions of the Earth, and a knowledge of the number of times it revolves on its own axis in making its annual revolution around the Sun. This latter motion they also further symbolized by the inches or fractions of 25 in their great standard of length, just 100 of which to a day, for the number of days in the year, are contained in the perimeter of the pyramid's base. If anyone within historic times prior to Copernicus and Galileo really understood this feature of our globe, it certainly was not well known nor much believed till after these men had lived. And yet, here it is distinctly and truly symbolized more than 3,500 years before their time. These ancient architects also knew where to find the poles of the earth, since they were able to determine latitude and what degree of latitude marks the halfway of the world's surface between the equator and the poles. This they proved to us by having built their pyramid on that line of latitude, namely, on the 30th north. It is, in fact, a slight fraction south of that line as now estimated, but obviously intended to indicate that degree. Since they built as closely to the northern brink of the hill as it was possible to go and yet secure a permanent foundation for their work. Nor is it much further from that line than the ranges of probable error in the best scientific calculations. By three distinct processes, by differences of zenith distance, by absolute zenith distances, and by transits in prime vertical, lately made to determine precisely the latitude of Agamenticus station in Maine, each differed from the others, and the determination could not be made any nearer than somewhere within the 1/4 of 100 parts of a second. This was close enough for all practical purposes, but shows that the best science cannot be precisely exact on the subject. And yet, here we have a determination made more than 4,000 years ago, in fact almost within the limit of error of the best scientific possibilities. And with the plain intimation of a better knowledge which had to be sacrificed to the requirements for a fitting basis to a building intended to last to the end of time. These men have thus left us the memorial of a remarkable geodesy, which is further exhibited in the fact that they not only put their pillar in the very center of Egypt, but on the pivotal balance point of the entire land distribution over the face of the whole earth. A glance at any universal map makes this apparent, whilst we look in vain for another point on all the globe which so naturally and evenly marks the center of equation for all inhabited land surface. There is here a measurement or consciousness of the extent and proportional relations and distribution of the Earth's continents and islands, such as modern science has not yet furnished or even attempted to give. There is perhaps no much better test of a sound, practical astronomy, than to be able to determine truly the 4 cardinal points. A very simple and easy thing most persons would think it, but not so easy when brought to the test. The compass alone never can be depended on, except in a general way. The attempts of men to orient truly, even with the aid of science, have shown constant inaccuracy. It used to be thought a great matter to have churches and cathedrals built exactly east and west, but of all so intended scarcely one has been found that does not incline either to the north or the south of the line meant to be followed. It is the same even with buildings erected specially for astronomical purpose. Tycho Brahe's celebrated Uraniborg Observatory is faulty in orientation to 5 minutes of a degree. The Greeks in the height of their glory could not find the cardinal points astronomically within 8 degrees. But the builders of the Great Pyramid, out in the Libyan desert, with no guide or landmark but the naked stars, were able to orient their structure so exactly that the science of the wisest Athenian sages, 1800 years afterwards, was 70 times, and the observatory of Uraniborg nearly 4 times, further out of the way than it is. One of the most curious and important problems of astronomy is the sun distance, at which men have labored so long and so earnestly without being able to solve it closer than within a limit of error embracing 1.5 million of miles. That distance, however, is emphatically and definitely pronounced in the Great Pyramid, by its 10 and 9 of practical erection, as the even 109 times its own height, which is about the mean between the highest and lowest figures which the most recent observations have set down as the best results science has reached on this point. The pyramid's chronology. Time reckonings belong to the same subject. Things can have no place or being without time. And as measures of time are mere notations of motions in the clockwork of the universe, chronology and astronomy necessarily go together. And as the Great Pyramid memorializes the one, the other must also be embraced. Memorializing the revolutions of the earth on its own axis and around the sun, it thus at the same time fixes its notation of days and the year. But there is another observable movement going on in the universe of a much grander and wider range, and of special importance with regard to chronology. It forms a sacred clock, whose face is the sky, and from which we may read backwards or forwards for thousands on thousands of years without the possibility of confusion, the same as we read the hours and minutes on a timepiece. It is what astronomers call the precession of the equinoxes. There is a twofold year, one called the sidereal year, or year of the stars, and the other the year of the sun or seasons, the equinoctial year. The former is a fraction longer than the latter. That is to say, the equinoxes in our ordinary practical year come a little earlier every time than the sidereal time. This precedence in the equinoctial presentations amounts to about 50 seconds each year, and is hence called the precession of the equinoxes. It is really a retardation in the time of the rising and setting of the stars, by which they come about 50 seconds later every year. It was Hipparchus, about 150 years before Christ, who first noted this within historic times. And since his day the rising and setting of the stars, as compared with the equinoctial or common year, has fallen back about 30 degrees from what their time then was. At this rate of retardation it takes about 9.5 millions of our days or about 25,868 of our years for this rising and setting to come back again to the exact point at which we begin the calculation. We thus have a great astronomical cycle, less than a fourth of which has passed since man was placed upon the earth. It furnishes a singularly valuable means of noting and determining remote dates. Knowing the relative places of the stars which most plainly mark this cycle, we can tell exactly how they stood in any year or date since time began. And knowing how they stood at the time of any given event, we can thus calculate the precise year almost to the day and hour in which that event took place. Now if the Great Pyramid was meant to give us a symbolization of the physical universe, this grand year could not be overlooked, though science has been so long in finding it out. Nor has it been overlooked. It is all here plainly enough to be traced, just at the place and in the forms which we might expect. It is the greatest of nature's time cycles, and its years would naturally be signified in the pyramid's lowest units of measure in the longest lines within the circle of its perimeter on which we read the days and years. The two diagonals of the Great Pyramid's base, taken together, measure just as many inches as this cycle has years. 18. It has only been since the times of Tycho Brahe that astronomers began to have any assurance in determining the length of this period. The latest and closest calculations by Bessel make it 25,868 years, which is the sum of inches in the diagonal measures of this pyramid's base. More accurately given than it was known when Newton and Hutton wrote. It has been thought to weaken the idea of intention on the part of the architects thus to symbolize this cycle, since the measure of the diagonals is necessarily resultant from the lengths of the sides. But this interdependence of the diagonals and square in the pyramid's count of days, years, and the grand cycle of years, only proves that God has so constituted the motions of the heavenly bodies that a correct symbolization of one true count of nature involves the other, and that the mind which governed in the framing of the symbol was conscious of the fact. It is by means of this cycle, in connection with its star pointings, that the Great Pyramid also tells the date of its erection. Sir John Herschel in 1839, assuming that its long, narrow, polished tubular entrance passage was meant to be leveled at a polar star, began to calculate back with what data he had to find the time when such a star was looking down that tube from the northern heavens. Nor did he fail to find one answering the conditions near about the time assigned by other methods as the probable date at which the Great Pyramid was built. Closer determinations of the exact pointings of the grand tube, along with other data, enabled other astronomers to repeat the calculation with more determinate results, fixing upon the year 2170 before Christ. As that in which this tube pointed to Alpha Draconis, the then pole star, at its lower culmination, at the same time that the Pleiades, particularly Alcyone, the center of the group, were on the same meridian above. And as this was a mark in the heavens which could not occur again for more than 25,000 years from that time, and was itself very extraordinary, it has been accepted as meant to be the sign of the date of the building of the Great Pyramid. But what is thus astronomically made out is surprisingly corroborated in another way. These low tubular passageways prove themselves to be time charts also. They symbolize scrolls of human history as well as point out stars, and the notations in the one answer exactly to the other. The inch as a unit for a year also appears in these avenues. The entrance tube begins a record with the dispersion after the flood, and dates from the formation of nations. The history is a downward one under a dragon star toward a bottomless pit. Following this decline for about 1,000 inches, which denote years, we reach the first upward passage. At that date the children of Israel, by special interposition of God, began their national economy in history. Following this ascending passage 1542 inches, the number of years from the exodus of Israel to the birth of Christ, the last inch brings us to the beginning of the Grand Gallery, which sublimely symbolizes our Christian dispensation. Counting back, then, from the beginning of this gallery, that is, from the birth of Christ, 1,542 inches to the entrance passage, and then up the entrance passage 628 inches more, 1542 plus 628 making 2,170. The astronomical date of the pyramid's building, at the precise point we find a distinct and beautifully cut line ruled into the stone sides of the passage from top to bottom, put there by the builders of the edifice. 19. And that these lines were meant to mark the time of the Great Pyramid's erection, the indication is distinctly given. The joinings of the stones of which the sides of this passage are built are all at right angles with its incline, except in 2 instances. The exceptions are the first 2 joints preceding these lines. These, instead of being at right angles with the passage, are vertical, a figure of speech in stone plainly indicative of lifting up or building. And immediately after this signifying of the process of erection, comes these thin, fine, and beautiful lines, just 2,170 inches from the beginning of the Grand Gallery, which, as the beginning of our dispensation would be the time of Christ's birth. Thus, then, by a double method, each equally verifiable and distinct, and the one answering exactly to the other. The Great Pyramid tells its own age in time marks as unmistakable as they are true to the mysteries of the sky and to the succession of events and dispensations on the earth. And in the same way this remarkable pillar seems also to indicate the true date of the flood. If we count back from the date of its erection 630 years, and inquire into the star markings with regard to the precessional cycle at that period, we find the same pole star Alpha Draconis looking down that same entrance passage as at the time of the building, but then Aquarius, the waterman, instead of the Pleiades is on the meridian above. The line crossing the very mouth of the vessel whence the mighty stream is issuing. This could hardly have been without the knowledge of the designer of this edifice, and presents a very grand and remarkable time mark. Can any one fail to have suggested to him what it indicates? All nations have preserved the tradition of it. The scriptures refer to it again and again in the Old Testament and in the New. And the names and pictures of the constellations, as they still stand in our almanacs, unalterably point back to it. It is the great deluge of Noah's time, which the Great Pyramid thus locates chronologically at a point within a few years of the mean of the dates given for that event in the 2 different versions of the scriptures, the Hebrew and the Septuagint. To wit, 2,800 years before Christ, and 630 years before the building of the pyramid itself. Septenaries and Sabbaths. But time reckonings demand some special system of smaller fractions which cannot be made by mere decades, tens, or hundreds. The year and the day are such distinct and emphatic units of nature that man is compelled to observe them in his notations, and they will not subdivide or multiply into each other by even decimals. The French savants tried it, but utterly failed, and after all their efforts were compelled to fall back upon the old week of 7 days, which God himself ordained from the beginning of the world as the easiest and most practical system of ordinary time commensuration. We would therefore expect the Great Pyramid as a great symbol of nature to have some reference to this also. And in spite of its intense fiveness, it does not fail to present this easier and sacredly approved division of days into weeks of 7s. Having made so grand a reference to the Pleiades, or the 7 stars, the elemental grouping of 7s at once comes in. Hence, the Grand Gallery is 7 times the average height of the other passages, and its sides are built of 7 overlapping stone courses on either side. So the passage which leads under it to the so-called Queen's Chamber has a section distinctly though differently marked off at its ends, either of which is the 1/7 of that passage's entire length. A septenary system is thus recognized and indicated. But it is not simply septenary, but likewise sabbatic, at least as respects the Queen's Chamber and the way to it. There is a 7th marked off from the 6th, and specially emphasized. The last 7th of the horizontal way to that chamber is deeply indented in the floor, so as to make the passage there about 1/3 higher than anywhere else. This alone would be decisive. But the chamber thus approached through a sabbatic avenue is itself the culmination of a sabbatic system. By reason of its peaked and two-sided ceiling it is a seven-sided room. And the amount of cubic space thus divided off above the square at the top is the high seventh of the cubic space contained above the distinctly marked base line which runs around the room at the height of the passage conducting into it. It is thus a completed Sabbatism founded on a Sabbatism in the way by which it is approached. We thus have all the features of the Hebrew sabbatic system emphatically pronounced and most remarkably built into the rocky structure of this pyramid more than 600 years before Moses and the giving of the law. A system of which the Gentiles as such knew little or nothing, though practically observed by the Creator himself in the great week in which the world was made. And by this intense Sabbatism we are doubtless to identify this part of the pyramid with the Jew, the same as we identify the Grand Gallery with the Christian dispensation. The center of the universe. But there is a yet grander thought embodied in this wonderful structure. Of its 5 points, there is one of special preeminence, in which all its sides and upward exterior lines terminate. It is the summit corner, which lifts its solemn index finger to the sun at midday, and by its distance from the base tells the mean distance of that sun from the earth. And if we go back to the date which the pyramid gives itself, and look for what that finger pointed to at midnight, we find a far sublimer indication. Science has at last discovered that the sun is not a dead center, with planets and comets wheeling about it but itself stationary. It is now ascertained that the sun also is in motion, carrying with it its splendid retinue of comets, planets, its satellites and theirs, around some other and vastly mightier center. Astronomers are not yet fully agreed as to what or where that center is. Some, however, believe that they have found the direction of it to be the Pleiades, and particularly Alcyone, the central one of the renowned Pleiadic stars. To the distinguished German astronomer, Professor J. H. Maedler, belongs the honor of having made this discovery. Alcyone, then, as far as science has been able to perceive, would seem to be the midnight throne, in which the whole system of gravitation has its central seat, and from which the Almighty governs his universe. And here is the wonderful corresponding fact, that at the date of the Great Pyramid's completion, at midnight of the autumnal equinox, and hence the true beginning of the year as still preserved in the traditions of many nations, the Pleiades were distributed over the meridian of this pyramid, with Alcyone, Eta Tauri, precisely on the line. Here, then, is a pointing of the highest and sublimest character that mere human science has ever been able so much as to hint, and which would seem to breathe an unsuspected and mighty meaning into that speech of God to Job when he demanded, "Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades? Whence this wisdom? Could all these things have been mere coincidences? Is it possible that they just happened so out of blind chance? Then what is the reason that nothing of the sort has happened in the scores of other Egyptian pyramids? And if they were really designed by the builders, whence then came this surprising intelligence, unsurpassed and uncontradictable by the best scientific attainments of modern man? Shall we credit it all to old Egypt? We find it memorialized in Egypt, but could it have been of Egypt? Not far can we go in such an inquiry till we find the way impassably choked up against any such conclusion. The old Egyptians never were a highly scientific people. Bunsen says, their astronomy was strictly provincial, calculated only for the meridian of Egypt, and that the signs of the zodiac were wholly unknown to them till the reign of Trajan. Brugsch says, it was based on empiricism, and not on that mathematical science which calculates the movements of the stars. Strabo admits that the Egyptians of his day were destitute of scientific astronomical knowledge. Renan asserts, and Edward Everett had said before him, that not a reformer, not a great poet, not a great artist, not a savant, not a philosopher, is to be met with in all their history. Never, therefore, was it in their power to understand, much less originate and enunciate, the sublime science found in the Great Pyramid. The other pyramids were of Egypt, but they are totally wanting in all these elements of intellectuality. We look in vain for any traces that the old Egyptians ever understood the mathematical pi, much less construct so original a symbol of it. There is no proof that they ever had any appreciation of the pyramid system of numbers, or knew anything of the sun's distance or the earth's form or weight. There is no sign that they ever used the pyramid inch, or the cubit of 25 inches, or any measure founded on intelligent earth commensuration. There is nothing to show that they comprehended the precessional cycle, or ever made use of it. They computed by the short and confusing Sothic cycle of 1,461 years, and mistook even that, making it a day in every 4 years shorter than it really is. Their governing star was not Alcyone, the happy star of celestial tranquility and peace, but Sirius, the fiery dog star, whose rising and setting with the sun marks the dog days, the most pestilential days of all the year. It is a bright and flaring star, indeed, but of ill omen to the northern and more classic peoples, a star of which Homer sung as one whose burning breath taints the red air with fevers, plagues, and death. A star fittingly auspicious of the beast worship of the people who regulated their grand cycle by it. Anna, when we further consider how perfectly clear and pure the Great Pyramid is from all marks or traces of old Egypt's superabounding idolatry, which changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things, defiling every object with this base harlotry of the human soul. It becomes utterly impossible to believe that this grand pillar, with its still grander scientific embodiments, could ever have sprung from Egypt, though all the wisdom of the Egyptians had been concentrated to produce it. Many pyramids did Egypt build before the costly fashion went out of vogue, but even with the great original before them, there was not genius and observation enough in all the land to make so much as a correct copy of it. Of all the enormous mounds of brick or stone which Egypt itself set up, there is not one to tell of aught but vaulting ambition and blundering imitation. From the least unto the greatest there is neither science nor sense in any of them. How then could Egypt have originated this great science-laden forerunner of them all? Whence then came this wisdom? Some direct us to Babylon as the fountainhead of science and astronomy. And the Chaldeans were, indeed, great builders and astrologers. They worshipped the heavenly bodies. Among them, if among any of the nations, may we best hope to find the primal treasure house of the knowledge we have been deciphering, if it be at all of earth. To the planet temple of Nebo, at Borsippa, are we above all directed as the best memorial they have left us. But the Borsippa temple comes 1700 years after the Great Pyramid, and yet sinks into insignificance beside it. Its orientation has been specially lauded as strikingly scientific for that remote age, and yet its builders missed it by 6 degrees. And so lopsided was that construction according to the best reproductions of its plan, its surface so broken with corners of terraces, paneled walls, priests' dwellings, and flights of steps, that its warmest admirers do not pretend to find anything scientific in its form or shape. It was dedicated to the planets, and proposed to enumerate them in its diverse-colored stages, and yet it knew nothing of Uranus, Neptune, or the planetoids, and counted in the Earth's moon as one. With such an astronomy the Great Pyramid could not possibly have been made what it is. There is, indeed, a system of Babylonian meters which has penetrated more or less into all civilized countries, principally through Alexander and the Greeks. But it was a system of 6s and 7s, and not of 5s and 10s. Its cubit was between 20 and 21 inches, and not the 25 of the earth-commensurate cubit of the Great Pyramid and the sacred cubit of the Hebrews. And no more in Babylon's metrology than in Babylon's planet temple is there any real science worthy of the name. There is measure, but it is meaningless. There is grand building, but it is only fanciful piling up of bricks and stories which tells of nothing but the pride and idolatry of the builders and their blundering in the plain things of our planetary economy, beyond which there is nothing. Never from such a source could the Great Pyramid have come. Whence, then, came this wisdom? Step by step we are being driven to the border line of the territory of miracle and inspiration. Nor do I know how we can honestly help ourselves against crossing it for an explanation. Prof. Proctor has recently undertaken to solve the whole matter on very easy human grounds, but the flippancy with which he disposes of some of the problems, while taking no account whatever of others, shows that, astronomer as he is, He has not fully taken in the case. The whole thing hears the impress of an intelligence so high, a wisdom so unaccountable, and a beneficence so genial toward the wants of man, that no one yet has even begun to show how it can be less than supernatural. And yet our presentations have followed but one line of inquiry, while there are others of still more striking character and importance. I have kept myself thus far to the department of science alone. But there remain sundry other fields full of wonder, on which I have not time now to touch. 600 years had this pyramid been built before Moses began to write the Pentateuch. And what if passages should be found scattered through the scriptures which will not intelligibly interpret without it? What if all the great doctrines of revelation, and all the great characteristics of the ages, and all the mightiest facts in human history and God's administrations, should be found embedded in its rocky symbolisms? What if we should find it prophesied of as a grand memorial of Jehovah, meant to be uncovered and read in these last evil times? In confutation of the degrading philosophies and vain conceits which men untaught of God would have us accept in place of the word of revelation? What if we should hear from out its dark and long, hidden chambers and avenues just where we are in the great calendar of time, what scenes are next to be expected in the affairs of our world and what unexampled changes presently await us? What if it should turn out to be a clear and manifest prophecy of man's constant native deterioration, of his redemption by miracle, and of his destiny forever, all written out beforehand in the grandeur of immortal stone? What if it should prove itself an earlier and independent duplicate of God's volume of inspiration? What majesty and consequence would it then assume in the eyes of all right-thinking men? To what a crushing test would our modern scientists then be brought with their theories of creation without a God and their doctrines of salvation without a Savior? Nor is it an extravagant anticipation to expect even thus much from this wonderful pillar. Once admit, as I believe it will yet have to be admitted, that superhuman intelligence is in it, and there is then every reason to count on finding the whole story. God never deals in fragments without making them symbols of the whole. And I shall be much mistaken if it does not turn out, without forcing of facts or dealing in fancies, that in these rocks and their emplacements are treasured up from hoar antiquity the whole plan of God in grace and miracle as well as in the universe of nature. Some other opportunity may be afforded for us to enter and survey this field and thus penetrate further into this glorious mountain of glorious thoughts. Meanwhile, the mighty structure stands immortal in its greatness, lifting its brow the nearest to heaven of all earthly works, and asserting in every feature something more than human. With all of man's workmanship that went before it in utter ruin, it stands only the more readable from the damages of time, the grand and indestructible monument of the true primeval man. Upon its pedestal of rock, battered by the buffetings of 40 centuries, it stands, upspringing like a tongue of fire kindled of God to light the course of time down to its final goal and consummation. Lecture 2nd. Modern Discoveries and Biblical Connections. Old Time, himself so old, is like a child, and can't remember when these blocks were piled, or caverns scooped. But, with amazed eye, he seems to pause, like other standers-by, half thinking how the wonders here made known were born in ages older than his own. It was lately my privilege to present some account of the Great Pyramid, and of that wonderful scientific knowledge embodied in it which has induced the belief that a higher wisdom than man's was concerned in its erection. I now resume the subject to present still other facts tending to the same conclusion. A learned and able historical critic and lecturer recently stated to his audience in this city that what is thus claimed for the Great Pyramid may be true, and likely is true. And if such is the probability or even the possibility, the matter is not only worthy of our examination, but it would seem to be our duty to test it in every possible field of inquiry. The theory is somewhat startling, and altogether so new and wonderful that some will doubtless be disposed to shrink from it as nothing but an extravagant fancy. It ought, however, to modify such a feeling when we remember that we live in an age of wonders, an age which answers well to the ancient prophecy of a time bordering on the end, when men would become great travelers and explorers, and as a consequence the stock of human knowledge be remarkably increased. Modern progress and discoveries. There certainly never was another period of such intense running to and fro in the earth or of such astounding growth in the range of human information as this in which we live. Events, inventions, and discoveries the most momentous crowd upon each other beyond our power to keep pace with them. Their multiplicity bewilders and confounds us. The whole life, condition, and dwelling place of civilized man is being revolutionized by them. We travel now in palaces with every ease and luxury, and faster than the winds. We converse by electricity across oceans and continents. We spin, and knit, and weave, and print, and even calculate by automatic machinery. We copy nature and record her aspects by sunbeams. The whole world has become one neighborhood. Men have made visits to the poles, mapped the currents of the sea, belted the earth in every direction with lines of railroads and steamers, thrown down the walls which for ages separated between nations. Brought all types and kindreds of men face to face, and rendered a journey around the globe a mere summer's recreation. And especially in recoveries from the long-forgotten past, in the reconstruction of history before the historic periods, and in the bringing to light of the wisdom and science of primeval ages, our times have been extraordinarily rich and fruitful. The last quarter of a century has been a very resurrection time in this regard. Ages of which we had only the dimmest hints have been marvelously recalled from their oblivion. With the ability to decipher hieroglyphics and cuneiform inscriptions, old worlds have newly opened to our contemplation. By the mastery of languages, the tracing of them to their primal sources and connections, the searching out and bringing together of the scattered fragments of antiquity, and the exhumation of ancient remains, the original migrations of the race have become traceable, and much of their long-lost history has been reclaimed. Things hitherto referred to the department of myth, fable, and dream, have suddenly assumed the character of authentic traditions. A little while ago, Erech, and Akkad, and Kalna, in the land of Shinar, and Kala, and Rezin of Ashur, and Elassa, and Ur of the Chaldees, were mere names in Genesis, with scarce another known trace of them. But the mounds of Mesopotamia have yielded up their bricks and stones to modern research, and their long silent tongues have been loosed to tell where these places stood and what mighty peoples once inhabited them. Babylon and Nineveh have thus unbosomed their records to testify how truly the Bible spoke of them and what wealth, luxury, arrogance, and power once were theirs. The names and exploits of their kings, their conquests, their religions, their gods, their sciences, and their styles of life now stand in many instances revealed before our eyes. Arabia, till lately thought to be a mere desert waste, and so marked on the maps, has disclosed grand seats of empire, with civilizations once existent there superior even to Greece and Rome. Moab's rocks have become vocal with attestations of the sacred records. Bashan's giant cities, and houses covered with stone, and gates and doors of hinged rocks, and walls and bars proportioned to their once giant occupants, have been visited and their ancient wonders verified. Palestine has been resurveyed, its old localities identified, and the miracles of its history marvelously authenticated. Schliemann is uncovering Homeric cities and bringing up Homeric heroes and the old Homeric civilization out of their long-lost tombs. Even the whole way back through prehistoric ages to Nimrod and Noah is being laid open and lighted up by modern explorations. And why should it amaze us that from the land of Egypt also, that land of oldest and most numerous monuments, that land where nothing perishes, that land so specially chosen of God as the theater of his most stupendous miracles, there should also be a bursting forth of unsuspected light to mingle some superior beams with the general illumination? Egypt's past. And if perchance these new disclosures should be of a character more sacred and imposing than what is being exhumed in other lands, it is what we might reasonably anticipate from a country so singularly linked with some of the most marvelous divine administrations. It is a type of the world, indeed, but in its milder aspect, the darker type is Babylon. Even Bunsen tells us that Egypt has ever been the instrument for furthering the great designs of providence. It has been at least the principal background of the most illustrious displays which have marked the career of God's chosen people. Israel could not become a nation without Egypt. The first and greatest of Israel's prophets was rescued from a watery grave, nurtured, schooled, and outwardly fitted for his sublime legation by the daughter of Egypt's king. Abraham himself, though from quite another section of the world, was ministered unto by Egypt. Joseph became the illustrious type of Christ by connection with Egypt. Humanly speaking, Jacob and his house would have come to a sad end had it not been for Egypt, which furnished him with bread, welcomed him to its richest lands, and gave his body a royal burial when he died. To Egypt's sovereign God sent that double dream of the kine and the ears of corn, which proved the means of Joseph's exaltation and of the salvation of so many peoples. Even when the blessed Jesus was born into our world, Egypt was his asylum from the bloody sword of Herod, and once more and most literally of all were those words of Jehovah fulfilled, "Out of Egypt have I called my son." It was Egypt that gave to mankind the first translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. It was Egypt that proved the stronghold of Christianity after Jerusalem fell. It is from Egypt that we have the noblest and greatest fathers of the Christian Church. And however ignoble now may be the land or its population, we may rest assured that God has something further to accomplish by means of a country of which he has thus availed himself in the past, and that out of it will yet come some of the greatest of sacred marvels which are to mark the closing periods of time. The Great Pyramid's disclosures. Some may doubt with regard to such anticipations. But they are already being realized in the recent revelations of the Great Pyramid. For 40 centuries enshrouded in the deepest mystery, that mighty pillar has at length begun to yield up its secrets. As a mere building it stands at the head of the world, in age, in vastness of dimensions, in perfection of workmanship, and in the practical mastery of problems too hard for all our boasted modern art and machinery. There is not an instance in all the vast structure in which its architects miscalculated or failed. They built for permanence. They planned their work to survive all the commotions of nature and all the vandalism of man. Signally, also, have they succeeded. Not a stone necessary to its ulterior purpose has come short of its office. A monument has thus come down to us from beyond the classic ages which exalts and dignifies the land in which it stands. It is an edifice of stones so wisely chosen, so justly prepared, so wonderfully handled, so admirably joined, and in the proper places so exquisitely cut and polished, that it is without an equal in any land. It is likewise pervaded with the highest intelligence. There is not an inch of it which does not speak. Even after the lapse of 4,000 years of observation, study, and experience, there is not a nation or people whose wisdom or everyday affairs it is not capable of improving. There is reason to think that we have not yet reached the fullness of its grand symbolizations, but if nothing more should come of the further study of it, enough has been ascertained to render it the most interesting problem of our times. The Pyramid and the Prophets. It would also seem as if God's inspired prophets knew of this marvelous pillar and regarded it as a sacred wonder. The Greeks as early as Alexander's time placed it at the head of their list of the 7 wonders of the world. But Jeremiah before them wrote of signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, and of the placing of them there by the great, the mighty God, the Lord of hosts, Jeremiah 32 verses 18 to 20, which would seem to refer to this pyramid. He was in Egypt when he made this record. He went there at the fall of Jerusalem that he might write his prophecies and send them to his captive countrymen in Babylon. His method was to fortify his testimony by appealing to all the records and monuments which Jehovah had made of his power and greatness in the earth. He accordingly refers to signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, of which he says that they still existed when he wrote, unto this day. He is commonly thought to allude to the miracles of the Exodus, which certainly were signs and wonders exactly to his purpose. But those are specifically noted in a subsequent verse, and in phraseology better suited to them. The language here suggests something monumental, something locally fixed. It naturally implies a divine memorial, continuously abiding, and then still to be seen in Egypt. It was something set there. The word is the same in Hebrew and in English, and with much the same sense in both. 20 It may be metaphorically used with regard to miracles, but when used of things continuous for hundreds of years after the placing, the sense is cramped and strained when applied to miracles like those of the Exodus, which disappeared with the relenting of Pharaoh and the departure of Israel. So keenly has this been felt that critics have been forced to speak of a probable substitution of one word in place of another. And men have cast about for some remaining physical marks of the Mosaic miracles in order to satisfy the terms of the record. Hence we read in Trapp's commentary on the passage, Orosius writeth that the tracks of Pharaoh's chariot wheels are yet to be seen at the Red Sea. The Great Pyramid on the new hypothesis would nobly help such critics and commentators out of the mud, and grandly meet the exact phraseology of the prophet. Interpreted then by the most cogent laws of language, we here have a scriptural recognition of some enduring monument in Egypt, built by God's appointment, and meant to be a witness to him. Isaiah makes a similar reference of a still more circumstantial and positive character. In chap. 19:20, he prophesies, "In that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord, and it shall be for a sign and for a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt." This altar and pillar are not two things, but one and the same, as sundry expositors have observed. The language is poetical, and has the common parallelism of Hebrew poetry. Given in the form and sense of the original, it would read, "In that day there is an altar to Jehovah in the midst of the land of Egypt, even a pillar at the border thereof to Jehovah. And it shall be for a sign and witness to Jehovah of hosts in the land of Egypt." Everything in this prophecy seems to look to the Great Pyramid. It refers to some specific and telling monument, and all its terms most fully apply to this marvelous pillar. There is nothing else known to which they do apply in literal accuracy and fullness. Note how admirably the titles fit. Altar, in Hebrew, means, the Lion of God. The Great Pyramid is preeminently the lion among all earthly buildings, and the new theory claims that it is divine. The altar as described by Ezekiel is largely pyramidal in form, and is called the Mountain of God. And a mountain, surely, is the Great Pyramid, and one of a very remarkable character. The sacred books of the Hindus call it a mountain, Rukmadri, the Golden Mountain. It is a pillar, and hence not a sacrificial but a memorial altar. It is a mammoth obelisk, one great individual shaft, and now also believed to be sacred. The location likewise corresponds. The Great Pyramid is the hub or center of Egypt's curved shoreline, and so is, in the midst of the land, as nothing else to be thought of ever was. Yet it is also, at the border thereof. It stands on the extreme southern limit of Lower Egypt, and on the natural dividing line between the two Egypts. It is thus doubly in the midst and doubly at the border. The time also answers. 6 times the note is sounded, and in every instance in the usual messianic and eschatological formula, "in that day," a day which nowhere finally locates this side of the period of the restitution of all things. Whatever else the prediction may cover, it cannot therefore be considered exhausted yet, and necessarily brings us down to the times bordering on the end. By permission of Ptolemy Philometor, certain Jews built a quasi-temple and altar at Heliopolis, which some take as the subject of the prophecy. But that erection was against the law and could not be called divine, though by man's self-will intended to be so. Besides, that was an altar of sacrifice and not a memorial pillar as here described. Others think the reference is to the establishment of churches in Egypt, which were numerous in the early Christian ages. But these properly had no visible local altar at all, neither had they any one monumental pillar, to answer this description. When this altar gives forth its witness to Jehovah, Egypt, Assyria, and Israel are to become a holy triad of divinely approved peoples, which has never yet occurred. A Savior, and a great one, is then to come to Egypt, and deliver from all oppressors. But this is the language designating the glorious Redeemer of the world, and we degrade and profane it by applying it as some have done to the pagan conqueror, Alexander. Christ, indeed, came to Egypt in his infancy, and afterwards in his gospel, but never in the character of a national deliverer. We therefore look in vain for any true and exhaustive fulfillment of this prophecy in the past. It must refer to the latter times, and it fits to nothing known but the Great Pyramid. Even Vitringa, as early as the beginning of the last century, threw out the idea in his commentary on this place that some one or other of the existing monuments of Egypt is here involved. The Pyramid and the Book of Job. There is a still more distinct reference to the Great Pyramid in the Book of Job, 38, 1-7. We there have one of the grandest descriptions in the Bible. The speaker is God, and the subject is the creation of the earth. The picture is the building of an edifice. Elsewhere in the book the earth is said to be hung upon nothing, so that we must not suppose ignorance of the real facts when the earth is here likened to a building resting on foundations. To overwhelm the pride of the human understanding, the Lord answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare, if thou hast understanding. Who laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations fastened, or made to sink as a seal into wax? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Behold here the architecture of God. The terms are those of the geometer, the master builder. Here are the bases, the jointings, the lines, the height, the cornerstone, the measures. And the style of the building is unquestionably the pyramid. That cornerstone, spoken of in the singular, its emphatic isolation from the foundations, and the singing and shouting of the heavenly hosts over the mighty achievement at the laying of that particular stone, require the proper pyramidal edifice. The picture will not interpret of anything else. That cornerstone could not be at the base, 21 for others were there against which no such marked distinction in truth existed, and its laying would then have been at the beginning, at which time this celestial celebration would be out of place. Even Barnes, contrary to the erroneous imagery by which he tries to interpret the passage, agrees that the time referred to is at the close of the creation of the earth. And as this celebration according to God himself is at the laying of that cornerstone, it must needs be a top stone, a cornerstone at the summit, whose laying completed the edifice and showed the whole work in finished perfection. But for such a cornerstone at the summit there is no place in any then known form of building, save only the pyramid, of which it is characteristic. Nor is it only to the pyramidal form in general that the allusion is, but to a particular pyramid. By that strange reference to the sunken feet or planting of the foundations in sockets, we are conducted directly to the Great Pyramid of Gizeh. Two socketed encastements, sokals, shoes, or incised sinkings into the rock were found under two of its base corners by the French savants in 1799, which were again uncovered and described by Colonel Howard Weiss, in 1837. And as God here speaks of such a fastening down of the foundations in general, Professor Smith was persuaded that there were corresponding sockets at the other two base corners, and when search was made for them in 1865, they were found by Messrs. Aiton and Inglis, assisted by Professor Smith. Here then are the whole four sockets or fastened foundations. Nothing of the sort exists at any other known pyramid. They are among the distinctive marks of the Great Pyramid of Gizeh. They are the enduring tracks of its feet cut into the living rock, by which Almighty God himself identifies it for us as the original image from which his own description of the creation is drawn. Men may treat the matter as they will, but here are the facts showing a divine recognition of this particular edifice as the special symbol of the earth's formation. And from the same passage we also get some important rays of divine light with regard to the builders of this pillar and their estimate of it. The singers and shouters at the completion of the earth's creation of course were heavenly intelligences, as most expositors agree in teaching. But as the laying of the capstone of the Great Pyramid is divinely given as the symbol of the laying of the capstone in the fabric of our world, the singers and their rejoicing so sublimely referred to in the one case must also have bad place in the other. It is never to be overlooked that there are earthly morning stars, and sons of God, as well as heavenly ones. As many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God. There were such sons of God on earth before the flood. Adam was one of them, and his immediate descendants in the line of Seth were others. Many of them apostatized, but some remained faithful. Noah was one of those faithful ones, and he was brought over the great water bearing with him all the sacred rites, traditions, and revelations of his holy fathers. By him the newly baptized world began once more. From his coming out of the ark to the building of the Great Pyramid, the call of Abraham, and the commission of Moses, was really the morning time of our present world. Like other mornings it had its noble stars and sons of God, who shone with patriarchal faithfulness and glorious testimony in their time. Shem and number of his seed at least were of this class. Job, and Melchizedek, and Abraham were preeminent among them. Jehovah has always had a people of his own among men, a people who reflected his mind and will, preserved his revelations, obeyed his commands, and kept to the pure worship of his name. Even long after the call of Abraham there was yet a true priest of the Most High God, in Palestine, and another in Midian, and inspired Gentile prophets as late as the days of Moses and Aaron. These were God's sons, by faith in him and stars of light amid the darkness of those early times, noble harbingers of the coming day. Such morning stars, and sons of God, were on the earth when the Great Pyramid was built, corresponding to those in heaven when the earth was made. And as the one structure is the symbol of the other, even to its most hidden mysteries and measures. The analogy would be singularly incomplete in one of the most significant features of the divinely drawn parallel if the singing and shouting did not occur in one case as in the other. But if these early light-bearers and children of God on earth sung and shouted at the laying of the capstone of the Great Pyramid as the heavenly host sung and shouted when the fabric of the world was completed, they must needs have understood it and been in deepest sympathy with it. It must have been identified with their most sacred thoughts and contemplations. It must have been of a character in full and glorious accord with what distinguished them from other people and made them stars and sons of God. It must have been something most profoundly related to Jehovah and the holy treasures of his ancient revelations and promises, and hence not a mere obtrusive tomb got up by some proud, oppressive, and beast-worshipping worldly tyrant. From the Book of God itself we thus legitimately gather that the Great Pyramid did not originate with idolatrous Egypt. That it connects with the most precious things of those sons of God, who shone as lights in the dim morning of the world's history, that it was the subject of their devoutest joy and gratitude. And that in their esteem it was everything which it is now supposed to be. The Pyramid and Christ. But then we would expect it also to refer to Christ and redemption. The great subject of all sacred revelation is the Christ and his glorious kingdom, and we can hardly suppose this pillar divine if it has not something on this point. Men may well sneer at the idea of a special revelation to old Cheops or his architects to teach the diameter, density, and temperature of the earth. Something of mightier moment to mankind must be involved when Jehovah thus interposes. Such claims need to be tried by the preeminent theme of all inspiration. But even on this high ground the Great Pyramid sustains itself full as grandly as in the sphere of cosmic facts and geodetic measures. When Zerubbabel and Jeshua were engaged rebuilding Jerusalem and the temple on the return from the great captivity, they had in hand a work of extraordinary greatness, difficulty, and discouragements. So important was it in itself, and so bound up in history and type with another and greater restoration, that it was made the occasion and subject of special divine communication through Zechariah the prophet. And in those prophecies that work and all that it typified is set forth under the image of the building of the pyramid. A great mountain of worldly power and difficulty was in the way, but God said it should become a plain before Zerubbabel, as the Gizeh hill was leveled to receive the Great Pyramid. As despite all hindrances the pyramid was successfully carried forward to completion, even to the laying of the peculiar cornerstone of its apex amid the songs of the morning stars, and the shouts of all the sons of God. So was Zerubbabel and he whom Zerubbabel typified to succeed in their divine work, even to the bringing forth of the headstone thereof with shoutings, crying, Grace, grace unto it. Zechariah 4 verses 6 and 7. The pyramid idea is absolutely essential to an intelligible and consistent interpretation of this imagery. The picture is an exact parallel to the one in Job, only transferred from nature to grace, from geologic to messianic territory. By necessary implications of Holy Scripture then the Great Pyramid is immutably linked with the building of the church of which the adorable Jesus is the headstone, the chief cornerstone. It is also a clear and outstanding fact that the Scriptures continually make the pyramid capstone the type and symbol of Christ, both in the Old Testament and in the New. Who heeds to be reminded with what brilliant diction Moses likens Jehovah to a rock, and how triumphantly he asserts against all the heathen world, that their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. Out of the very spirit as well as letter of the Holy Book every Christian congregation using the English tongue, often lifts up its voice to Jesus, singing, Rock of ages, cleft for me. Let me hide myself in thee. He is not only such a rock as that which yielded thirsty Israel drink, or as that which gives the weary traveler shelter from the scorching sunshine or beating storm, or as that which the prudent builder seeks whereon to found his house securely. But especially such a rock as that which forms the apex of the pyramid, a rock which is the head and crown of all the works of providence and grace, the unique bond in which the whole edifice of time is united, the headstone of redemption lifted high above all other rocks. That in all things he might have the preeminence. So David conceived of him when he sung, the stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner, or the head cornerstone, as the Septuagint renders it. Psalms 118 verse 22. So Peter being filled with the Holy Ghost, conceived of him when he said to the Jews who had condemned and crucified him, This is the stone which was set at naught by you builders which is become the head of the corner. Acts 4 verse 11. Hence, also, he wrote to his scattered brethren in the faith as having come to Jesus, as unto a living stone disallowed indeed of men, but chosen of God, and precious, in whom they also, as lively stones were built up a spiritual house. According to the saying of God, Behold I lay in Zion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, even, the stone which the builders disallowed, but which now, is made the head of the corner. And a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense even to them which stumble at the word. 1 Peter 2 verses 4-8. So Paul conceived of him when he wrote to the Ephesians, Ye are built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone. In whom all the building fitly framed together groweth unto an holy temple in the Lord, in whom ye also are builded together for an habitation of God through the Spirit. Ephesians 2 verses 20-22. And the same conception Jesus applied to himself when he said, Did ye never read in the Scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected the same is become the head of the corner? And whosoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall it will grind him to powder. Matt 21, 42-44. All these are great central passages of the divine word, and not one of them will interpret without the pyramid, whose light alone brings out their full significance and beauty. It is absurd enough when men speak of a river's head at one end of it, and its mouth at the other end, but it is unbearable to represent the Holy Ghost treating of the head of a thing as in its toes. Interpreters may put such absurdities in the Bible, but its author never does. The head is not the foot nor the foot the head in any consistent or intelligible use of language. So the head cornerstone cannot be the foot or foundation cornerstone. Where there are four alike, to regard one as chief is a mere conventionalism without reality in fact, and such as the Bible never employs. Common architecture furnishes no one preeminent corner or cornerstone. There is no head corner without the pyramid. That alone has such a head at the head, or a cornerstone uniquely and indisputably the chief. It has the usual four at the base, alike in shape, place and office, but it has a fifth, different from all others and far more exalted. It is at the top, and properly the head one. It is the last to come into place and so may be long rejected while the building still goes on. The base cornerstones must be laid at the beginning. Work cannot proceed while either of them is disallowed. They are also of such regular shape as renders them capable of being worked in as well at one place as at another. They furnish no occasion to be disallowed. Not so the head cornerstone. The shape of that is altogether peculiar. It is 5-sided and 5-pointed. From foundation to summit there is no place at which it will fit till everything else is finished and its own proper place is reached. Till then it is naturally enough rejected by the builders. They have no place for it. To those ignorant of its purpose it is only in the way, a rock of offense and a stone of stumbling. With one sharp point always sticking upwards, any one falling on it would necessarily be broken. And when on its way to its position hundreds of feet in the air were it to fall on any one it would certainly grind him to powder. But though rejected to the last, it finally turns out to be the very thing required, and reaches a place to which it alone fits, a place above all others, where it sublimely finishes out and binds together everything in one glorious whole. It is itself a perfect pyramid, the original model of the edifice which it completes and adorns. It is emphatically the headstone of the head corner. It is at the head and not at the feet. It has its own peculiar angles and they are the angles of the entire structure. There is but one stone of that shape and it is the shape of the pyramid complete. It is the stone which stands toward heaven for every other in the building. Every other stone in all the mighty construction stands in it, and has place with reference to it, and is touched by its weight and influence, as well as sheltered under its lines, and honored and perfected by its presence. It is indeed the all in all of the whole edifice. To its angles is all the building fitly framed together. And in it every part and particle that belongs to the structure from foundation to capstone has its bond of perfectness, its shelter, and its crown. About such imagery there should be no question. In all the richness of the Scriptures there is not a more luminous, expressive, and comprehensive picture of the Christ, in himself, in his experiences, in his relations to his friends or foes. In his office and place in all the dispensations of God toward our race, than that which is given in these texts when studied in the light of the Great Pyramid. These passages alone consecrate and sanctify it forever. In them the Holy Ghost takes hold of it, traces in it a sacred significance, and assigns to it relations and connections, the truth and beauty of which cannot be disputed. And thus by the highest authority known to man it is rendered impossible to be thoroughly true to the utterances of inspiration, and yet regard this venerable monument as nothing but the profane tomb of a pagan despot. The Pyramid and the Christian Dispensation. And this sublime testimony to the Great Pyramid from without is also fully sustained by its own testimony from within. We have seen in a former lecture how grandly it symbolizes the truths of nature. Let us glance now at its symbolizations of grace. Professor Smith relates that in the course of the summer of 1872, Mr. Charles Casey, of Pollerton Castle, Carlow, wrote him that while he had followed and adopted all the explanations as to the metrology of the Great Pyramid being of more than human scientific perfection for the age in which it was produced, yet to call it therefore divinely inspired or sacred seemed to him to be either too much or too little. Now, said Mr. Casey, unless the Great Pyramid can be shown to be messianic as well as fraught with superhuman science and design, its sacred claim is a thing with no blood in it, nothing but mere sounding brass. Nor was this an unreasonable test. And it is one which I am happy to say the Great Pyramid very nobly stands. The first to break ground in this department was Robert Menzies, a young shipbuilder and draftsman, of Leith, Scotland, a Christian Israelite who never saw the Great Pyramid, but had long been engaged in the devout study of the works which describe it. In 1865 he wrote to Prof. Smith that the immense superiority of the height and finish of the Grand Gallery over every other passage is owing to the fact that it represents the Christian dispensation, while the other passages symbolize only human histories or preparatory dispensations. He also had good reason for this conclusion, more perhaps than he knew. The Christian dispensation by common consent dates from the birth of Christ. If the Grand Gallery represents it, then the mark for the birth of Christ is the commencement of that gallery. The unit or that which counts one in pyramid measure is the inch, and so the inch, as in the diagonals of the base, symbolizes the grand unit of time, a year, at least in the floor lines of the passages taken as scrolls of history. Measuring 33 inches then from the beginning of the Grand Gallery for the duration of the earthly life of Christ, we come precisely over against the mouth of that mysterious well with its rampstone cover gone, as if violently forced out from beneath. That well extends irregularly down through the masonry and rock to a wide cavern, and thence to the entrance of the bottomless pit itself. It is a striking symbol of death, sealing up in the sepulchre, descent into hell, and triumphant resurrection in irresistible power. And it comes at a place to fit precisely to the death and resurrection of our blessed Lord. This certainly is a very strong point with which to begin. The Christian dispensation is emphatically the dispensation of new life. Its pervading spirit is that of resurrection. Basing itself on the resurrection of Christ as its great sealing fact, it went everywhere in the power of the Holy Ghost, awakening men out of their moral graves and calling them forth in a new birth. That like as Christ was raised from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we also should walk in newness of life. Most intensely also is this signified throughout the whole length of the Grand Gallery of our pyramid. It is lined along its base on both sides with ramp stones like washboards to a stairway. They are about a foot high and wide, and they are all cut with miniature symbolic graves, every one of which is open. More than this, right by the side of each of these open graves is a neatly cut stone set vertically in the wall. It is a symbol of standing upright, and almost audibly proclaims the tenets of those open graves risen, as all true Christians are, not only from the death of sin, but to an heirship of a still completer resurrection through him who is to come again. There are 8 times 7 of these open graves. 8 is the number of new life and resurrection, and 7 of dispensational fullness, so that by their numbers they also signify this newness of life. We thus have one of the intensest and most spiritual features of the gospel as emphatically pronounced as stones can speak it. The Christian dispensation is likewise pictured in the Bible as made up of 7 churches headed by 7 stars, which are the angels of the 7 churches. So the best and earliest commentators explain that first vision of the Apocalypse, which allows very little room for differences of opinion. And a corresponding symbol of the same is contained in this Grand Gallery. It stares every one in the face the moment the place is entered. All writers have described it as one of the peculiar beauties of the singular arrangement. Each side of the wall is made up of just 7 courses of finely fitted polished stones, the one overlapping the other and extending the whole length from commencement to termination. It is the gallery of the 7 courses, just 7 times the height of the other passages. Besides, this gallery has special relations to the Pleiades. It tells in several ways of those benignant and exalted stars. In its own way it thus also points to the 7 stars as presiding over the 7 churches. As a matter of historic fact, the Christian dispensation followed immediately on the Jewish economy, of which it is the crown and completion. The law leads the way to Christ. This historical succession is also carefully preserved in the symbolizations of our pyramid. The first upward passage which leads to the Grand Gallery is just the number of inches in length which the best chronologists give as the number of years from the Exodus to the birth of Christ. It is the way to the Grand Gallery as the Jewish dispensation is the way to the Christian. The Christian dispensation also has a fixed limit. It is to terminate with the coming again of the Lord Jesus to judge the quick and the dead. Every commission under which we now act extends only to that time. And that coming of Christ to end this age is everywhere presented as impending, as a thing which might occur any day. All this is likewise symbolized in the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid. Its termination is as distinctly marked as its beginning, and even the impendingness of the end is not overlooked. Its south or further wall leans a full degree and overhangs its base as if it might fall at any moment. From my studies of the Apocalypse, I was led to publish years ago my firm belief that the present church period is to be succeeded by a dispensation of judgment extending through years before the great consummation is reached. And here we have it most evidently symbolized next after the end of the Grand Gallery. There the passage becomes low again, for the church as such has ended its career. There the granite leaf, a great frowning double stone, hangs in its grooves, beneath which every one that passes in must bow, exhibiting a most impressive picture of the Great Tribulation of the Judgment period. There also are the rules and measures by which the pyramid was constructed, all graven on the stones, indicative of the complete writing up of everything according to law and justice. And then only comes the entrance into the grand and polished granite chamber of the king. One of the most exalted steps in the history of the Church is that which was accomplished during the first quarter of our present century. It was in the first 25 years since 1800 that Christendom throughout the world formed its great organizations for the dissemination of the Holy Scriptures, for the publication and general diffusion of religious literature and gospel truth, and for the sending out and support of missionaries to the heathen, to plant the Church of Jesus in all lands and islands. It was in those years that the Christian world experienced a revival of aggressive evangelization and missionary zeal, the greatest and the most general since the days of the apostles, the effects of which continue with still increasing power. The coming into activity of these organizations with their results was so marked an advance on everything of the kind for more than 1200 years. And so universal that we might justly expect it to be noted in any complete prophetic symbolization of our dispensation. Accordingly, following the floor line of the pyramid's grand gallery towards its upper end, we come to a grand step 3 feet high. I long wondered what it could mean, as it is the only one in the whole length of the glorious passage after that somewhat corresponding rise not far from the beginning. But when I came to count the number of inches from the commencement of the grand gallery to this upper step, the mystery was solved. The number of those inches is close about 1814, which at the rate of an inch for a year brings us to the very center of those years in which the Church Universal made this mighty and unexampled stride. Beyond this step there is no further ascent. The great stone which forms it is also the weakest and most fractured and dilapidated of all the stones in the whole passageway of the grand gallery. It shows a marvelous rise, but an equally marvelous absence of solidity and strength. It is the image of brokenness, feebleness, and the want of firm texture. It seems as if crumbling away under the feet of those who stand upon it. And this again most strikingly accords with the poor, rent, weak, and wasting character of the Christianity of our times, though they be times of universal evangelization. It is Christianity, and evinces a great rise in effort and aim. But it is a very shattered and infirm Christianity, with but little solid substance left and incapable of enduring long. Thus there is scarce a feature of our dispensation from the birth of Christ till now, or that is anywhere foretold of its end, which is not symbolized in the grand gallery of the Great Pyramid. Man in all his ingenuity is incompetent to devise a simpler and completer chart of it, were he to labor at it for ages. And yet here it is in all its great facts, characteristics, and relations, in its beginning and end, in its constitution and history, in what went before and in what comes after. Built into an edifice of mighty rocks more than 3 times 700 years before Christ was born. All this certainly is very remarkable. Is it then within the reason of man to say that there was nothing above and beyond mere human power and calculation here, no potent presence of that mind which knows the end of all things from the beginning, and giveth wisdom unto the wise? The Pyramid and Theology. Tested also by the more inward substance and contents of sound scriptural doctrine, the facts are equally remarkable and cogent. The foundation of all sacred doctrines is the existence of a personal and eternal God, the Almighty Maker of heaven and earth. The Bible pronounces that man a fool, one criminally self-stultified, who can find it in his heart to say, there is no God. So also the Great Pyramid teaches. It symbolizes the earth and all the universe as a contrivance, a work, a building, shaped to Promethean plan. It must therefore have had a contriver, an intelligent and potent author, greater than itself. It thus pronounces at one and the same time against atheism, against Sobonism, against pantheism, and against all idolatry and false worship. It knows nothing of a world without an architect, of creaturehood without basis or center, of beauty without parent or birthplace, of good without a bosom out of which it flows, of thought without reason, of effect without a cause. It proclaims the universe a product, and one self-competent God as its author. It is an essential part of Orthodox theology that Jehovah is a three-one God. The true Christian faith is this, that we worship one God in Trinity, and Trinity in unity, neither confounding the persons nor dividing the substance. And when we ascribe glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, we rightfully add, as it was in the beginning, for so is the representation in this pyramid before the Bible was written. On each of its four faces as in its fundamental figure it presents to every beholder the geometric emblem of the Trinity, the same that is accepted by the Church and exhibited in nearly every place of Christian worship. Creation is the reflection of God Himself, and the pyramid as a symbol of the creation gives impressive token of His mysterious triunity. Nature reflects Trinity, and this symbol of nature does the same with a depth and stress which cannot be disputed. Shaw states that the deity is typified by the outward form of this pile, and that form is a triangle whether viewed on either side or from either corner. The architect of the world this monument likewise proclaims to be the king of the world, a governing and upholding providence as well as a tripersonal creator. Those measures, motions, interrelations, and vast revolutions which it symbolizes, all tell that the universe does not hold God but that thus He holds and manages the universe. They are the grasp and pressure of an infinite and almighty hand, whose fingers clasp the crystal poles of the earth and heavens, and under whose protecting palm the continents and seas, planets, suns, and systems pass with unfaltering steadiness from age to age. And the conformation of its shape, measures, avenues, and openings, to cosmic and celestial facts, themselves the symbols of an eternal providence, proclaims the potent presence of God in the histories as well as in the constitution of the earth. But the Bible tells also of an evil power in the universe, an anti-God, whom it describes as an apostate angelic being who has obtained a terrible influence over the affairs and destiny of man. He is called the dragon, the old serpent, Satan, the devil. He is declared to be a murderer, a tempter, a destroyer, a liar, the author of all evil, under whose usurped dominion mankind, unhelped of God, are hopelessly enthralled. And this too is strikingly expressed by the Great Pyramid. From the earliest known times different portions of the heavens have been designated, and known by certain figures supposed to be outlined by the stars which they embrace. There are now about 80 of these constellations. The stars of which they are composed the Bible declares to be 4 signs, as well as for seasons, days, and years. The probability is that the earlier and most remarkable of these designations were made by God Himself even before the flood. Josephus attributes the invention of the constellations to the family of Seth, the son of Adam, and refers to ancient writers as authorities. Origen affirms that it was asserted in the Book of Enoch that in the time of that patriarch the constellations were already divided and named. 22 Volney informs us that everywhere in antiquity there was a cherished tradition of an expected conqueror of the serpent, and asserts that this tradition is reflected in the constellations as well as in all the heathen mythologies. Dupuy, also, and others of his school have collected ancient authorities abundantly proving that in all nations this tradition always prevailed, and that the same is represented in the constellations. Indeed, antiquity with one voice declares for their very early origin. And the results of modern investigations by astronomers themselves confirm the traditions and reveal internal evidence of their having been constructed more than 5,000 years ago. Cassini commences his history of astronomy by saying, "It is impossible to doubt that astronomy was invented from the beginning of the world. History profane as well as sacred testifies to this truth." Bailey and others assert that astronomy must have been established when the summer solstice was in the first degree of Virgo, and that the solar and lunar zodiacs were of a similar antiquity, which would be about 4,000 years before the Christian era. They suppose the originators to have lived in about the 40th degree of north latitude, and to have been a highly civilized people. Prof. Proctor, by calculations based on Hindu and other astronomies, traces the authors of this science to some people residing between the rivers Cyrus and Araxes, not very far from Mount Ararat. At a date perhaps 2,200 years before Christ. Sir William Drummond says, "The fact is certain that at some remote period there were mathematicians and astronomers who knew that the Sun is the center of our system, and that the Earth itself a planet revolves around it. The constellations were certainly known in the time of Job, and are familiarly referred to in that very ancient book. Seafarth says they are as old as the human race. The author of Maseroth makes the origin of the constellations antediluvian, and thinks they were framed by inspiration for sacred and prophetic purposes. There are actual astronomical calculations in existence with calendars formed upon them, which eminent astronomers of England and France admit to be genuine and true, and which carry back the antiquity of this science together with the constellations to within a few years of the deluge, even on the longer chronology of the Septuagint. Sir John Herschel finds much fault with these old constellations as barbarous and unscientific. He would have these contorted snakes, miscalled bears, lions, fishes, and the like, banished from our astronomies as too oppressive to the student's memory. But the author of Maseroth very well suggests that this learned astronomer perhaps never came across the proper meaning of these grotesque figures or never duly studied them as symbols, or he would have been less anxious for their obliteration. Nay, the specimens which modern astronomers have given of their skill at such reforms do not much recommend the giving of free scope to them in this particular. The universality of these ancient groupings must ever secure their retention, however disliked by scientists. And the very inconvenience of them for naked astronomical purposes is proof not of the barbarism of their inventors, but that they were meant to serve some further end. The most important historical, theological, and prophetic truths have been inscribed on the heavens by means of them, so that they need only to be stripped of the changes, caricatures, and interpolations of the heathen Greeks and modern scientists in order to show us the outlines of the Bible on the sky, and to prove that in a high, evangelic, and most impressive sense, the heavens declare the glory of God. The author of Maseroth and others have not only said but shown that we have in these ancient constellations a medium of communication with the mind, theology, and hopes of primitive man. And that we here may read the fact that God has spoken to our race, given to it a revelation from the beginning, and embodied in it precisely the same great truths afterwards written and developed in the sacred scriptures. Everywhere do we encounter the traditions of Abraham's skill in the knowledge of the heavens, how he argued from his observations of the heavenly orbs, and how he occupied himself in Egypt teaching the priests of Heliopolis in the lore of the skies. Doubtless this was not the naked science of astronomy as the schools conceive of it, but as respected the theological and messianic truths symbolized in these celestial hieroglyphics, in which, as in the more literal promises, he rejoiced to see Christ's day, and saw it and was glad. John 8 verse 56. Well, therefore, has it been that these ancient signs have been preserved. And mankind have reason to pray that no hand of intermeddling science may ever sweep them down, but that they may continue to stand unto the end in all the almanacs of time. One of the oldest and most universal of these ancient constellations is the dragon or great serpent. The chief star embraced in that group, Alpha Draconis, is situated in the monster's tail. And to that star the entrance passage of the Great Pyramid was leveled, so that Alpha Draconis at its lower culmination then looked right down that inclined tube to the bottomless pit. Mankind marching down that passage would therefore be moving under the sign and dominion of the dragon. Thus in a manner which startles by its vividness the Great Pyramid answers to the Bible in saying that there is a devil, who has somehow obtained an awful potency over the human race, and that mankind under him are on the way to the pit of destruction. The picture is that of a tube over which the dragon presides, whose incline is fearfully downwards, and which terminates in hell. Could the story be told in simpler or more graphic terms? Some laugh at the idea of a hell. Even whole denominations calling themselves Christians make it a point of faith to deny the existence of any such thing. But the Bible tells about it as a dark and mysterious underworld, a bottomless pit, a subterranean region of hopeless misery, out of which there is no escape. And here is the symbol of it in the Great Pyramid, a room far under the center of the edifice, 100 feet down in the solid rock, having neither bottom nor outlet. It has continuity in a tube on the further side, but it is endless, the same as the pit is bottomless. With singular significance has this feature been copied in all other pyramids, to whose hopeless subterranean chambers the kings of idolatrous and self-justifying Egypt were consigned. Hence the words of Ezekiel, 31, 14-18, they are all delivered unto death, to the nether parts of the earth, in the midst of the children of men, with them that go down to the pit. This is Pharaoh and all his multitude, saith the Lord God. And in the facile and smooth descent of that main passageway leading directly down to the pit we have the symbol of the tendency and hopeless destiny of man since his fall into Satan's power. Except as recovered by some gracious intervention superior to nature and mightier than the devil. But the glad and glorious teaching of the Bible is that God has interposed, introduced a new and saving economy, calling Abraham, commissioning and inspiring Moses and the prophets, establishing for himself a consecrated people, and preparing the way for a sublime deliverer in Jesus Christ, who has brought forgiveness and eternal life into the world, and arranged for a new and eternal dominion of righteousness and peace, which is to dethrone Satan and bring man back to original blessedness. This is the very soul and spirit of the Scriptures, the master theme of both Testaments and of all their institutes. And the same is the great subject of all the chief parts of the Great Pyramid's interior, the burden of its noblest passages, the story of all its upper apartments. The first ascending passage begins at the point which answers in the number of its year inches to the date of the Exodus of Israel. It also covers by its length the precise number of inches that there were years from the Exodus to the birth of Christ. We thus identify it as the pyramid symbol of the Mosaic dispensation. That dispensation was an upward movement in human history founded on direct supernatural interferences of the Almighty, and so this is an upward passage with the same angle heavenward as that of the entrance passage is hellward. It is a most expressive symbol of a special and effective interposition of God to raise men up from their decline toward destruction, and thus furnishes us with a monumental testimony to the whole scriptural representation of that economy. But the Mosaic dispensation was only intermediate and preliminary to something greater and higher. Hence that upward passage suddenly enlarges into a far more magnificent ascending opening. The top abruptly rises to 7 times the previous height, and everything is correspondingly exalted into the grand gallery. This is the symbol of the Christian era, the grandest section in all the scrolls of human history. It begins at the inch which marks the Saviour's birth. 33 inches from that beginning bring us to the startling symbol of death, burial, descent into hell, and resurrection from the dead. To that fearful well, with its heavy stone covering broken out by an upward force which tore away a part of the wall itself, for it was not possible that he should be holden of death. The entire length is covered with 36 overspanning stones, the number of months of Christ's public ministry. And beyond is the granite king's chamber in which all consummates. And there the polished walls, fine materials, grand proportions, and exalted place, eloquently tell of glories yet to come. It is the chamber of 50s, which is the grand jubilee number. Nay, for those Gentiles who never knew of Israel's worship and sacred books there is also a word of hope inserted. They are not necessarily all lost. From the lowest depths of ethnic apostasy the Great Pyramid still indicates a way up through the atoning death of Christ to the celestial blessedness. It is a steep, tortuous, difficult, dangerous, and uncertain way, not likely to be found and safely traversed by many, but it is there. It is a speaking symbol of what the inspired apostle declared so long afterwards, that, in every nation he that feareth God and worketh righteousness is accepted of him, accepted through the mediation of Christ. Here are symbolizations of sacred histories whose warp and woof is miracle. Here are expressions the soul of which is the same divine breath which animates and fills the testaments of God. Here are heavenward pointings and indications of the way to eternal life as distinct and gracious as those which mark the Holy Evangelium itself. It is the gospel pronounced in stone. It is the testimony of Jesus and the resurrection, put up in imperishable rock. It is redemption memorialized in marble more than 20 centuries before the Christ was born. Could it be mere accident? Was it not rather the dear God above us laying up the sublime things of His grace in enduring lithic records which man could not alter nor time destroy to demonstrate to the skeptics of our day how unreasonable and inexcusable is their unbelief? The Pyramid and the Day of Judgment. The Bible moreover tells of a nearing day of judgment, a time when the almighty power that made us will reckon with us concerning these earthly lives of ours, and deal out destiny according to the uses we have made of them. In all its addresses, whether didactic or prophetic, whether to warn the wicked or comfort the pious, whether for the vindication of God or the foreshadowing of what is to become of man, the Bible everywhere refers us to an approaching crisis. When the principles of eternal justice must go into full effect, when the trampled law will inexorably enforce its supremacy, when everything must be righted up, and all that is adverse to truth and good be forever blasted. When faith and virtue shall be rewarded and enthroned, and all else sink overwhelmed by a majesty which nothing can withstand. It is described as a time of sorrow and unexampled distress for the unbelieving world, a time of fears and plagues and great tribulation to all but God's watching and ready ones, to whom it shall be a day of glorious coronation in heaven. Its coming is spoken of as sudden, when men in general do not expect it, when many are saying, peace and safety. Like the flood upon the old world, like the tempest of hail and fire which overwhelmed Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall it come upon the nations. When men think not, the Son of Man cometh. And all this too is solemnly pronounced by the Great Pyramid. That grand gallery stops abruptly. It is suddenly cut off in its continuity. From a splendid passageway 28 feet in height it ceases instantly, and the further passage is less than 4 feet. The floor line then no longer ascends. A ponderous double block of frowning granite, hard and invincible, hangs loose over the low and narrow pass now. In the same antechamber in which it hangs, the rules, measures, and weights appear engraven in majesty upon the imperishable granite, for every one to pass under. The tokens are that now judgment is laid to the line, and righteousness to the plummet, that every cover may be lifted, and every refuge of lies swept away. Everything here indicates the inexorable adjudications of eternal righteousness. And that solemn time is also everywhere represented as now close at hand. As far as theologians have been able to ascertain, all the prophetic dates are about run out. The scriptural signs of the end have appeared. Every method of computation points to the solemn conclusion that we are now on the margin of the end of this age and dispensation. Nor does the Great Pyramid fail to tell us the same thing. Measuring off 1,877 inches from the beginning of the Grand Gallery for the 1,877 years since the birth of Christ. There remain but a few inches more to bring us to its end. So likewise when we go forward on the dial of the precessional cycle to observe the condition of the heavens when the last of these inches is counted off, the astronomical indications are correspondingly remarkable. The Pleiades which were on the meridian when the pyramid was built are then far to the east, with the vernal equinox at the same time precisely the same distance from that meridian to the west. Whilst the distance front one to the other measures the exact age of the pyramid at that date. At the same time Alpha Draconis will again be on the meridian below the pole, but then just 7 times lower than at the time of the pyramid's building. This final downwardness of 7 times is strikingly suggestive of the dragon's complete dethronement. And what is still more remarkable, whilst Alpha Draconis is on the meridian at this low point, Aries, the ram, appears on the meridian above, with the line passing exactly through his horns. A more vivid astronomical sign of the overthrow of Satan under the dominion of the Prince of the flock of God it is not possible to conceive. It is as if the very heavens were proclaiming that then the ever-living Lamb takes to him his great power, and enters upon his glorious reign. The Pyramid and the Jew. It is the opinion of many earnest believers in the Scriptures that God is not yet done with the Jews as a distinct and peculiar people. As a nation they rejected Christ and fell from their high preeminence, and are now on precisely the same footing with the Gentiles with regard to the Christian dispensation. There is no way of salvation nor any special privileges for them now other than the gospel offers to all men alike. Through the atonement of Christ and union with him, there is redemption for their souls the same as others, but in no other way. But the belief of many is that they are preserved in their singular distinctness, even in unbelief, as the subject of a grand restoration and conversion when the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled, and that blindness in part has happened unto them. In which as a people they will remain till the time of the revelation of Jesus Christ at his second coming. And to this belief the Great Pyramid would also seem to answer in a very marked manner. A special national token of the Jew is the Sabbatic system. It was given of God, and made to pervade the whole Jewish economy as a thing by which the chosen people were to be distinguished from all other nations, and in the observance of which they were to exhibit themselves as God's people. Disregard of this was held to be treason to their king, and a forfeiture of all their rights to the promises, and this Sabbatic system is specially characteristic of the so-called Queen's Chamber and the horizontal passage leading to it. They reached their highest point when of them Christ was born. The same unbelief by which they then were broken off they have ever since retained. Hence the avenue which I take as a symbol of their history from Christ's time is horizontal, except that the last seventh, if it drops lower than any other part. If the latter chapters of Ezekiel, from the 36th onward, and many other passages are to be literally taken, and there is great difficulty in understanding them in any other way, there is to come for Israel a grander restoration than that of their return from Babylon, when they will be re-established in holiness according to their ancient estate, and all their early institutes again be righted up and put into full effect. Hence this low horizontal passage terminates in a grand sabbatic room full of the most important notations of the measures and proportions of the whole pyramid. Those who hold to this restoration of the Jews hold also that they will be returned in their present unbelief and blindness as regards the true Messiah, and will only afterwards have the scales removed from their eyes after the manner of Paul, who in this respect was as one born before the time. And this also would seem to be distinctly set forth. 2 ventilating tubes have recently been discovered in the so-called Queen's Chamber, which the builders left entirely closed over with a thin unbroken scale, which not only shut them from all observation but rendered them of no practical effect whatever. The room has therefore always been noted for its foul air and noisome smell, for the atmosphere there was left without circulation for 4,000 years. These tubes extended inward through the masonry and into the stones forming the walls of the room, all nicely cut, but for about 1 inch they were not cut through into the room itself. On the hidden sides of the walls these air channels were open, but on the visible sides within the room the surface was smooth, even, and unbroken, the same as any other part. It was only by something of an accident that these scales were broken and the channels opened into the room itself. So singular an arrangement could have none other than a symbolic intent. No architectural reason for the peculiarity can at all be traced. And most strikingly would it serve to signify the blindness of the Jew, and his deadness in unbelief, needing only the breaking away of those scales for the free breath of God to purify everything again. And if this is the meaning of the symbol, it accords precisely with the idea of the re-establishment of the Jewish nationality before the Great Conversion. And that this breaking away of the disabling and defiling scales of blindness and unbelief remains to be accomplished after entrance upon the state symbolized by this room. And even then it is only removed by a breakage and violence entirely distinct from the ordinary course of things, which would also be fulfilled in case the general conversion of the Jews is to be brought about after the manner of that type of it exhibited in Paul, who was converted as no other man ever has been by the personal apocalypse of the Lord Jesus. It is also fully agreed by those who hold to the belief of a restoration of the Jews, that they will then be lifted spiritually far above the dead level which has characterized them as a nation since the fall of Jerusalem, and that quite a new, higher, and holier spirit than they ever experienced before will then be breathed into their ancient ceremonial. And the same would seem to be symbolized in this chamber. It has no proper floor, and is entered from a very low plane, even lower than the avenue in general. But inside there is a baseline marked evenly around it at a range with the square top of the entrance passage, indicating a grand lifting up after having entered. It is in the relative spaces above this line that the Sabbatism and exalted proportions and commensurations of the apartment appear. This opens an entirely new field in pyramid interpretations, which calls for a more enlarged and thorough examination. But what does that horizontal sabbatic passage, starting from the level of Christ's death and dropping lower in the last seventh of its floor line, mean, if not the Jew who has risen no higher since the rejection of his Messiah, but has fallen lower of late by his rationalism, though still preserving his distinctness from all other peoples? What can that remarkable, separate, sabbatic room mean, if not intended to set forth a separate and peculiar earthly destiny of the Jew? And what can that grand uplifting and the breaking through of those thin stoppages of the ventilation signify, if not the requickening by the Spirit of God which is promised to the Jew for the sake of his fathers? When once he shall look upon him whom he has pierced. The Pyramid and Heaven. The crown of Christian theology and hope is the doctrine concerning heaven, the residence of God and his glorified people. When the Savior left the earth, he said, "I go to prepare a place for you." Abraham looked for a permanent city. Paul spoke hopefully of a building of God, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. John beheld and wrote of that great city, the holy Jerusalem, even Jerusalem the golden, of which the Church ever sings with such fondness and delight. And this too is symbolized in the Great Pyramid. If nothing else, the granite chamber in which the dispensations of this world terminate may serve to tell of it. But that chamber seems rather to relate to the consummated earthly than to the heavenly. There is reason to believe that another and superior chamber exists in the mighty edifice, more fully answering to the celestial city. The sabbatic chamber is on the 25th course of the masonry, and the granite chamber on the 50th. To make up the complete count there would have to be a third on the 100th course, corresponding to the third heaven. The Apocalypse, that book of the consummations, seems also to call for such a chamber. As the 7 churches, under the 7 stars, are found in the grand gallery, and the judgment dispensation in the anteroom leading to the granite chamber. And the Great Tribulation, in the granite blocks which hang over the passageway through that anteroom, there would need to be another and higher apartment to answer to the heavenly Jerusalem, which the Apocalypse introduces as the crown of all. The piles of ancient rubbish from the building of this pyramid which cover the breast of the hill also add their indications of another chamber of grander materials than the others, and higher up in the edifice. After a rain Prof. Smith paced about among the gutters which the wash cut into these piles of chips and splinters of stone, to see what he could find. Towards the top of the heap and just in front of, though at a great distance from, the pyramid's entrance portal, he found frequent splinters and fragments of green and white diorite. This is a compact, very hard, cryptocrystalline formation, whitish, speckled with black or greenish black. It is the material of which the celebrated stone statue now in the Bulak Museum is cut. It is not native to the pyramid region, and could only have been brought there from far. Whilst the number of these spalls and fragments intermixed with the earth and other chippings and offal in the process of this pyramid's building would indicate some extensive use of that excellent material in this structure. Their occurrence near the top of the furthest distance of these piles from the pyramid would show that the use made of this rock was high up in the edifice and toward its completion. But in none of the present openings has anything been found made of diorite, or anything like it. Therefore, Prof. Smith, in debating over these fragments, says, "I was compelled to gaze up at the pyramid with its vast bulk, and believe that there is another chamber still undiscovered there. And one which will prove to be the very muniment room of the whole monument." 23. And even the way to it may perhaps be found from a suggestion which I draw from the Apocalypse. The numberless multitude before the throne of God, chap. 7, 9-17, comes out of the Great Tribulation, and if those granite blocks suspended over the way through the anteroom to the king's chamber denote the Great Tribulation, as they so expressively do, the way to a room symbolic of heaven would seem to be directly from those blocks, just where nobody has ever searched for it. Those blocks hang in grooves, and have a boss or knob left on the side as if meant to be slid up for a purpose, and the vision of John would seem to imply that the lifting of them would uncover the way to the room which would be the symbol of glory. A light bore with a rod so directed as to strike behind those blocks would probably reveal whether or not there is such a passage from either side at that point. And until the facts are ascertained by adequate examination, I am inclined to believe, from general analogy and from the correspondence in all other points with the Bible, and especially with the apocalyptic outlines, that behind those blocks will be found the way to another and superior chamber, situated in the upper center of the building on the 100th course of the masonry. I also anticipate that when it is discovered it will present an exact square, 16 pyramid cubits every way, with perhaps 3 distinct entrances on each side. And answering in its prophetic readings to the 21st chapter of the book of the Revelation. Of course this is only a hypothesis, a theoretic persuasion which needs to be tested by further explorations, but it rests on considerations sufficiently strong to beget in me the belief that it will be verified in fact. Hence I have had the place and proportions of such a room indicated on the diagram. The pyramid and the spiritual universe. But man is not the only rational creature God has made. As the interval below, between him and nothing, is filled up with uncounted orders and forms of being, so on rational as well as scriptural grounds it is part of our common faith that there are many intellectual and spiritual orders above. Between him and the infinite Creator. These rank in series over series of angels and archangels, seraphim and cherubim, principalities and powers. And as the pyramid is a scriptural image of the church, so it is also of this whole spiritual universe. Galloway, in his Egypt's Record of Time, has noted that the ascending scale of natures above man was revealed to Jacob in vision. The collective nature of man is, as it were, at the basis of a mighty pyramid of spiritual natures ascending by successive stages to one glorious apex, from which the whole derives unity, from which the whole has proceeded, and on which it depends for existence. This glorious spiritual pyramid appears to be that which was revealed to Jacob at Bethel, when a solitary traveler on his way to Padan Aram, a mighty ladder or scale of being ascending from man to the highest heaven. A sublime idea of the spiritual universe proceeding from one, and built up into one glorious head, a world not of gross and dead materials, but of living spirit and flame, full of the adoring love and active service of God. At the summit of which the presence of Jehovah was beheld revealed, pp. 339, 340. And this grand, striking, and truthful conception of the universe bound together and headed up in one supreme original of all, we have here in material form, consolidated in stone. Worthy in some measure too of the eternal vastness and magnificence of the subject. Thus then the Great Pyramid answers throughout to all history and all revelation. The substance of both testaments and all the dispensations of God toward man are here traced in unchanging rock, more than 5 centuries before Moses. How came these things into this pile, and nowhere else on earth but in the Bible? Whence came this sublime science before the days of science, this knowledge of all history then only in its beginnings, this understanding of all sacred doctrines and prophecies before all other existing records of them? By what marvelous eccentricities of chance originated these monumental prophecies, this prehistoric picturing of coming ages, these symbolizations of the mysterious providence of God toward our world for 4,000 years? This foreannouncement of the end from the beginning, this sublime petrifaction of the divine word ere ever a chapter of it was traced in our scriptures. When we find these things in the Bible written long afterwards we call them inspired. What then shall we call them when we find them all securely laid up in stone hundreds and thousands of years anterior to that holy book, and now open to us with superadded marvels upon which the Bible scarcely touches? I know not how others may be impressed, but I feel as if I would be shutting my eyes to truth, suppressing the force of evidence, and withstanding demonstration. Did I not joyfully admit and embrace the fact that we have here a precious memorial from the same blessed Jehovah from whom we have our glorious Bible, erected by some chosen people whom his own Spirit guided? And at the same time a most ancient monumental witness to all the holy truths and histories. And yet the subject is not exhausted. There are various other interesting matters to be considered, all tending to the same conclusion, but I cannot enter upon them now. Reluctantly, I must close again without reaching the end of what needs to be said in a proper presentation of the case. Only one little item more, which seems to belong here, will I yet notice, and with that I conclude this lecture. The Pyramid and Jerusalem. If this pyramid is what it would thus seem to be, it would be natural to infer that it ought to have some connection with or reference to Jerusalem. All the institutes and revelations of God had their chief center there for more than 1,000 years. God made it his own sacred metropolis, the only one he ever had localized upon earth. There his only temple stood. There his holy law was deposited. Thither his people were required to come for the celebration of their most distinguishing services. There was the royal seat of his chosen kings. There was the sacred capital of his consecrated priests, of his inspired prophets, of his holy scribes. There the glorious Messiah presented himself to the elect nation. There he died for the sins of the world. There he rose triumphant from the dead. There he ascended into heaven. There he poured out the Holy Ghost. There he inaugurated the Christian Church. There he sent forth his inspired apostles for the conquest of the world to the religion of the cross. Nay, there he is to appear again when he comes the second time as he has promised. And if the Great Pyramid belongs at all to the great system of God's redemptive interpositions, it could hardly be wanting in some reference to that city of the Lord, the Zion of the Holy One of Israel. So at least it appeared to me, and led me to search for the missing indications. I knew that the pyramid's most distinguished cubit answers to the sacred cubit of Moses. That the capacity measure of the pyramid's granite coffer is the same as that of the Ark of the Covenant, that the sabbatic system of the Jews is distinctly noted in connection with the Queen's chamber. And that the molten sea had proportions of earth commensuration which also appear in the size of the pyramid's main chamber. These are indeed remarkable and significant coincidences, but they do not give so direct a reference as I thought ought to exist. It hence occurred to me to ascertain the exact direction of Jerusalem from the Great Pyramid and to try whether it would fit to any of its interior angles. Having used 2 different maps to make sure of accuracy, the result came out exactly the same in both, namely, that 3 of the main inside angles of the Great Pyramid applied to its north side eastward, point directly to Jerusalem. If a cannonball were shot from the Great Pyramid's north side at the precise angle eastward as that of the entrance passage computed with the baseline, or that of the main ascending passage computed with the same line, or that of the Grand Gallery computed with the passage to the Queen's chamber, that ball, could it reach so far, would strike the Holy City. Of itself this might be passed as of no special significance, but taken in connection with what has been developed in this lecture. The unexpected discovery induced a feeling as if the half-smothered pile with all its burden of centuries suddenly arose out of its sands and rubbish, lifted up its stony hand, and looking the very image of old time, pointed its heavy and half-pendant finger to the city of Melchizedek, David, and Solomon, saying as with a voice out of the bottom ages, "Look over there. Savants of the earth, and all ye that inquire, go yonder. There observe, listen, and wait, and ye shall know whence I am, and whereof I witness." Lecture 3rd. Analysis of Traditions, Opinions, and Results. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now is come salvation, and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Christ, for the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of his testimony. Rev. 12:10, 11. Whatever may be ultimately concluded respecting the origin and intent of the Great Pyramid, it is certainly one of the most astonishing works ever produced by man. Apart from all else, the coincidences between it and our most advanced physical sciences, together with the thorough correspondence between it and the Scriptures, as pointed out in preceding lectures, establishes for it a wonderfulness if not a sacredness unequaled by anything outside the sphere of miracle. But the history of traditions and opinions concerning it is quite as remarkable as itself, and also strongly confirmatory of the conclusions towards which we have been advancing. To show this and to indicate some of the attendant results is what I propose in the present lecture. It is a singular fact and not without significance that whilst this oldest, largest and highest edifice of stone ever piled by human hands has been before the eyes of the most intelligent portions of the race for more than 4,000 years, the learned world has not yet been able to settle what to think of it. Strange to say, it has always been a puzzle and a mystery. The ancient traditions. The Jews up to the Saviour's time had a cherished tradition that this pyramid was built before the flood. Josephus, the learned scribe, gives it as historic fact that Seth and his immediate descendants were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order. And that their inventions might not be lost before they were sufficiently known, upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed, they made 2 pillars, the one of brick, the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries on them both, that in case the pillar of brick should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain and exhibit these discoveries to mankind. He also adds, now this pillar remains in the land of Syriad, Egypt, to this day. Jewish Antiquities, I, 2. Such an idea so strongly rooted in the mind of God's chosen people is very noteworthy, to say the least. The Arabians had a corresponding tradition. In a manuscript, preserved in the Bodleian Library, and translated by Dr. Sprenger, Abu Bakr says, the wise men previous to the flood, foreseeing an impending judgment from heaven either by submersion or by fire, which would destroy every created thing, built upon the tops of the mountains in Upper Egypt many pyramids of stone, in order to have some refuge against the approaching calamity. 2 of these buildings exceeded the rest in height, being 400 cubits high, and as many broad, and as many long. They were built with large blocks of marble, and they were so well put together that the joints were scarcely perceptible. Upon the exterior of the building every charm and wonder of physic was inscribed. Masudi, another Arab writer, gives the same even more circumstantially, and says that on the eastern or Great Pyramid as built by these ancients the heavenly spheres were inscribed, likewise the positions of the stars and their circles. Together with the history and chronicles of time past, of that which is to come, and of every future event. Another Arabic fragment, claiming to be a translation from an ancient Coptic papyrus, gives a similar account of the origin of the pyramids, and states that innumerable precious things were treasured in these buildings, including the mysteries of science, astronomy, geometry, physics, and much useful knowledge. So, too, the famous traveler, Ibn Battuta, says, that the pyramids were constructed by Hermes, the same person as Enoch and Esdras, to preserve the arts and sciences and other intelligence during the flood. And it was by reason of fanciful exaggerations of this same tradition that Al-Ma'mun made his forced entrance into this edifice. Of course these accounts cannot be accepted in their literal terms. They are manifestly at fault in various particulars. The very oldest of the pyramids, by its own testimony, was not built till 600 years after the flood. Seth and Enoch therefore were not its builders, whatever they may have contributed indirectly to it. Nor was the motive for it just the one alleged, though perhaps involving something of the truth. The idea of the storage of material treasures, or of literal inscriptions on the walls and stones, has also been proven erroneous, at least as to what now remains of the edifice. But where so much smoke there is apt to be some fire. Nearly every superstition in the world has some truth at the bottom by which it was brought into being, and there is every probability that there is here also some kernel of reality. The pyramids certainly exist, and they exist just where these traditions locate them. The Great One also proves itself possessed of a marked scientific character. Much of this science must necessarily have come over from antediluvian times. 600 years were too short for mankind to have made all the observations here recorded. Noah had special revelations in the science of measures, mechanics, and all that superior wisdom necessary for the building of a ship larger than the Great Eastern, and capable of weathering a wilder and wider sea than ever was navigated before or since. What he and his fathers knew before the flood he certainly would not leave behind when he embarked for a new world, which it was his conscious mission to people. The implements used in the building of the ark, the knowledge of their uses, and how to manufacture them, together with all that God had taught or man had learned on the other side of the flood, he took with him into the ark. And with the same disembarked on our side of that awful water. By some of his immediate descendants only a short time after the death, if not within the lifetime of his son Shem, the Great Pyramid was built. Of necessity, therefore, the science by which and to which this pyramid was fashioned, and perhaps the very tools which helped to build the ark, at least the knowledge of how to make and use such tools, came over from beyond the flood, and found imperishable memorial in this monument. Hence, though not built by Seth and the Sethite antediluvian patriarchs, there was still a real connection between it and them, between their science and what it embodies. And even what these traditions state with regard to the intent of the building is not wholly without basis in reason. It is pretty clear that there was an atheistic and God-defiant science before the flood, the same as now, which would necessarily create anxiety on the part of the holy patriarchs to preserve and perpetuate the pure truth as God had given it. Their religious fidelity would involve this, and we know that they were faithful in this respect. As a false worship, an oppressive rule, a corrupt system of weights and measures, and a perverted life in general were set up by Cain and his wicked seed, luring the world to destruction, Seth and his posterity. As they continued to esteem God as the Lord of the universe and to have an entire regard to virtue, held to another theology, science, and system of things very sacred and dear to them, which they would be most religiously concerned to preserve and transmit to remotest generations. Noah as a faithful Sethite would be specially anxious and diligent to inculcate and perpetuate that order, his faithfulness to which had saved him and his house when all the rest of mankind perished. The faithful among his descendants could not but share in the same anxieties, particularly when they saw mankind again relapsing into the old Cainite apostasy. Out of devotion to the truth of God, nothing could be more natural for them than, over against the impious Babel Tower, to wish for some permanent memorial to God and the sacred wisdom and teaching which they had from Him. Acting thus under the holiest of impulses, especially if aided in it by divine inspiration, as Noah was in the building of the ark, just such a modest but mighty science-laden pillar as the Great Pyramid might be anticipated as the result. And the essential import of these strange traditions thus be realized. More modern opinions. But over against all such ideas there is a long array of the most diverse and contradictory opinions. For a long time it has been customary to regard the pyramids as mere monuments of the power and folly of the monarchs by whom they were erected, and of the enslavement of their subjects. Pliny says that they were built for ostentation and to keep an idle people at work. Hales calls them stupendous monuments of ancient ostentation and tyranny. F. Barham Zinley enlarged on the theory that capital is bottled-up labor, convertible again at pleasure into labor or the produce of labor. That as there were no government bonds, consols, and productive stocks in which to invest in the time of the pyramid builders, they might as well invest their barren surplusage in making for themselves eternal monuments, or some safe and magnificent abodes for their mummies, as to conceal it in barren treasuries to tempt other people's covetousness. And that this is the way to account for the pyramids. Robinson refers to them as probably the earliest as well as the loftiest and most vast of all existing works of man upon the face of the earth. But thinks there is little room to doubt that they were erected chiefly if not solely from the vain pride of human pomp and power. Stanley speaks of them as the product of a silly ambition, the study of which can make them only more definite objects of contempt. To such an estimate Brandy has sufficiently answered that this is a very superficial and prejudiced view of the matter. The varying magnitude of the pyramids, the fact of their being scattered over a space extending lengthwise about 70 miles, and their extraordinary number, appear to show pretty conclusively that they must have been constructed, in their original, at least, from a sense of utility and duty, and not out of caprice or from a vain desire to perpetuate the names or the celebrity of their founders. Some trace the pyramids to Nimrod, and think they were meant to be towers of security. But the idea of a Nimrodic origin of these structures is a mere surmise, wild and without a particle of evidence looking in that direction. And as retreats for men in case of flood or invasion, no such structures ever could have been thought of by any rational people, and none others could have built them. Destitute of habitable space within, incapable in their perfect state of being ascended, and furnishing neither standing room nor shelter on their summits, they would be a poor resort for safety in any such emergency. Mandeville considered them the granaries built by Joseph to store up the products of the 7 years of fatness against the succeeding 7 years of famine. But nothing could be more ill-adapted for a purpose of that sort. They were 1,000 times more costly than the worth of all the corn they could hold, and any one of them would require more time to construct than double the number of years Joseph had to prepare for the famine. We also have the highest evidence now that the Great Pyramid, which alone was capable of serving in this line, was built hundreds of years before Joseph was born. Others have regarded them as astronomical observatories, and some have even figured an imaginary base around each where the students of the sky might sit and contemplate like great heavenly choirs. But that such amazing buildings all in one low place and incapable of being ascended should have been erected merely to furnish sittings for a few stargazers, for whom any rock or hillock would answer as well, is a little too much for credulity itself. And the modern uncovering of the Great Pyramid's finish at the base has effectually dispersed forever all these imaginary choirs. Others have supposed the pyramids intended as artificial barricades against the sands of the desert or the breaking forth of the Nile. But the eye of an observer sees at a glance the paltry absurdity of such an idea. The Nile never had any notion of breaking over this hill of solid rock, and if it had, the pyramids were a vain thing to hinder either it or the sands of the desert. The tomb theory. A more extensively accepted opinion now is that the pyramids were all designed for royal sepulchres, and nothing else, which is doubtless true of most of them. It is possible also that the idea of a tomb for Cheops may have mingled with the original design of the first and greatest of them, though there is no evidence to that effect. It may have been given out for a tomb for him as a mere blind to the nation at large, but in any event the tomb idea never could have been more than subordinate and incidental. We know now that this pyramid was built during the reign of Cheops, in the so-called fourth dynasty of Egyptian kings. But it is nearly as certain that Cheops never was entombed in it. The account given by Herodotus is sometimes quoted in proof that he was, but it is clearly a misunderstanding. That account says that Cheops was buried in some subterraneous place where the Nile water introduced through an artificial duct surrounds an island. But there is not a single opening either in or under the Great Pyramid which is not far above the highest Nile level. That Cheops never was entombed in the so-called king's chamber is therefore certain in so far as what Herodotus tells about it is accepted. Personally he knew nothing. He only records what was told him. And the priest from whom he got his statement either was as ignorant as himself, or Cheops never was buried in this pyramid. Diodorus says positively that Cheops was not buried here, but in some obscure and unknown place. For 600 years after Al-Mamun broke open this pyramid, the Arab writers who tell of the feat say not a word of any human remains or indications of sepulture being found. Shahab Eddin Ahmed ben Yahya, on the contrary, says that nothing was discovered as to the motive or time of its construction. Masudi tells of certain findings, such as colored magic stones, columns of gold which nobody could move, images in green stone, and a cock with flaming eyes, which stories none but a Moslem can believe. But says not a word of the finding of any man or any evidence of the use of the place as a tomb. And not less than a dozen of the best European authors on the subject, from Helferkus to Sir Gardner Wilkinson's Guidebook to Modern Egypt, though some of them believe that the Great Pyramid was intended for a sepulchral monument, agree in stating that there is no proof that anybody ever was entombed in it. 24. But if this edifice was reared to be a royal sepulchre, why was it not used as such? Very curious are the explanations to which the tomb theorists have resorted to account for the failure. Diodorus among the old writers, and Baumgarten among the more modern ones, say that the people of Egypt were so enraged at the sufferings endured from the builders of the two greatest pyramids, and at their various violent actions, as to threaten to tear them out of their sepulchres, whereupon they both charged their relatives at their death to inter them secretly in some obscure place. To this Colonel Weiss has conclusively answered, if Cheops reigned 50 years, and had sufficient power to construct the Great Pyramid, it can scarcely be supposed that his body was not deposited in it, if so intended. Particularly as his successor is said to have reigned 56 years, and to have erected a similar tomb for himself, which he could scarcely have done had his predecessor's tomb been violated or any doubt have existed about the security of his own. Helferkus and Vuillard get over the difficulty by assigning the Great Pyramid to that pharaoh who perished in the Red Sea while pursuing the departing children of Israel. As that monarch's body was never recovered, they say of course his sepulchre never was used. Still others explain that the tomb was Joseph's, and became vacant at the time of the Exodus, as his brethren took his body with them when they went up to the land of promise. But unfortunately for these explanations, the Great Pyramid was built some 600 years before Moses and several hundred years before the viceroyalty of Joseph. The truth is that the tomb theory does not fit the facts, the traditions, or any knowledge that we have on the subject. It is wholly borrowed from the numerous later pyramids, ambitiously and ignorantly copied after it, which were intended and used for royal sepulchres, but with which the Great Pyramid has nothing in common, save locality in general shape. In all the examination to which it has been subjected, whether in ancient or modern times, and in all the historic fragments concerning it, there is nothing whatever to give or to bear out the idea that its intention was simply that of a royal sepulchral monument, or that can legitimately raise the tomb theory any higher than a possible but very improbable supposition. Something more than a tomb. It is also important in this connection to note that something wholly distinct from a mere sepulchre, or something additional and of much greater significance, has always haunted the convictions of those who have most profoundly studied this wonderful structure. Sandys gives place to the idea of a tomb, but considers it a tomb built with special reference to the symbolization of spiritual doctrines and hopes, together with conceits from astronomical demonstrations. Greaves accepts it for a tomb, but one framed with intent to represent spiritual ideas. Shaw denies its tombic character altogether, and pronounces it a temple of religious mysteries. Perry admits that it may have served as a royal tomb, but had special reference to sacred beliefs. Jomard gave but little credit to the treasure theory of the East or the tomb theory of the West, and considered this pyramid likely to prove itself gifted with something of great value to the civilized world, particularly in the matter of measures and weights. Wilkinson considers the pyramids tombs, but is persuaded that some were intended for astronomical purposes. Mr. St. John holds them as meant for religious uses and symbolisms. Agnew takes them as tombs, but at the same time as embodiments of science, emblems of the sacred sphere. Exhibited in the most convenient architectural form, a squaring of the circle outside, which is true only of the Great Pyramid, and a setting forth of various geometric, astronomic, and mathematical mysteries inside. Sir Isaac Newton considered them sources of very important information on the subject of measures. Sir John Herschel was persuaded of the Great Pyramid's astronomical character, and found in it standards of measure which he urged England to adopt in preference to any other on earth. Becket Denison admits it to be a highly scientific monument of metrology, mathematics, and astronomy. Hekakian Bey, of Constantinople, in a volume published in 1863, ignores the idea of the granite coffer being a sarcophagus, and speaks of it as the king's stone, deposited in its sanctuary as a record of a standard of measure. Proctor argues that it is highly probable that the builders of the Great Pyramid sought to represent symbolically in the proportions of the building such mathematical and astronomical relations as they were acquainted with, and may have had a quasi-scientific desire to make a lasting record of their discoveries, and of the collected knowledge of their time. And since what has been written and pointed out by John Taylor, Piazzi Smith, Sir John Vincent Day, Rev. T. Goodsir, Captain B. F. Tracy, Mr. James Simpson, Henry Mitchell, Dr. Alexander Mackey, Charles Casey, Rev. F. R. A. Glover, Hamilton Smith, J. Ralston Skinner, and others, within the last 15 years, we can but wonder that anyone at all read up on the subject should think of withholding from this colossal monument the award of something vastly more than a mere tomb. That subterranean chamber cut deep into the solid rock would seem to indicate a tomb, but that chamber never was finished, and no one pretends that it was ever used for sepulture. It must have been meant for some other purpose. A vast tumulus, solidly built, with but few and narrow openings, terminating in finely polished rooms in its interior, would seem to agree with the idea of a grand sepulchre, but when we find in it a transcendent geodesic plan of location, equally dividing the Earth's surface between the equator and the North Pole, palpably marking the center of all habitable land distribution on the globe, and giving the best meridional line for the zero of latitude for all nations, surely we ought to begin to think of something else. A square with 4 sloping sides built up to a point in the center, would seem to be a proper device for an enduring royal mausoleum, and hence the same was long accepted in Egypt for sepulchral monuments of the kings. But when we find in the first and original of them a perfect geometric figure, so framed that the four sides of its base bear the same proportion to its vertical height as the circumference of a circle to its radius, that each of its baselines measures the even 10 millionth part of the semi-axis of the earth just as many times as there are days in the year, that its height multiplied by 109 gives the mean distance between the earth and its great center of light, that its unit of length is the even 500 millionth part of the polar diameter of the globe we inhabit, that its two diagonals of base measure in inches the precise number of years in the great precessional cycle, that its bulk of masonry is an even proportion of the weight of the earth itself, and that its setting and shaping are squared and oriented with microscopic accuracy, nothing of which is to be found in the 4 scores of neighboring pyramidal tombs. By what law of right reason are we to dismiss from our thoughts every idea but that of a mere sepulchre? A polished stone coffer, conveniently deep, and wide, and long to accommodate the body of a man, and put up in noble place as here, would seem to bespeak a royal sarcophagus, but when we find that coffer of the utmost plebeian plainness, quite disproportioned to such a purpose, devoid of all known covering, ornament, inscription or sepulchral insignia, incapable of being placed in its chamber with a body in it, is there not room for rational doubt that it was ever meant or used for a burial casket? And when we perceive in it a most accurately shaped standard of measures and proportions, its sides and bottom cubically identical with its internal space, the length of its two sides to its height as a circle to its diameter, its exterior volume just twice the dimensions of its bottom, and its whole measure just the 50th part of the chamber in which it was put when the edifice was built, we may well wonder what all such unparalleled scientific elaborations have to do with a mere tomb. The inclined entrance of a fitting size to receive a coffin, and down which a coffin could be conveniently slid to some chamber in the depths below, would be in keeping with a tombic intent. But when we find it terminating below in what never was a burial chamber, and turned above in a sharp angle which no coffin such as the coffer could pass, and that entrance most inconveniently located just to bring it into the plane of the meridian at an angle to point to the lower culmination of a pole star at the same time that the Pleiades are on the meridian above, does it not become necessary to think of something more than a mere tomb, if not to abandon that idea altogether? All the other pyramids of Egypt were meant for tombs, but none of them have any upward passages or upper chambers. The grand gallery in this edifice, so sublime in height, so abrupt in beginning and termination, so different from all the other passages before or beyond it, so elaborately and peculiarly contrived and finished in every part, is absolutely incomprehensible on the tomb theory or on any other, save that of a high astronomical, historical, and spiritual symbolism, having nothing whatever to do with the entombment of an Egyptian despot. And when we find in this edifice throughout, one great system of interrelated numbers, measures, weights, angles, temperatures, degrees, geometric problems, cosmic references, and general geodesy, which modern science has now read and verified from it, reason and truth demand of the teachers of mankind to cease writing that no other object presented itself to the builder of the Great Pyramid than the preparation of his own tomb. That all these things should appear in a great metrologic, scientific, and symbolic structure, meant to memorialize the most important features of universal nature, history, and theology, we can easily understand. But that they should turn up in what was never meant to be anything but a tomb, as Lord Valentia, Shaw, Jomard, and others have submitted, is beyond all rational comprehension or belief. Mere literary Egyptologists, whose world of inquiry is bounded by classic tombs, Syriatic sepulchres, and heathen temples, a few sneering scientists, who find here an impediment to their atheistic philosophies, consequential theologues and pedants, who have reached the boundaries of wisdom, and all the wise owls of stereotyped learning, ensconced in their hollownesses of decay, may pooh-pooh and hoot, but if this pyramid was meant for a tomb it is the most wonderful sepulchre ever constructed, the mere accidents of which are 10,000-fold more magnificent in wisdom, interest, and worth to mankind, than all the tombs and pharaohs of all the dynasties, and all their other works besides, a tomb, too, to which there has now fortunately come a resurrection morning, second only to that which split open the rocks of Calvary and demonstrated a glorious immortality for man. Not a temple of idolatry. Brandy has expressed the opinion, that, if we had sufficient knowledge of antiquity, it would probably be found that the motives which led to the construction of the pyramids were, at bottom, nearly identical with those which led to the construction of St. Peter's and St. Paul's, and that they are monuments of religion and piety, as well as of the power of the pharaohs. To whatever extent this was the fact with regard to the Great Pyramid, there is no evidence that it was built for an idol temple, whether to Ather, as suggested by Mr. St. John, or to Cheops, as insinuated by Mr. Osborne. Certain Eastern peoples may have made pilgrimages to it, as the Western people do now, or as the Queen of Sheba came to hear the wisdom of Solomon. The Egyptians themselves may afterwards have accepted it as the great temple of Seiss, and even appointed priests for the celebration of his worship in connection with it. But that can be much better explained in other ways than by assuming that Cheops built it either as a tomb for his body or as a temple for the honor of his soul. Egypt was a hotbed of idolatry from the beginning. Its people began by the worship of heroes and heavenly bodies, and ended in the worship of bulls, and goats, and cats, and crocodiles, and hawks, and beetles. Their false religion was in full sway when Cheops was born. Lepsius tells us that the whole land was full of temples, filled with statues of gods and kings. Their walls within and without covered with colored reliefs and hieroglyphics in celebration of the virtues of their hero gods and their divine and ever faultless children. Nothing, even down to the palette of a scribe, the style with which a lady painted her eyelashes, or a walking stick, was deemed too insignificant to be inscribed with the name of the owner. An votive dedication of the object to some patron divinity. And yet, here is the Great Pyramid, the largest, finest, and most wonderful edifice in all Egypt, situated in the midst of an endless round of tombs, temples, and monuments, all uniformly loaded down with these idolatrous emblems and inscriptions. And yet in all its 13 acres of masonry, in all its long avenues, grand gallery, and exquisite chambers, in any department or place whatever, there has never been found one ancient inscription, votive record, or the slightest sign or shred of Egypt's idolatry. In the center of the intensest impurity, the Great Pyramid stands without spot, blemish, or remotest taint of the surrounding flood of abominations, like the incarnate Son of God, sinless in a world of sinners. And to hold such a monument to be itself a temple of idol worship is like calling Christ a minister of Beelzebub. Historic fragments. Passing then to the historic fragments relating to the subject, we find additional reason for the same conclusions. It is given as a fact, and specially emphasized, that during the building of the Great Pyramid the government of Egypt was strangely and oppressively adverse to the established idolatry of the nation. Cheops stands charged on all sides as at that particular time very arrogant towards the gods, having shut up the temples, interdicted the customary worship, cast out the images to be defiled on the highways, and compelled even the priests to labor in the quarries. Hence the indignant Hierophant whom Herodotus consulted, said, "The Egyptians so detest the memory of these kings that they do not much like to mention their names." It thus appears that Cheops was the positive foe and punisher of idolatry at the time this building was being put up. Which fact alone wholly and forever sweeps away all idea of this pillar having been erected for any idol's temple or as a votive offering to any god or gods of the Egyptian pantheon. It further appears from these fragments, along with other indications, that after the Great Pyramid was completed, late in his life, Cheops relapsed into the old Egyptian idolatry. Became a devotee of the very worship which he had so sternly suppressed, and not only reopened the temples, but actually put forth a book on the gods of his country, which was highly esteemed for ages after. 25. How, then, did it happen that during the 30 or more years in which the Great Pyramid was building, this man, born and reared in idolatry, and dying a debit of it, was the suppressor of its temples, the enslaver of its priests, and the defiler of its gods? The answer may perhaps be found in another particular with which these fragments make us acquainted. During the building of the Great Pyramid there was a noted stranger abiding in Egypt, and keeping himself about the spot where the building was going on. The priest consulted by Herodotus describes him as a shepherd, to whom rather than to Cheops the Egyptians attribute this edifice. The precise words recorded by Herodotus are, they commonly call the pyramids after Felician, a shepherd who at that time fed his flocks about the place. Rawlinson's Herodotus, Volume 2, page 176. Here is a most remarkable and significant item of information: an unknown but conspicuous stranger, possessed of flocks and herds, abides about the locality of the Great Pyramid for all the years it was in building, and is so related to the work that all Egypt for more than 1700 years considered him its real originator and builder, Cheops merely furnishing the site, the workmen, and the materials. Nor was he some great professional architect, whom Cheops heard of and sent for to build him a sepulchre. The account says he was a shepherd, a keeper of flocks, and hence of an order whose business lay in the line of keeping sheep, but not in the line of building pyramids to the order of foreign kings. He is called Felician or Philitis. This would seem to imply that he was one of a peculiar and special religious brotherhood, or that he was a Philistine, one who came from or located in Philistia. There were several classes of Philistines, different in religion and race. The Philistines of Jewish times are of unsavory odor. But it was not so with certain earlier Philistines whom the scriptures mention with honor as a people specially favored of Jehovah. When Israel was on the way to Canaan, in order to revive their drooping confidence, God told them of a much earlier people whom he had in like manner conducted up from Egypt. He calls them the Caphtorims which came out of Caphtor, Deuteronomy 2 verse 23. This Caphtor was the very region of Egypt in which the Great Pyramid stands, and these Caphtorims from Caphtor, God elsewhere calls the Philistines, whom he brought up from Caphtor. Amos 9 verse 7. So that not only from Herodotus and his informant, but from the Bible itself, we learn of Philistines once in the neighborhood of the Great Pyramid, who were the objects of the divine favor, and whom God brought up from thence, as he long afterwards brought up the children of Israel. 26. There is also another remarkable fragment bearing on the subject. Manetho, an Egyptian priest and scribe, is quoted by Josephus, and others, as saying, "We had formerly a king whose name was Timaus. In his time it came to pass, I know not how, that the deity was displeased with us. And there came up from the east in a strange manner men of an ignoble race, who had the confidence to invade our country, and easily subdued it by their power without a battle. And when they had our rulers in their hands they demolished the temples of the gods." See Corey's Fragments, page 257. This Timaus of Manetho is doubtless the same person as the Chems of Diodorus, the Cheops of Herodotus, and the Chufu or Supis of the monuments. The description is peculiar, and though tinctured with Egypt's proverbial hatred to this class of shepherds, indicates a wonderful influence won over the king by purely peaceable means, which could hardly have been less than supernatural. Manetho himself refers it to the pleasure and displeasure of the deity, and further adds, that this people was styled Hyksos, that is, the shepherd kings, and that, some say they were Arabians. 27. Manetho wrote about 300 years before Christ, and his statements are somewhat mixed with the history of another set of shepherd kings of a long subsequent dynasty. But the ground of the story belongs to the period of Cheops and the Great Pyramid, for it was then that this peaceable control was obtained over the reigning sovereigns by a shepherd prince, the temples closed, the gods destroyed, and the people oppressed with labor for the government. Manetho says that these Arabians left Egypt in large numbers, but instead of going to Arabia, they went up that country now called Judea, and there built a city and named it Jerusalem. It would thus appear that the shepherd prince connected with the building of the Great Pyramid was from Arabia, and subsequently located in Palestine, Philistia, hence probably called Felician, the Philistine. The connection of him with the building of Jerusalem is very remarkable, and may serve to identify him with some scripture character. Josephus quotes the passage as referring to the Jews, but that can hardly be the case. The Jews did not originally build Jerusalem. They did not even have possession of it till the time of David, about 500 years after the Exodus. Jerusalem existed, and wore at least a part of its present name, full 1,000 years before David. As early as Abraham's time it was the seat of a great king, to whom Abraham himself paid reverence and tithes, and from whom he accepted blessing and communion, as priest of the Most High God. With reference to his character and office, the Bible calls him Melchizedek, plainly a descriptive and not a proper name, he being first, king of righteousness, and after that also king of Salem. Hebrews 7 verses 1 and 2. Who was Melchizedek? An illustrious personage thus breaks upon our notice with all the sudden grandeur of the Great Pyramid itself. Who he was has been something of a question for thousands of years, a question which perhaps cannot be positively answered. Colereef, in his Chronologia Sacra, Hamburg, 1724, as cited by Wolfius, identifies this personage with the patriarch Job. There is also more to sustain this view than any other ever presented. The time is the same. On general internal evidences, Dr. Owen, in Theologian, assigns the book of Job to the period immediately preceding Abraham. The length of Job's life places him in the pre-Abrahamic age of Serug, Ru, and Peleg. 28 He evidently lived before the Exodus, and before the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, for though the book of Job refers to Adam, the fall, and the deluge, there is no allusion whatever to the awful disaster to the cities of the plain, the Sinaitic laws, or any of the miraculous events of Israelitish history. Such an omission in such a discussion, in the vicinity of these great occurrences, could not happen if these events had preceded it. Job speaks of the rock yielding him a spring of mineral oil, 19:6, and such oil springs there evidently were in the region of Sodom and Gomorrah prior to the great burning of those cities, and the earth under and about them. But they have never since been found. Moses alludes to the same, but only by way of metaphor drawn from the book of Job, for no such circumstance ever literally occurred in the history of Israel. Those oil springs were drained and exhausted when those cities burned. Besides, sundry astronomical calculations made from notices of constellations contained in the book of Job fixed the time of the patriarch's great trial contemporaneous with Melchizedek. 29. The country of the one is also that of the other. Abraham met Melchizedek in Palestine, but no one claims that he was born and reared there. There were important Shemitic migrations hitherward prior to that of Abraham. 30 In the Chronican Paschal the tradition is received with strong assurance, that Melchizedek, like Abraham, came from beyond the Jordan. Nor is there any doubt of Job's having come from that same mysterious east. In general character and position, Job and Melchizedek appear to be one and the same. Paul calls on his Jewish readers to consider how great this man, Melchizedek, was, and of Job the sacred record is, this man was the greatest of all the men of the East. Melchizedek was priest of the Most High God, and of Job it is written that he sent and offered burnt offerings for his sons and daughters, continually. Melchizedek was a princely personage, king of Salem. And all agree in assigning a princely rank to Job. It remains a question till now, whether he was not a real king, many maintaining that he was. He certainly was at least a great emir. Melchizedek was a worshipper of the one true God, outside of the Abrahamic line, and the same is true of Job. From these and other coincidences it would seem that in Melchizedek, king of Salem, we do really meet the great patriarch of Uz, near the end of those 140 years of glory which succeeded his sore affliction. The genealogical tables also supply a name which would seem to indicate the existence of an Arabian Job, who appears at the right time and in the right connections to be this same identical patriarch. In the 10th of Genesis, the sacred historian departs entirely from his usual method, in naming the 13 sons of Joktan, as if for the special purpose of reaching the last in the list. 31 He sets down that name as Jobab, which is quite capable of being read Father Job, in allusion to some such position and career as that of the great patriarch of Uz, or Melchizedek. Alterations were likewise made in the names of Abraham and Sarah in allusion to their special calling and office. The 70 translators from tradition, most of the Hebrew authors, Origen, the Coptic version of Job, the Greek fathers, and various modern writers, represent Jobab and Job as one and the same name. In that case we would here have a Job, a veritable Arabian, a descendant of Eber, through Joktan, as Abraham through Peleg, and hence a true Hebrew in the older and wider sense. Who answers well to all we know either of Melchizedek or the Uzian patriarch. From Job we have the most unique and independent book in the sacred canon, the sublimest section of the inspired records, a grand monument of patriarchal life, manners, and theology, evidencing a knowledge of earth and sky, of providence and grace, and a command of thought, sentiment, language, and literary power, which no mere man has ever equaled. In it we find a familiarity with writing, engraving in stone, mining, metallurgy, building, shipping, natural history, astronomy, and science in general, showing an advanced, organized, and exalted state of society. Answering exactly to what pertains above all to the sons of Joktan, whose descendants spread themselves from Upper Arabia to the South Seas, and from the Persian Gulf to the Pillars of Hercules. Tracking their course as the first teachers of our modern world with the greatest monuments that antiquity contains. The primitive civilizers. It has become the fashion to refer all this to Arabian Cushites, or a people of Hamitic blood, but it is one of the blunders of the would-be wise. Because the name of Cush, usually rendered Ethiopia, became early attached to some undefined portions of Arabia, and because the children of Canaan originally settled in Palestine. Therefore everything relating to prehistoric Arabians and dwellers along the Mediterranean shores must needs be credited to the children of Ham, though it should leave to the Shemites scarce a place on earth. Such a theory may have its day, but there is every evidence, biblical and secular, literary and monumental, that the greatest and mightiest population of the ancient Arabia was mainly, if not exclusively, of pre-Abrahamic Shemitic stock. The tribes which possessed it were mostly of the seed of Joktan, son of Eber, till the descendants of Abraham through Esau and Keturah, and the descendants of Lot, began to fill in from the northwest. 32 These Joktanites were the true Arabians, and the superior people who occupied the most important portions of the country, populated its shores, gave it their Hebrew language, cultivated every interest of human society in greatness. Planted their colonies in eastern Africa, around the whole eastern coast of the Mediterranean, and westward as far as Carthage, the Guadalquivir, and the shores of the Atlantic. They were the true ancient Erythraean stock. E'en that sage race who first essayed the deep, and wafted merchandise to courts unknown. The first great founders of the world, of cities, and of mighty states, and who first viewed the starry lights, and formed them into schemes. 33. Nor does it argue anything against Job's being Joktan's son, that in the Mosaic or subsequent editing of the book of Job, his friends are said to be from countries called after the names of some of Abraham's descendants. Names which did not exist for thousands of years afterwards are in like manner given to the country about the Garden of Eden. Genesis 2 verses 11 to 14. There is no evidence that the chief river of Palestine bore the name Jordan, river of Dan, till long after the time of Moses and Joshua, and yet that subsequent Jewish name is everywhere inserted in the antecedent records. And so Eliphaz might much more intelligibly be said in Moses' time to have been from the country then known as Teman, and Bildad from the country then known as Shua. Though they both lived and occupied those regions hundreds of years before Teman and Shua were born. There may also have been an earlier Teman and Shua whose names others long after them in some way inherited. The original name of the territory in general is preserved in the designation of the country of Job himself, which also plainly antedates the Teman and Shua descended from Abraham. From stony Arabia to Damascus, along the whole east of Palestine, the country is called Uz. The more precise region whence Job came, likely was that portion of Arabia bordering on the east of Edom, south of Trachonitis, and extending indefinitely towards the Euphrates. Uz is a Shemitic name, called Aws in the Arabian antiquities, and denotes the region where Shem himself probably lived and died. 34 Judging from chapter 8, 8-10, and 12-12, we may readily believe that Job himself saw, heard, and often consulted Shem, and got his sacred wisdom from him. In the providence of God he in a measure at least, and perhaps by special call and ordination, took Shem's place as the principal representative of the patriarchal religion after Sheen's death, as Abraham subsequently. Whom Melchizedek blessed and consecrated as meant to fill this office after him, till he, of whom Melchizedek was the illustrious type, should come. 35. Job and Philetus. And as Melchizedek and Job were most likely one and the same person, so the same would seem to be the volition of Great Pyramid notoriety. Job was the youngest of a family in which was the science, faith, and enterprise for such a work, beyond all others then living. Job was an Arabian, and a shepherd prince, just as the Egyptian fragments testify respecting Philetus. Job's account of his own greatness, doings, and successes, depicted with so much beauty in chapter 29, grandly harmonizes with Manetho's story of the strange power of the Hyksos over the Egyptian rulers obtained, without a battle. He held idolatry to be a crime punishable by the authorities, chapter 31, 26-28, just as Cheops was persuaded while the Great Pyramid was building. He was a true man of God, a public instructor in sacred things, with whom Jehovah communicated, and whom the Spirit of God inspired. 36 The Almighty speaks to him in chapter 38 as if he were the identical person who had laid the measures of the Great Pyramid, stretched the lines upon it, set its foundations in their sockets, and laid its topstone amid songs of exalted triumph. 37 Chapter 19, 23-27 looks like a description of the high intent of the Great Pyramid, and a prayer that it might endure with its glorious freight even to the end of the world. And the more I study the book of Job in the light of its author's identity with the mysterious Arabian stranger to whom the Egyptians attribute the Great Pyramid, the stronger and more satisfying to me becomes the likelihood that here is the mighty prince and preacher of Jehovah from whom we have that monument. All the facts, dates, and circumstances amply accord with the theory that Melchizedek was Job, and that the same was the volition of Herodotus. But whether such identity can be established or not, the effect in this argument is essentially the same. If these three names denote three distinct persons, they all belong to the time of the Great Pyramid's erection and to the same general community or class of people. They were all shepherd princes. They all hated idolatry, worshipped the true God, and fulfilled a sacred mission mostly before Abraham came upon the stage. And closely related to them were others of the same faith and spirit, and scarcely inferior in dignity. Eliphaz, and Bildad, and Zophar, and Elihu, must be counted with them, and of them we may judge from what we read and hear of them from the book of Job. From all these together we get an impression of the age and communities in which they had their homes, and what sort of men then lived and operated. What we find in them we may put down as characteristic of their period, and from it safely reason. Results. We thus learn what is indeed a very great moment, to wit, that God then had his priests and worshippers upon earth, and that they were the most princely, learned, and commanding people living. We thus learn that it was God's habit to converse with them, to direct their ways by special revelations, and to inspire them for the utterance and recording of his mind, will, and purposes. We thus learn that they were the family, kindred and blood relatives, the same in language and country, with those whence the after-world obtained all the original elements of science and civilization. We thus learn that with them was the competency in every qualification, both natural and supernatural, for the erection of just such a monument of science, theology, and prophetic history, as we find in the Great Pyramid. Nay more, we thus learn that it was the subject of their special craving, that their words, wisdom, and immortal hopes should be engraven with pens of iron in imperishable memorials of rock. Job 19, 23-27. No matter then whether Philetus, Melchizedek and Job were one, or two, or three, such mighty men of Jehovah there were in that far-off age. They believed in one God, and in holy angels, and in a devil, whose subtle depravity had inoculated all natural humanity. They feared sin, and sought forgiveness and salvation through bloody sacrifice. They hoped for a coming Redeemer, and for resurrection through him. They treasured the primeval records, traditions, and revelations from Adam down, even the same from which Moses compiled when he framed his Genesis. 38 special communications, teachings and impulses from God were also as common to these people as to Abraham after them. See Job 4 verses 12 and 13, 6 verse 10, 23 verse 12, 33 verses 14-16, 38 verse 1, 42:5-7. They had the moral and intellectual qualifications to furnish the sublimest section of the Holy Scriptures. There was no superior enlightenment, no higher civilization, no purer faith, no truer science, no more intimate familiarity with the works and purposes of God, than they possessed. And a princely member of their mysterious and loving brotherhood it was who dwelt in Egypt while the Great Pyramid was building. Having obtained peaceable possession of the king's heart, he induced him to shut the temples, punish the priests, cast out the gods, and lend his royal cooperation for the building of a pillar to Jehovah of hosts, which should last to the end of time, and which men should open and read in this last evil age, and know that it is from him who is about to judge the world for its apostasies. Thus then, by a chain of traditions, facts, and Bible testimonies, we connect the origin of the Great Pyramid with a mighty prehistoric people, wholly separate from Egypt and its abominations, a people among whom inspiration, as true and high as that of Moses, wrought, and from whom we have not only the noblest of the sacred books, but likewise the noblest edifice on earth, equally fraught with holy intelligence, divine truth, and inspired prophecy. What have we then in this unrivaled pillar, but a miracle in stone, a petrifaction of wisdom and truth, revealed of God, preserved among his people from the foundation of the world, and thus memorialized by impulse and aid from him, that it might outlive the apostasies of man, and stand as a witness to the Lord Almighty when he cometh to judge the world, and to fulfill his promise of the restitution of all things. Men may combat and scorn a conclusion so sublime. They may utterly reject it, as they also rejected Christ, and still reject his salvation. But it involves nothing impossible, nothing improbable, nothing but what we might reasonably expect in view of what God did in ancient times, and promised to the fathers. It is agreeable to every item of history of which we can avail ourselves. It conforms to the remarkable traditions on the subject, which cannot otherwise be accounted for. Passages and allusions in both testaments imply, if they do not positively declare, that it is a thing of God. And the great monument itself gives palpable demonstration of what cannot be rationally explained on any other hypothesis. Primeval man. Materialistic and skeptical science appears disposed to settle upon the belief that man is a being who has had to educate himself up to what he is, from a troglodyte, if not from something much lower. Of course this goes against the scriptures, and sets aside as fable and mythic superstition all the most essential substance of the scriptures. But what care such scientists for that? Such consequences to a theory they take rather as a recommendation. But no such philosophizing can stand before the Great Pyramid. If the primeval man was nothing but a gorilla or a troglodyte, how, in those far prehistoric times, could the builders of this mighty structure have known what our profoundest savants, after a score of centuries of observation and experiment, have been able to find out only imperfectly? How could they know even to make and handle the tools, machines, and expedients indispensable to the construction of an edifice so enormous in dimensions, so massive in its materials, so exalted in its height, and so perfect in its workmanship, that to this day it is without a rival on earth? How could they know the sphericity, rotation, diameter, density, latitudes, poles, land distribution, and temperature of the earth, or its astronomic relations? How could they solve the problem of the squaring of the circle, calculate the pi proportion, or determine the 4 cardinal points? How could they frame charts of history and dispensations, true to fact in every particular for the space of 4,000 years after their time, and down even to the final consummations? How could they know when the Mosaic economy would start, how long continue, and in what eventuate? How could they know when Christianity would be introduced, by what great facts and features it would be marked, and what would be the characteristics, career, and end of the Church of Christ? How could they know of the grand precessional cycle, the length of its duration, the number of days in the true year, the mean distance of the sun from the earth, and the exact positions of the stars at the time the Great Pyramid was built? How could they devise a standard and system of measures and weights, so evenly fitted to each other, so beneficently conformed to the common wants of man, and so perfectly harmonized with all the facts of nature? And how could they know to put all these things on record in one single piece of masonry, without one verbal or pictorial inscription, yet proof against all the ravages and changes of time? and capable of being read and understood down to the very end of the world. Yet, these things they did know. Here they are in solid stone, displayed to all eyes, and challenging the scrutiny of all the savants of the earth. Men may sneer, but they cannot laugh down this mighty structure, nor scoff out of it the angles, proportions, measures, nature references, and sacred correspondences which its makers gave it. Here they are in all their speaking significance, stubborn and invincible beyond all power to suppress them. Nothing now can blot out this record, and on it is written the true scriptural dignity of primeval man, fashioned in the image of his Maker, furnished of God with everything requisite to his highest life on earth, and illumined and impelled of heaven to make this memorial of his sacred possessions, ere they should be finally lost amid the ever-increasing deterioration. It is a record whose antiquity none can dispute, whose authenticity none could corrupt, and whose readings none can construe without the admission of a divine intervention. And then what? Why then inspiration is a demonstrated reality, then miracle is a tangible fact, then the foundations of infidelity are dissolved, then the scriptures are true, and then our Christian faith and hopes are sure, and cannot disappoint us. Wondrous providence of a wondrous God, to have planted in our world such a memorial as this. Building in stone a real revelation, which in time's fullness has at last been read. Use of the pyramid respecting faith. It is not a substitute for our glorious Bible that we find in this marvelous pillar, nor a thing to be put on equality with the Scriptures, as though the written word were in any manner deficient. We throw back the imputation that we would propound a new religion with a new oracle. Our vaulting scientists have quite monopolized that business. The world resounds with the pratings of their varied sects and schools, agreeing in nothing but in negations of the supernatural. We are content with what our holy books record. But when a sacrilegious rationalism would emasculate them, and an Epicurean philosophy would trample them into the slough, we rejoice and thank God that before he gave these books he caused this mighty pillar to be stationed in the very path of vaunting science, that his assailed, abused, and oft-bewildered children in the extremity of the ages might be able to appeal to it exultantly for monumental attestation of their faith, and, amid the wrinkles and infirmities of failing time, still have to show an unfaded memorial of its glorious youth. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Appendix. Extracts from recent writers. As a sequel to the preceding lectures, it may be proper, and may give satisfaction to many readers, to present the opinions and statements of some others, in their own words, with regard to this interesting subject. A few such extracts are accordingly inserted here by way of appendix. Rev. Joseph Taylor Goodser, F.R.C. I believe that several important things fully warrant us in maintaining that there was, when the Great Pyramid was builded, and that there is now, a very sufficient final cause for the rearing of such a scientific symbol as it has the best claim to be considered. The urgency of this final cause may be seen to have been great at first, because in spite of all that had occurred at Babel, the two chief nations of earliest antiquity, Chaldea and Egypt, had determinately adopted Symbolism as their worship, either by itself or mixed with other superstitions. And secondly, it is great in these times when a lamentable number doubt or avowedly disbelieve, and even laugh at, that biblical record to which the world owes its present freedom from Symbolism and innumerable other evils. And when many would ask us to take Lucretius as our Bible, and a Lucretius, too, expurgated even of the pagan's allusion to a remote region in which he allowed there might be gods, but gods who cared not for man or his affairs. At the earlier of the two periods referred to, the Great Pyramid, possessing the character proven to belong to it, would act as a standard protest against Symbolism and other idolatries, and also against the injustice which invariably asserts predominance over the mass of mankind, when they enlist themselves in the service of falsehood. Certain scientific and physical conditions required that the magnificent protesting fabric should be placed in Egypt rather than in Babylonia, the seat of the undivided sway of Symbolism. But there is no reason to believe that intercourse between the primeval nations was so limited that the religious and moral lessons intended to be taught by the chief wonder of the world at that time could not reach from Egypt to Babylon. Doubtless it would be treated by the followers of Symbolism in Babylon just as it appears to have been by those in Egypt. That is to say, there would be continuance in Symbolism in Babylon just as there was in Egypt after the strong hands of the royal builder, who trod under his feet Egyptian gods, were powerless in death. At the same time the Egyptians would appear to have retained and handed down a partial knowledge of the true character of the pyramid, until it became gradually obscured, and was at last quite lost. But amongst the worshippers of the Lord God the knowledge of its true character was long preserved, as would appear from the symbolic use of it made in the book of Job, and elsewhere in Scripture. The traditional knowledge of it, or of the science symbolized by it, preserved among the people of God, was one means we believe of saving them from that worship of the sun, moon, and stars which Job declared to deserve. Even on its first appearance, death at the hands of the magistrate. And I may state that for my own part one traced the fountain of physical knowledge which was opened by God for primeval man, and which was symbolized by the Great Pyramid. Certain approaches made by some Greek philosophers to some cosmical views deemed to belong purely to modern times. These philosophers themselves ascribed their knowledge of these things to Eastern and Egyptian sources. Thus, Thales held all things to have originated in a fluid substance. Leucippus, the earliest Greek teacher of the atomic theory, held, as Aristotle tells us Pythagoras did, that the heavenly bodies revolve about each other, committing the error indeed of making the sun revolve about the moon. But still teaching truly that the earth revolves about the sun, and also about its own axis, by which last the alternation of day and night is caused. It appears to me that what is true in this early astronomical view is so far removed from the obvious and common conception of the subject as to warrant the idea that the erroneous portion of the statement was man's corruption of the pure primeval knowledge symbolized by the Great Pyramid, for this among other reasons. That it might show us in these last days how God supplied physical knowledge to primeval man that he might be warned against such monstrous superstitions as symbolism. And that the possession of a measure of such knowledge might preserve his true worshippers from many destructive errors. But again, this primeval monument, after the lapse of more than 4 millenniums since its construction, is subserving at this very day most important purposes as respects wisdom and knowledge. The gradual disclosure of its scientific mysteries is a result in a great measure of the partial dilapidation it has suffered, especially during the times of the barbarous Mohammedan rule. The number and importance of the lessons which its disclosed mystery teaches is indeed very striking. Thus it testifies to the state of the stellar heavens at the time of its building, and teaches at the same time its own age. It helps also to determine the date of the flood, and to give consistency to the chronology and history of diluvian and post-diluvian times. It testifies to the importance of the exact and of the physical sciences, terrestrial and cosmical, not merely from the utilitarian, but from the religious point of view. It shows that some unidolatrous men possessed extraordinary knowledge in these sciences just when the whole world was going widely astray in the worship of sun, moon and stars, and it thus seals, as with a divine impress left on adamantine materials, the truth that sound science is not only a handmaid but a defender of sound religion. Moreover, it shows the symbols of just weights builded into a most durable repertory, as they were afterwards laid up in the Temple of Jerusalem, at the very time when a brutal tyranny was gradually overspreading the idolatrous world, which may be said to have had its chief seats in Egypt, and in Babel, the capital of Nimrod, that mighty hunter before the Lord, a tyranny which, instead of revering a justice determined scientifically according to the measures and weights employed by Apophis Mundi himself when he fetched a compass round the universe, and weighed the hills in a balance, despised all justice, and crushed the body of mankind down into beasts of burden. Such are the things taught us at this day by the Great Pyramid, as there are noble men of science sufficiently animated with Christian truthfulness and courage manfully to proclaim. We thus see a united science, righteousness, and religion testifying from the Great Pyramid with a reawakened mien, just as they were intended to do more than 4,000 years ago. The oldest and noblest building is thus seen to be at one in testimony and in spirit with the oldest and noblest book. God is making that great name for himself, I believe, by the Great Pyramid at this day, which the builders of the Tower of Babel sought to make for themselves. If there be any truth in the opinion of those who believe that they can point to some of the remains of the Tower of Babel, then these now present only a mass of rubbish, blasted and vitrified by the wrathful fires of heaven. Though the chief part of the buildings has undoubtedly sunk out of human sight into the soft alluvial soil on which they were so unwisely erected. Their only lesson is that of desolation wrought by a just divine vengeance, and the shortcomings of human ideas. The Great Pyramid, on the other hand, is lasting as the hills, even as the rocky hill on which it is so securely founded, while the very denudations it has experienced by the torrents of barbarism rather than of the elements, have only furthered God's plan of making it his witness to scientific truth in its relations with justice and religion in these last days. Putting together then the various things we have insisted on, I ask whether it is after all so wild and chimerical an idea that God should have stirred up, in the primeval age of the world, men who knew him, and who inherited or had imparted to them a divinely taught science to construct this greatest of all builded monument. Is not this rather the rational view to take of it? Here, for one thing, is a scientific symbol, as measurements, calculations, and reasonings of an incontrovertible kind prove it to be. This matter stands on its own basis. Again, Scripture contains a number of allusions and symbolic expressions which find no object so exactly and completely suitable as this confessed wonder of the ancient world. This also stands on its own basis. Still further, some such sufficient reason as the symbolism of the Great Pyramid presents is required to account for the wise and sensible views of the cosmos entertained by the true worshippers of God from the earliest ages. This is certainly a consideration of weight not easily cast aside. In this last consideration is also seen one part of the final cause for the construction of a symbol like the Great Pyramid shortly after the arrangement of the building of the Tower of Babel. While another portion of this final use is seen in the inestimable benefits, historical, economic, moral, and religious, conferred on us by the scientific character of the Great Pyramid at this day. Here, then, are four firmly grounded, quite independent reasons, which unite in supporting the beautiful and no less valuable theory as to the divine authorship of the Great Pyramid. We can discern clearly in our subject also the illustration and confirmation of this grand moral truth: man's ambitions and wicked designs for making a name to himself, as a power without God, are invariably blasted and end in shame. But God's works endure and testify to the glory of that name which will outlast the sun, moon, and stars. 7 Homilies on Ethnic Inspiration, 1871, pages 59-64. J. Ralston Skinner. To a mind unbiased by the prepossession of a theory, the assertion that the Great Pyramid of Egypt was built to perpetuate a series of measures, astronomical and otherwise, and to contain a mathematical and geometrical system of calculation and admeasurement, cannot be received with incredulity. As to the objects of its construction, one may be taken as astronomical, for the facts that the north base side coincides with the parallel of 30 degrees north latitude, and that the mass, as to its sides, evidenced by its corner socket lines, is oriented as perfectly as could be expected of human ability. Another may be taken as geometrical, as it was so built that its height should be to 1/2 its circumference as diameter to circumference of a circle. Hence it exhibits itself as one not only monumenting a method of quadrature, the elements of which we possess, but also a measure of the sun's time, and also the inch and foot values. This measure is just that one that, with the ancients, seems to have stamped the whole system as natural or divine, i.e., showing that man was but dealing in measures in some sort, shadowing forth mechanical principles of construction, which it had pleased the Creator of all things to adopt as the law of creation. The original, ideal, pyramid, whence the real pyramid of the Nile springs, is directly constructed from the original elements of relation of diameter to circumference of a circle. This is circular elements 1. On the lines of this original pyramid springs another, whose elements are circle 2. Out of the elements 2 another set of elements is obtainable, governing the interior work of the pyramid proper. These elements are those of Circle 3. Problems given in detail. These are the circles whence the complete pyramid, as to its outside and as to its inside, is fitly framed and put together, giving the measures of the heavens and the earth. While the triangle represents the pyramid, the triangle and circle represent the elements from which the plane measure of the square of the base of the pyramid is derived. The author believes it to be shown that the elements of construction of the pyramid, and their use, agreeably to the intention of the architect, have been proved. And that these are shown to be used as the foundation of the Bible structure from the first chapter of Genesis to the closing scenes of the New Testament. But while these elements are rational and scientific, and in the Bible rationally and scientifically used, let no man consider that with this discovery comes a cutting off of the spirituality of the Bible intention, or of man's relation to this spiritual foundation. No house was ever actually built with tangible material until first the architectural design of building had been accomplished, no matter whether the structure was palace or hovel. So with these elements and numbers. They are not of man, nor are they of his invention. They have been revealed to him to the extent of his ability to realize a system which is the creative system of the eternal God, open at all times to man for his advance into its knowledge, just in the measure of his application and brain ability. Free to all as is the water we drink and the air we breathe. But spiritually to man the value of this matter is, that he can actually in contemplation bridge over all material construction of the cosmos, and pass into the very thought and mind of God. To the extent of recognizing this system of design for cosmic creation, even before the words went forth, "Let there be." It is the realization of the existence and mental workings of the divine mind, by means of the little primal cube and its circle, which to us are tangible realities, and goes to prove to man that his soul lives, and will continue to live. And thus he may take little heed for his body, which is, however exquisitely constructed, but a mask dulling the finer power of his mental whole. The best and most authentic vehicle of communication from God to man, though many exist, is to be found in the Hebrew Bible, the preservation of which in its exactitudes can only be ascribed to a spiritual supervision. A like preservation of a real monument of the practical application of the Bible's secret stands today on the banks of the Nile. Key to the Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery in the Source of Measures, 1875. Charles Casey, Esq. It is unnecessary to multiply Eastern authority for the sacred and scientific character of the pyramid as opposing and superior to the Western belief in the Tombic theory, which, however, naturally arose and was confirmed by the erroneous conclusion that the use and character of the primary pyramid might be truly predicated from the unquestionable Tombic pyramids of a later date. It strikes the writer that as far as argument goes touching the features claimed for the building, it would make no difference whatever if a massive mural tablet had been found set in the masonry of the exterior, a lid found on the coffer, a mummy of Cheops in it, etc. etc. As the fact would still remain, that the mausoleum, if you will, and sarcophagus, if so insisted, were designed by an architect who embodied in their construction all the primary truths claimed and verified, while still leaving them suited to secondary and inferior uses, just as the royal scytale of the Spartan kings, while essential to translating a decree on which hung the fate of nations, might serve to be used for any secondary purpose. Therefore, the real and only question is, whether the Great Pyramid does or does not contain the metric features claimed for it. If it does, there remains no doubt that the architect who embodied the truths exhibited must have been superhumanly inspired, as in the age in which he lived no such knowledge existed among men, except from revelation. If it does not contain those metric features, demonstrative refutation is within reach of line and rule, and the pyramid stands to be questioned of and reply for itself to all gainsayers. To those who reply, we admit the measures, but we deny the conclusions drawn from them. The answer is, that if the measures, as in the instance of the base side length giving the length of the solar tropical year, exhibited but one instance of preconceived design, it might be said that such coincidence was accidental, but when a concatenated chain of design is shown of the highest order of scientific knowledge, The denial of such design in the mind of the architect is of that class which refutes itself by the absurdity of its assertion. Every dispassionate reader who has paid due attention to the argument advanced must be impressed with the conviction that in this our day and generation, no more important question or discovery has arisen or been made than the character and revelation of this Sethic monument, the Great Pyramid, in, but not of, Egypt. Philetus, or the Solution of the Mystery, 1876, pages 36, 37. John Taylor. When so many evidences of the scientific knowledge of the founders of the Great Pyramid present themselves, these facts cannot be disregarded. The difficulty may be great in supposing a people to have been in existence at that early period, who were capable of executing a work of so vast a magnitude on purely scientific principles, but is it not also probable that to some individuals God may have given the knowledge, even at that early age of the world, for which we are now contending? How could Noah have built the ark if he had not been divinely instructed as to its fabrication? And might he not have been equally instructed in the knowledge requisite to form the Great Pyramid? Both these wonderful works are based on measure, and the latter structure shows a knowledge of those measures which were in use before the flood, as well as of those which were afterwards established, implying therefore an acquaintance with antediluvian things. How could the Arabian numerals, and the knowledge by which they were so arranged as to increase tenfold in power by change of position, have been discovered so soon after the deluge, if the same system had not existed before? Or if divine assistance had not been granted at so early a period after that event? Even after these figures had once been known, the majority of mankind for at least 3,000 years remained ignorant of their use, and never again hit upon the arrangement as a discovery. Moses, we are told, was admonished of God when he was about to make the tabernacle, which was to serve as the example and shadow of heavenly things, for see, saith he, that thou make all things according to the pattern shewed to thee in the mount. There is an originality in the character of these early revelations, which shows them to have had a higher source than that of man's present intelligence, great as it may seem. Our modern discoveries are rather inferential, consisting chiefly in the application to things known to purposes previously unknown. Of this kind is the invention of the art of printing. I would not detract from the importance of modern discoveries, but I think they seem to benefit mankind less than the communication of the art of shipbuilding, of the Arabian system of enumeration, of geometry, or the means of measuring the earth, and of the art of alphabetic writing. So thoughts beyond their thoughts to those high bards were given. In regard to the Great Pyramid, it was the happy discovery of the 2 casing stones, when all were thought to be destroyed, which at once changed conjecture into certainty. We now probably know all that we shall ever know respecting the origin and purpose of the Great Pyramid, and all that we require to know. We now find that all the seemingly different measures, when properly understood, are equal to each other, and mean the same thing. By the knowledge derived from the angle of the casing stones, and the length of the base of the Great Pyramid, all those measures of proportion which seem arbitrary in the table of constants, are found to be no longer so. The measures of the earth are no less certainly established. When we find in so complicated a series of figures as that which the measures of the Great Pyramid and of the earth require for their expression, round numbers present themselves, or such as leave no remainder, we may be sure we have arrived at primitive measures. The Great Pyramid, why was it built? And who built it? 1864. Piazzi Smith, F.R.C., F.R.A.S. Astronomer Royal for Scotland. What then is, or is to be, the end or use for which the Great Pyramid was built? The manner of that end appears, on putting facts together, to have been, to subserve in the 5,000 of years of its existence certain preordained intentions of God's will in the government of this world of man. I presume not to speak to any other than such parts of the building as have already practically developed themselves. Herein, too, enough seems now to have shone forth to enable any one to state roundly that the message wherefore the Great Pyramid was built is largely of a duplicate character. Or thus. A. To convey a new proof to men in the present age as to the existence of the personal God of Scripture, and of his actual supernatural interferences in patriarchal times with the physical and otherwise only natural experience of men upon earth. Or to prove in spite, and yet by means, of modern science, which in too many cases denies miracles, the actual occurrence of an ancient miracle, and if of one, the possibility of all miracles recorded in the Scriptures. b. In fulfillment of the first prophecy of Genesis, which teaches, together with all the prophets, that of the seed of the woman without the man, a truly divine Saviour of mankind was to arise and appear amongst men, in poverty, too, and humility. In further fulfillment thereof, the Great Pyramid was to prove that precisely as that coming was a real historical event, and took place at a definite and long preordained date, so his second coming, when he shall descend as the Lord from heaven, with the view of reigning over all mankind, and ruling them all with one divine scepter, and under one all-just, beneficent, omnipotent sway, that great event will likewise be historical, and will take place at a definite and also a primevally prearranged date. Now let us look a little closer into the first of these. It would seem to be, that an omniscient mind which foresaw in the beginning the whole history of the world under man, especially the widespread science knowledge of our day, ordained that the message, arguments, proofs of the Great Pyramid should not be expressed in letters of any written language whatever, whether living or dead, but in terms of scientific facts or features amenable to nothing but science, i.e., a medium for the communication of ideas to be humanly known and interpretable only in the latter day. Not in the day of the Great Pyramid at all, but rather since the revival of learning in Europe, no pure mathematical question has taken such extensive hold on the human mind as the squaring of the circle. Quite right that it should be so, for a time at least, seeing that it is the basis alike of practical mathematics or high astronomy. That quantity under the form of pi proportion, given in almost every textbook of mathematics to more decimal places than there is any practical occasion for, having been ascertained for 100 or more years, men might rest content and go on to other subjects. But numbers of them do not and will not. Hardly a year passes but some new squarer of the circle appears, generally a self-educated man. But occasionally the most highly educated university mathematicians also enter the field, and bring out perchance some new algebraic series by which a more rapid conveyance to the true numbers of pi may be obtained. That numerical expression is shown on all hands and in all countries to be one of the most wonderful lasting characteristics and necessary results of the growth of science for all kinds and degrees of intellectual man. And in an increasing proportion as they arrive at a high state of civilization, material progress, and practical development. Is it not then a little strange that the first aspect which catches the eye of a scientific man looking with science and power at the ancient Great Pyramid, is that its entire mass in its every separate particle all goes to make up one grand and particular mathematical figure expressing the true value of pi. If this was accident, it was a very rare accident, for none of the other 37 known pyramids of Egypt contain it. But it was not accident in the Great Pyramid, for the minuter details of its interior, as shown, signally confirm the grand outlines of the exterior, and show again and again those peculiar proportions, both for line and area, which emphatically make the Great Pyramid to be, as to shape, a pie-shaped and a pie-memorializing pyramid. The earliest demonstration known of the numerical value of that particular form of squaring the circle which men are still trying their hands and heads upon. Again, in physics, as a further scientific advance on the foundations of pure mathematics, is there any question so replete with interest to all humankind as what supports the earth, when as Job truly remarked, it is hung from nothing, suspended over empty space, and yet does not fall. As it regularly revolves around a bright central orb, and in such a manner as to obtain therefrom light and heat suitable to man, and day and night, what is the nature of that path which it so describes? And what is the distance of the physical life luminary round which it now revolves? As in squaring the circle, so in measuring the distance of the earth's central sun, both learned and unlearned have been working at the question for 2300 years, and are still employing themselves upon it. Nothing that nations can do is thought too much to devote to this question of questions in physics for the future behoof of a world grown scientific. Yet there is the numerical expression for that cosmical quantity nailed to the mast of the Great Pyramid from the earliest ages, for it is its mast or vertical height multiplied by its own factor, the 9th power of 10. which is the length all modern men are seeking, and struggling, and dying in order to get a tolerably close approach to the arithmetical figure of. And this accurate sun distance at the pyramid is accompanied by an exhibition of the space traveled over during a whole circle of the Earth's revolution, and the time in which it is performed. And if from solar system quantities we turn to matters of our own planet world in itself alone, does not every inhabitant thereof yearn to know its size? And yet was not that impossible to all men of all the early ages to attain with any exactness? But precisely that thing which all mankind from the creation up to the day of Job had not accomplished, and had no idea or power how to set about to perform it. And did not make even any rude attempts in that direction during the following 2500 years, though they do know it now with tolerable accuracy, was not only well known to the author of the design of the Great Pyramid, but was there employed as that most useful standard in terms of which the base side length is laid out, or with accurate decimal reference to the Earth's peculiar figure, its polar compression, the amount thereof. And the most perfect method of preserving the record for all men. Who but the Lord could have done that wonder above man's power then to do? Who, indeed, but the God of Israel could have performed this last mentioned still greater wonder than any mere linear measure, so far as its exceeding difficulty to men even in the present scientific generation is concerned? And could have actually introduced into the king's chamber coffer, and the said chamber itself, an expression for the next most important quality after size, of the earth ball we live upon, viz. its mean density, besides expressing in the base diagonals of the pyramid the enormous cycle of years composing the earth's disturbed rotation or precession period of the equinoxes? Yet, with all this amount of science brought before us out of the Great Pyramid, even with all this quintessence of scientific results, let us not be run away with by the notion of some, that to teach science was the beginning and end for which that building was erected. The second part of the end wherefore the Great Pyramid was built, I have already said, appears to begin somewhat thus, viz. to show the reality and the settled as well as long preordained times and seasons for each of the two comings of Christ, both for that one which has been, 1877 years ago, under whose then commenced spiritual dispensation we are still living, and also for that other one in kingly glory and power which is yet to beam upon us. When that second coining has been appointed to take place must be a most momentous question, and it is one to which I can only reply, that so far as the Great Pyramid seems to indicate at present in the Grand Gallery, the existing Christian dispensation must first close in some manner or degree, the saints be removed, and a period of trouble and darkness commence, for how long it is difficult to say, seeing that the scale of a pyramid inch to a year appears to change there. Very long the time can hardly be, if the pyramid standards of the metrology of that universal kingdom, the only successful universal kingdom that there ever will be on earth, the kingdom of the Lord Christ, are already beginning to appear from out of the place of security where they were deposited in the beginning of the world. Our Inheritance in the Great Pyramid, 1874, pages 463 to 479. J. G., in Edinburgh Evening Courant, May 9, 1868. In our opinion, the idea of a divine interposition in the planning and construction of the Great Pyramid, when closely contemplated as springing from all the facts and relations of the case, is perfectly rational and credible in the estimation of a rightly instructed mind. Rightly instructed mind, we say, for a man may be mighty in midden philosophy, and ignorant as a child in that great mother science of Catholic and revealed theology, based on the grand design argument uttered by the cosmos, on the wide testimony of universal history and tradition, and on that testimony of human nature to religion which is so inextinguishable that it drives the very atheistic positivists into that ineffably sad idolatry of humanity itself. It is on this grand testimony that the Astronomer Royal for Scotland builds, and we rejoice to be of one mind with him. And this, not because we think the truth of religion, as the grandest historical element, is dependent on the truth of the theory as to the Great Pyramid, but because the principles involved in the full argumentation of this theory are among the principles of Catholic theology according to our description of it, and accordingly, whether the case of the Great Pyramid be one to which these principles are rightly applied or not, the principles themselves dare not be pooh-poohed. The self-called advanced thinkers of the archaeological schools may scout them, but we hold, on the universal testimony of sacred and profane history, that man's story does not take its rise in a dunghill. Our creed in this matter is that blessed belief handed down in Scripture, and chanted by the grand choir of historians and poets. The theory of the pyramid, too, falls in completely with the grand strain. It points, on the ground of remarkable facts and coincidences, to the Great Pyramid as an instance of those divine interpositions which are known on the testimony of Scripture, corroborated by tradition. To have been made as occasion called for them, during the infant ages of the world. Moreover, the Great Pyramid, viewed in the light of this theory, is seen to be a peculiar one among other elements of prophecy, cast by divine providence as seed on the waters among the nations. To ripen in due time and serve most beneficent ends in the appointed season. There existed in the religious books of the ancient Persians, undoubted prophetic and apocalyptic elements, which certainly contributed along with other elements in the Magian system to form that character which fitted Cyrus and his Persians to punish the grossly idolatrous Babylonians, and free God's ancient people. Again, if ever there was a clear case of divine interposition of the more ordinary kind employed for great moral and religious ends, it may be seen in the moral and religious revival, such as it was. That took its rise in pagan Greece in the person of Socrates, and all that sprang from the influence, example, and teaching cast into society by that noble martyr. Still again, it is a matter of notoriety that the Romans treasured in the capital certain Sibylline books, that can be shown not to have been favorable to polytheism, still less to pantheism. And that they not only fell in remarkably in certain prophetic statements with the Hebrew Scriptures, but influenced the conduct of leading Romans themselves. All these we devoutly believe to have been arranged and provided by God, even as we know from history that they formed powerful elements in forces that moved the cardinal events in human history. And is any one so blind as not to see that we live in times as momentous as any since those of the flood, excepting those years when the Lord of glory himself dwelt upon earth? For how many are ready to shout Iopian? In the vain hope that at last the vile superstition, as they call it, taught in the Holy Scriptures, and so marvelously supported, is doomed to a speedy extinction. Others are busily helping on this sure consummation, as they believe it, by advancing and fostering a strange philosophy, which, whatever lip worship some of its sects may pay to revelation, yet in reality, takes man up at first as an ape-descended animal, reared in barbarism, and destined in the end, so far as their philosophy can show, only to make manure for the soil he sprang from. When forced to hearken to such degrading opinions, is it not a boon to be thankful for, when there is presented to our contemplation a most noble builded work, which proves how far removed from savagism its architects were? At a period when history and tradition alike testify that man and the world had just emerged from an awful catastrophe. For in saying this we stand well supported, and defy any one to disprove on the only valid and allowable ground, that of universal history and Catholic theology, the reasonableness and credibility of God's interfering to instruct and guide an architect, who knew and worshipped him. In the rearing of a grand symbolic building, suited according to divine foreknowledge, at least to stagger, and suggest wiser views to, certain of the advanced thinkers, and rather too pensive a priori philosophers, of these latter days. Reprinted in Antiquity of Intellectual Man, 1868, pages 476 to 485.